Good afternoon to our listeners on Parliament Radio 105.5 FM, our viewers on the Parliament channel, and those of you joining us via the World Wide Web on the Parliament's website, www.ttparliament.org. We are just about 1 minute away from the start of today's sitting of the House of Representatives. It is the 12th sitting of the House, the first for 2016, and therefore we once again welcome you back to live sittings of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. On the agenda today is the debate of the Finance Bill 2016 by the Minister of Finance, the Honourable Colm Imbert. There are some 4 urgent questions which ought to be answered today, some 6 papers to be laid. And we expect to have a very lively debate here in the House of Representatives as the House resumes following the Christmas break. The doors to the chamber have been opened, which signal the imminent arrival of the presiding officer.
The Honourable the Speaker.
We welcome you to the 12th sitting of the House of Representatives in the first session of the 11th Parliament that takes place on Monday, January 11th, 2016.
Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the Creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberation of the members of this House here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen, Amen, Namaste.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the Speaker, bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers.
The Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Eastern Regional Health Authority for the year ended September 30th, 2013. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that paper number 1 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee.
Honorable members, the question is that paper number 1 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee. All in favor say aye. Any against? The ayes have it. The Minister of National Security.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers. The Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police Selection Process, Order 2015. The appointment of the Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police, Qualification and Selection Criteria, Order 2015.
The Deputy Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper. The delegation report of the 17th Biennial Conference of Presiding Officers and Clerks of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association of the Caribbean, Americas and the Atlantic region, held in Paget, Bermuda, from October 25th to the 29th, 2015.
The member for Moruga, Tableland.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper. The delegation report of the 64th Westminster Seminar on Parliamentary Practice and Procedure, held in London from November 30th to December 4th, 2015. Thank you.
Reports from committees, Prime Minister's questions, urgent questions.
The member for Barataria Sanwan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 1 to the Minister of Health. Is the Minister aware that surgeries at the Sandy Grande District Hospital were stopped over the past 2 weeks?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, Happy New Year to you, Happy New Year to colleagues, and to the nation at large. Madam Speaker, I could state categorically that surgeries were not stopped and no patient in need of urgent and/or life-saving surgery was disadvantaged. The facts surrounding the operation at Sandy Grande Hospital are as follows. As is usual around the period of Christmas time, it was usually done to reschedule elective surgeries, and this was done. During that period of the rescheduling of elective surgeries, the opportunity was taken to do repairs and maintenance to Theatre 2. The opportunity was also taken to do repairs to the ceilings of the female surgical wards where most cases of elective surgeries originate. So at no time was there any total shutdown of surgeries at the Sandy Grande District Hospital. Only elective surgeries were rescheduled and are restarting tomorrow. I am happy to report.
Member for Barataria Sanwan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 2. Is there a shortage of vital medical supplies at our national hospitals?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, drugs are purchased in this country according to what is called a VEN list, V-E-N, vital, essential, and necessary drugs in order of priority. Vital drugs being of the highest priority. I can report to you and Madam Speaker, there is no critical shortage of vital drugs as we have been sourcing these drugs from the local distributors and at the same time using alternate drugs where possible. For example, in the ICU anesthetics, we have been sourcing drugs from the local manufacturers. Another vital drug which is required is morphine. 2,000 vials have been ordered and have been delivered. In the case of a pregnant woman, a very vital drug is that of hydralazine, especially used to treat the pre-eclamptic woman. And we have no stock of that vital drug right now, but a suitable alternative which is agreed upon to be used by the specialists and the consultants is currently being used. So there is no critical shortage of vital drugs. We are either sourcing them from the local distributors or using appropriate alternatives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Naparima.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 3 to the Minister of Health. Is the Minister aware that the Lengua Health Facility does not currently have pharmaceutical supplies for treating non-communicable diseases?
Yes, you can. I told him to read it the last time.
Honorable members, please may we have some order? I recognize the member for Naparima. Please proceed.
Is the Minister aware that the Lengua Health Facility does not currently have pharmaceutical supplies for treating non-communicable diseases, including diabetes, cardiovascular ailments, and high blood pressure?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for a further opportunity. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Health is quite aware that there are sufficient drugs at the Lengua Health Facility to treat diabetes and high blood pressure. The only drug which is currently short for cardiovascular ailments is Plavix, and as stated earlier, a suitable alternate is currently being used. So I urge members to check the information before creating fear and panic.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 4 to the Honourable Minister of National Security. What urgent and specific measures are being put in place to address the recent spike in murders within the past several days?
Madam Speaker, investigation thus far have revealed that the murders in the past 7 days are gang and drug related. Measures adopted include intelligence-led operations targeting known drug dealers and gang leaders through coordinated search operations. One such operation recently resulted in the death of Stephen St. Louis. We've also intensified patrols in both the coastal and maritime areas, and also looking at co-opting the use of the National Operations Center, Special Services Agency, to look at intelligence gathering to deal with the drug-related and gang-related offenses. Madam Speaker.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister please say whether any of these measures are different from the spike that took place recently, or are they all the same that were being pursued before?
Madam Speaker, there's not a spike. I just want to correct the member of the Leader of the Opposition. There's not a spike in the murder rate, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Baratarisano, please.
The measures have been adopted a new initiative in a different focused manner, concentration of force at the right time and place to ensure that the operations are done effectively and efficiently, Madam Speaker.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Can the Minister say, out of those murders that took place in the last 7 days, how many persons have been arrested for those offences?
I allow that question. That's a new question.
Questions on notice. Questions for oral answer.
Madam Speaker, if I may, I'd like to indicate that the following questions will be answered today. Question number 9, question number 11, question number 12, question number 20, question number 22, question number 23, question number 24, question number 27, question number 28, question number 29, question number 31, question number 32, question number 34, question number 35, question number 37, and Madam Speaker, may I indicate that question number 10 is a question for written answer, and that will be circulated today also. Thank you, Madam.
Indicate the questions that will not be answered. When will they be answered? Question
Certainly.
number 19.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you indicated the questions that will be answered. Perhaps it would have been easier to indicate the questions you will not be able to answer today and ask for deferral for those. Okay.
Yes. Madam Speaker, I'd like to indicate that questions number 19, 33, 30. So I'll repeat, 19, 30, and 33, we're asking for a deferral of 2 weeks. Thank you, Madam.
And leave is granted for the deferral of the said questions 19, 30, and 33 for 2 weeks. May I now call upon the member for Miaro?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With respect to the construction of the Newlands Community Centre, could the Minister indicate?
Need to read the question.
Just
the number.
Question number 9 to the Minister of Community Development, Culture and Arts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to state that construction works have been temporarily halted on the La Savanne, which is the Newlands Community Centre, located on Warwick Street, Miaro. This is the second part of the question. I would like to state that the Palo Seco Agricultural Enterprises Limited, which is a special purpose company, was contracted by the Ministry to manage the implementation of the project in March 2015. However, upon demolition, a geotechnical survey was ordered and was submitted on September 30th, 2015, and the official revised drawings were submitted in October 2015 to the Ministry. The design cost for the community centre has not been revised at this time. There are 2 options available to the Ministry, and we agreed upon the one which included the backfilling to ensure that flooding did not take place, and that is the one that would have incurred no further cost to the Ministry. We are expecting to resume work in 2016 on this centre, and to complete it by 2017.
Member Fimiaro.
Question number 11 to the Minister of National Security.
Madam Speaker, honorable members, the empty physical structure of the Mayaro Fire Station was commissioned on August 30th, 2015, but the necessary furnishing, fitting, and equipment were not procured to enable the station to be operational. The Ministry of National Security is in the process of making the necessary arrangements to furnish, outfit, and staff the fire station. To this end, the UDICAT has been engaged to complete this exercise, which is currently ongoing. Upon completion of the outfitting of the building and the procurement of the necessary equipment and vehicles, the station will be officially handed over to the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service.
Fimiaro.
Supplemental Minister, could you tell me exactly when, if there's a date that we can expect that these furnishings would be ready?
Madam Speaker, I'm unable to provide a date at this point in time.
Member Fimiaro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 12, the Minister of National Security.
Member for.
Madam Speaker, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service procures goods and services, including bulletproof vests, for general distribution to all members of the service, and not for individual divisions, units, or sections. However, the actual strength of officers at the Eastern Division is 315, and presently 228 bulletproof vests are available. The shortage of bulletproof vests is 87, and to bridge the gap, the TTPS has placed an order for bulletproof vests, which is expected to be received at the end of January 2016, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Oropuch West.
Madam Speaker, question number 20 to the Minister of National Security.
Madam Speaker, honourable members are advised that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has reported that a total of 731 citizens have been reported as missing from January to November 2015. During the period January 1st, 2015 to September 6, 2015, there were 576 cases, while during the period September 7, 2015 to November 30th, 2015, there were 155 cases. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, through its anti-kidnapping unit, provides assistance to families of missing persons, including kidnappings, for the duration and following the incident, through the services of the Negotiation Operations Center, which engages in negotiation and investigation, with the main aim being to reunite the missing persons or kidnapped victims with his or her family. There is also a family liaison officer who is assigned to each case and has the responsibility for the family's welfare and provides counseling and updates to the family accordingly. The requisite medical procedures are also followed to ascertain the hostage's medical status upon his or her release or recovery. The Homicide Bureau of Investigation also assists in the overall management of missing person case. If the case is reclassified as a homicide, the family is then provided with a liaison officer. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the Victim and Witness Support Unit provides counseling for victims and family to begin the healing process. Madam Speaker, the detection rate for crimes related to kidnapping during January to November 2015 are as follows: 98 kidnappings, with 50 being detected, roughly 51%. It should be noted that of these 98 cases, 84 were reported during the period January 1st, 2015 and September 6, 2015, while 14 cases were recorded between September 7, 2015 and November 30th, 2015. 4 kidnapping for ransoms, with nil being detected. No charges have been laid, Madam Speaker, for kidnapping for ransom. Question D. The total number of cases of missing citizens other than kidnappings that were solved during the period January to November 2015 was 575. Of this total, 457 cases were solved during the period January 1st, 2015 to September 6, 2015, while 118 cases were solved in only 3 months during the period September 7, 2015 to November 20th, 2015. A total of 54 cases remain outstanding, Madam Speaker.
The member for Princess Down.
Madam Speaker, question number 22 to the Minister of Community Development, Culture and the Arts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government has acquired a 10-piece painting collection of the works of prominent local artist Michael Jacques Hazabon since coming into office. The Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts, as the line ministry for national museums, as well as the Office of the Prime Minister, were responsible for the purchase. The services of a local expert and art broker on the works of Michael Jacques Hazabon, Mr. Geoffrey McLean, was used for the purchase, and his fee was £14,362 sterling and 50 pence, which represents a commission of 7.5% of the cost of the paintings.
Member, supplemental question.
Madam Speaker, if the Honourable Minister would be inclined to advise us, what is the total cost of the purchase, including the fee to the agent?
The total cost of the purchase was £191,000 sterling and £500 pounds sterling. £191,500 sterling.
Stam?
Madam Speaker, if the Honourable Minister would be inclined to advise us how many paintings.
Member, if I may, I believe the Minister answered that question already.
Sorry.
Member for Princess Down.
Madam Speaker, question number 23 to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Madam, many thanks, Madam Speaker. Question 23A. Yes, the Trinidad and Tobago National participated in the Commonwealth Youth Forum. Besides the spouse of the Honourable Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, 5 Trinidad and Tobago nationals representing civil society participating in the Commonwealth Women's Forum and the Commonwealth People's Forum. In respect of B, there was no drawdown on the exchequer of Trinidad and Tobago to fund the participation of representatives of non-governmental organizations and civil society organizations at these fora. In the interest of minimizing the cost of the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago, the government did not assume any liability for participation in the CHOGM, that's the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting and related meetings, beyond that which arose in respect of the official delegation. The government of Trinidad and Tobago played no role in the selection of persons either affiliated to or representing the NGO movement or the civil society organizations in Trinidad and Tobago at the above-mentioned forum. Should I go to question 24?
No.
Okay, thanks, Madam.
Is this a supplemental? All right. Member for Princess Down.
Madam Speaker, to the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs, question number 24.
Do I have the floor? Madam, the following are the details of the Honourable Prime Minister's itinerary. Outbound journey, the Honourable Prime Minister departed Port of Spain on Sunday, the 22nd of November, 2015, and BA 2158 at 6:45 p.m., arriving in London at 8:55 in the morning of the 23rd of November, and connecting on that very date to Air Malta 117, departing London at 11:55 a.m. and arriving in Valletta, Malta at 4 p.m. on the Monday, the 23rd of November. I wish to highlight, Madam Speaker, that for all practical purposes, the Prime Minister traveled continuously for 21 hours in order to arrive at the destination, that is Malta. Consequently, there was no overnight stay in London or route to Malta on the night of the 23rd of November 2015. This conscious choice of itinerary resulted in cost savings on behalf of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. With respect to the inbound or homeward journey, the Honourable Prime Minister departed Valletta Malta at 8:40 a.m. on Monday, the 30th of November 2015 on Air Malta 116 and arrived in London at 10:55 a.m. on the same day. The Prime Minister then departed London on the 3rd of December 2015 on BA 2159 at 10:05 a.m. and arrived in Port of Spain at 5 p.m. that said very day. The total cost of the Prime Minister's visit to London, inclusive of hotel, transportation, and subsistence, was $206,240.70. Relative to the disaggregation of the costs, as it were, in respect of the Prime Minister, the cost of travel was $23,476.99. Mrs. Sharon Rowley, $4,878.34. Senator, the Honorable Dennis Moses, $19,818.50. Security Officer to the Prime Minister, $15,346.44. Security Officer to Mrs. Rowley, $15,346.44. Protocol Officer to the Prime Minister, $15,346.44. Director Producer, $15,346.44. Photographer, the said amount, $15,346.44. The cost of transportation in respect of the leasing of 2 vehicles amounted to $12,293.12. Madam Speaker, the approach adopted by the government of Trinidad and Tobago in constituting the delegation at the meeting, the Commonwealth Head of Government meeting, and to managing its operations was to ensure that there are no hangers-on. No one who did not have a specific and necessary role in contributing to the attainment of the goals of the mission. With respect to Part C of this question, I wish to state that no members of the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs accompanied the Prime Minister to any People's National Movement fundraising dinner in London. Relative to D, well, in this case, a response is not applicable. And finally, in respect of E, yes, the High Commissioner of Trinidad and Tobago to the United Kingdom hosted a meeting of the Trinidad and Tobago diaspora in London on November the 30th, 2015. About 350 persons, nationals of Trinidad and Tobago, attended the meeting, which was held at the Chelsea Old Town Hall. Madam President, or Speaker, thanks.
Member for Barataria Sanwan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 27 to the Minister of Public Utilities.
Madam Speaker, the Community-Based Environmental Protection and Enhancement Program, CPEP, Company Limited's mandate was to use in-house registered contractors as a means of creating and developing entrepreneurs within communities. The health sector initiative caused CPEP to exceed its mandate by outsourcing contractual services to non-CPEP contractors for construction and remedial work in the health sector. The CPEP Company Limited is currently conducting a comprehensive audit of all works undertaken by the contractors who engage under this initiative. The assessment process started in November is expected to last approximately 3 months. Once this process is completed, the government will undertake to provide the necessary payments to those contractors who were legitimately engaged under the health sector initiative.
Member for Barataria San Juan.
Question number 28 to the Minister of Communications. Sorry, the Minister of Health. You get worried there?
I thought you changed my portfolio there. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Arrears payable to doctors and nurses will be paid before the end of fiscal 2016. Thank you.
Member for Barataria San Juan.
Question number 29 to the Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Education is pleased to announce to this Honourable House, as has already been presented in the local media, that all of our schools, including those mentioned in this question, will open on Monday, January 4th, 2016, following the 3 weeks. This was a significant achievement and was accomplished through great efforts on the part of the ministry officials and our colleagues at the EFCL. The most recent status report submitted to the ministry is as follows. Monroe Road Hindu School, it was opened on December the 3rd, 2015. Outstanding statutory approvals have been received. Shogunas APS, opened on Monday, November 30th, 2015. Repairs to the sewer system are currently taking place and should be completed by January 16th, 2016. Montrose Vedic Primary School, this was opened on Tuesday, November 24th, 2015. Skin irritation issues have been addressed through sanitization of all classrooms and the furniture. Lower Mova Government Primary School, this was opened on Thursday, December 3rd, 2015. The air conditioning issues have been successfully addressed. Piccadilly Government Primary School, all teachers and the students of this school are now accommodated at the Tranquility Government Primary School with effect from Monday, November 30th, 2015. The existing Piccadilly Government Primary School structure has been deemed unfit for accommodation. The Ministry of Education is currently examining options for the construction of a new school building. It is envisaged that this construction will commence during the 4th quarter of 2016. Palo Seco Government Primary, it was opened on January 4th, 2016. Repairs to the sewer system have been completed. South Owapuch RC Primary, opened on January 4th, 2016. Repairs to the flooring and ancillary works have been completed. Santa Rosa Government Primary School, opened on January 4th, 2016. Some minor electrical works are still to be completed, but the school is functional. Aruka Government Primary School, opened on Monday, November 30th, 2015. Some minor electrical works are still to be completed, but the school is functional. Moruga RC Primary School, this school has been demolished, and students and teachers are currently accommodated at 2 locations. A contractor has been engaged by EFCL to put down and outfit a number of containers that can serve as classrooms on the compound of the school. It is expected that this work will be completed by January 31st, 2016, and that all students and staff can be accommodated thereafter. Ramaitres Hindu School, completion of the new school is targeted for the 2nd quarter of 2016. Students and staff have been relocated at Hanuman Milan Temple in Penal Rock Road. Vistabella Primary Presbyterian, it was opened on January 4th, 2016. Electrical works have been completed. And Brothers Road Presbyterian Primary School, it was opened on January 4th, 2016. repairs have been completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 31 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For 2015, National Gas Company has projected an after-tax profit of 21.2%.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a supplemental to the Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs. That percentage is reflective of what? In dollars and cents.
Madam Speaker, the question asks what is the profit margin. So the profit margin is 21.2%. For the information of the honourable member, the profit margin is based on the revenue and the tax. So this profit margin was based on a 13.2 billion revenue and an after-tax profit of 2.8 billion.
Members, question number 30, the deferral has been vacated. May I now call on the member for point of prayer.
Madam Speaker, question number 30 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Firstly, it should be noted that the catalyst material which was deposited was primarily a sand-based substance and presented a low health risk to residents based on the level and extent of exposure. Notwithstanding, Petrotrin conducted an initial health impact assessment and devised a three-part response strategy comprising a medical response, a cleanup plan, and a communication plan. The medical response entailed provision of health care at Petrotrin's medical facilities in Pointe-a-Pierre, that's the Augustus Long Hospital, provision of an ambulance service, use of a 24-hour emergency hotline, and personal visits by Petrotrin's medical doctor as required. The cleanup plan consisted an impact assessment to determine which homes were affected, the use of cleanup crews to clean interior and exterior of affected homes in Marabella, and the post-cleanup assessment. The communication plan included interaction with affected residents before, during, and after cleanup activities, media releases, and provision of updates to residents. Petrotrin has indicated that all affected persons have been documented and provision has been made for them to avail themselves of a surveillance check within 1 year at the Augustus Long Hospital. Subsequent review frequency will be determined at that time and will be dependent on the results obtained.
Member for point of prayer.
Thank you, Minister. Could the Minister say what caused that incident? What was the reason?
I believe that's a new question. Oh, you allowed it. Okay. Well, it was an upset with the fluid catalytic cracking unit.
Leader of the Opposition.
Question number 33 to the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the last quarter of 2015, using the authority under the law, the Minister of Finance instructed the central bank to do a number of things with respect to foreign exchange. Included in those instructions was an instruction to clear the backlog of foreign exchange demand that was in the system. The central bank had calculated the backlog of demand at $500 million. So the $500 million injection went to clear the backlog of foreign exchange demand that existed at that time.
Sorry, Honourable Speaker. Thank you very much. The question asks whether you'd completed your investigations as to what use the foreign exchange was put, the specific uses.
Yes, no, I have no difficulty with the supplemental. The fact is that we had asked the central bank to do a number of things. One is to revert to the pre-2014 arrangements. The other, as I've just indicated, was to clear the backlog. And yes, we received a list of the categories of traders who were beneficiaries of that $500 million. I would not want to say any more at this time. Well, yes, I have completed my...
Member for Caroni Central.
Question number 34 to the Minister, Honorable Minister of National Security.
Madam Speaker, in support of the United Nations Global Counterterrorism Strategy, the international community agreed to affirm its commitment to the global fight against terrorism by instituting the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2178 on September 24, 2014. Trinidad and Tobago co-sponsored this resolution and subsequently took steps to formalize a counter-terrorism strategy. In December 2014, the Counter-Terrorism Steering Committee, appointed by the National Security Council Secretariat, prepared a draft counter-terrorism strategy subsequent to co-sponsoring the resolution. In view of the changing international security landscape and the recent terrorist activities in Paris in November 13, 2015, the Ministry of National Security is reviewing the draft document to address relevance and implementation, Madam Speaker.
Member for Caroni East.
Supplement. Sorry.
Can a supplemental question? Yes. You didn't catch my eye, you'll be permitted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to ask, recently there was a statement which indicated that there are about 151 people from the Caribbean who have been abroad on terrorist activity. Do we have an idea of the Trinidad and Tobago number? You may or may not.
Oh, that is a supplemental question to question 34. Member for Caroni East.
5 to the Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, this question was listed for a written response, and as the Leader of the House said, this response will be circulated in due course.
No. That is question 36.
35, Honorable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, the homework centers, formerly known as the After School Studies Centers program, came to an end in May 2015 under the tenure of the last administration. The Ministry of Education is reviewing the program with a view to determining whether it should be continued. Thank you.
Member for Caroni East.
37 to the Minister of Education. Not 36.
32 was not.
Madam Speaker, on December 11th, 2015, the Minister of Education approved the employment on contract of 135 continuous assessment component monitors for a period of 1 year. These monitors are currently assuming duty and are being deployed to schools. That having been said, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Education wishes to advise that a report conducted in 2015 by the Monitoring and Evaluation Unit of the Ministry of Education has highlighted several challenges with respect to the CAC component. These include, 1, school staff, 60%, felt that the CAC is not a good fit with the school's timetable and the calendar. The contact time needed to implement CAC is perceived to negatively affect teaching time for the mathematics and English components of the final SEA examination. 2, the training provided for the implementation was reported as inadequate by 56% of principals and 60% of teachers. Management of the CSE implementation was categorized as informal with limited collaboration and reportedly unclear roles, responsibilities, and reporting lines at the level of the ministry. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education intends to host a national consultation on education in February 2016 and expects that feedback will be provided on the above-mentioned issues relating to the continuous assessment component of the secondary entrance assessment examination and other issues. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Caroni East.
Based on what you're going to do in the future in terms of a consultation, again, are you aware that a consultation was done in 2011 with regards to the CAC, 2 national consultations and 8 district consultations? And if so, if you're unaware of it, I would indicate to you that you should look at what was...
Honourable Member, is the supplemental questions...
Are you aware whether consultation was done in 2011 on that?
Madam Speaker, I am aware that there were consultations, but the feedback that I have received from the Ministry of Education is that those consultations did not provide the requisite answers to the problem. And as a result, there's need to have a full-fledged national consultation on education where we review the entire education system.
Honourable Member for Couva South.
Another supplemental.
Honourable Member for Couva South, I recognize him as indicating that he wanted to ask a question.
Madam Speaker, just seeking some clarification because...
Supplemental question?
No supplemental.
Okay, I'm recognizing supplemental questions. Okay. Honourable Member for Caroni East.
Are you aware that 85% of the participants in the consultation in 2011 expressed serious affirmative action for the continuous assessment component?
Honourable Member for Caroni East, I would not entertain that as a supplemental question. Honourable Member for Couva South.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. I am seeking guidance and clarification because I could, if recollecting correctly, there was a deferral that was sought for question 30 and 33. I am seeking clarification on what has happened to the response for question number 32.
I'm indeed grateful, and I'm now going to indicate to members that the response for question number 32 is ready. May I call on the member for Couva South?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 32 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The structure of an organization is usually informed by its strategy. With the expiration of its strategic plan 2011 to 2015, NGC commenced preparation of a new strategic plan for the period 2016 to 2020. This plan is due to be finalized in the second quarter of 2016 and will inform the actions that NGC will take with respect to its structure and operations. In light of this, parts B and C are not applicable. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, may I indicate that apart from question 10 of the written answers, question number 36 will also be circulated today, and I'm asking for a deferral of 2 weeks for questions 6 and 18 of the written answers. Thank you.
Deferral is granted.
Thank you.
Request for leave to move the adjournment of the House on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers.
The Minister of Public Utilities.
personal explanations, introduction of bills. Number 1, the Finance Bill 2016 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 64-1B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Finance Bill 2016 be taken later in the proceedings.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stage of the Finance Bill 2016 be taken later in the proceedings. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? I guess the ayes have it.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House and moved by a minister, public business, government business, bills, second reading.
The Minister of Finance.
I don't seem to have that procedure. Do you have it there? Thank you. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to provide for the variation of certain duties and taxes and to include provisions of a fiscal nature and for related matters be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, before I make my presentation on the bill, I would like to set the background on which I propose to speak. The finance bill being presented today is in line with government's macroeconomic strategy, geared to give priority to the much-needed fiscal adjustment, while at the same time setting the stage for broad-based medium-term growth. Madam Speaker, this administration, upon assuming office in September 2015, met our economy with significant fiscal and external imbalances, caused in part by the dramatic fall in oil and gas prices, but also because of inappropriate macroeconomic policies. Since then, oil and gas prices have declined even further, and currently international oil prices are at the lowest level since 2004. If I digress, Madam Speaker, I would like to share with this Honourable House information that I received from the Ministry of Energy today. And for the month of October, the weighted average of local crude oils, $45.22. For the month of November, the weighted average price of local crude, $41.04. And the estimate for the month of December is $36.05. The estimate, therefore, of the weighted average of local crude oil prices for the period October to December 2015 is $40.84. Now, Madam Speaker, when one speaks about the price of oil in this part of the world, the benchmark crude that is usually used as a reference is West Texas Intermediate. So just for the information of honorable members present and for the national community, I will also give the price of WTI for these months. In October, WTI, the average price was $46.36. In November, excuse me, $42.60. And in December, $37.19, giving an estimated or actual WTI price for October to December of $42.05. I thought it was necessary to give this information so we can put our revenue situation into context. As we are aware, the budget was predicated on an oil price of $45, so that we are some way below that. In fact, just over $4 below the budget estimates at this time. I would also like to share with this House some information prepared for me by the Budgets Division, which gives estimates, which are preliminary at this point in time, in terms of the effect of the decline in oil prices below the budget figures. The Budget Division has done a series of scenarios for me, predicated on an oil price of $45, an oil price of $40, an oil price of $35, and an oil price of $30. And at this time, Madam Speaker, the information available to me is as follows. And I wish to give this House and the national community an assurance that as information becomes available, I will freely share this information with this Parliament and the national community.
You want the VAT list now?
You'll get it. Don't worry. The total revenue estimate for fiscal 2016 is $60 billion, of which, and I think it is important that people understand this, that of the $60 billion estimated in revenue for fiscal 2016, the revenue from oil was only estimated at $5.5 billion. So we were very, very conservative. We do not operate by VAPs on this side. So that was broken down into petroleum profits tax PPT and SPT of 3.2 billion, unemployment levy of 300 million, royalties from oil of 1.1 billion, withholding tax of 156 million, profit sharing 450 million, oil impost of 128 million, and small signature bonus of 2 million, making a total of $5,449 estimated revenue with an oil price of $45 out of a total of $60 billion. When the oil price drops to $40, Madam Speaker, it is estimated that the revenue from oil will drop from $5.4 billion to $3 billion. So you'd have an approximate reduction of $2.4 billion. When it drops to $35, it is not a direct linear movement. As the price reduces, the revenues do not reduce in the same way. When the price drops to $35 a barrel, Madam Speaker, the revenue drops to $2.8 billion. It is not significantly less than $40. And when it drops to $30, the revenue drops to $2.75 billion. So the real issue is the drop between 45 and 40, where there's a significant drop. So at this time, Madam Speaker, if the oil price averages $40 for fiscal 2016, we expect a shortfall of about $2.4 billion in terms of revenues from oil. Oil prices are volatile. None of us have a crystal ball, and we will have to monitor this situation as it progresses. And I give the assurance I will continue to update members of the national community and this House with respect to the effect of the drop in oil prices on government revenues. But at this stage, we're looking at a shortfall of about $2.4 billion if oil prices continue to be depressed as they are now. Let me move on now, Madam Speaker. This dramatic energy price shock, combined with the steady reduction in domestic production, is having a debilitating impact on our fiscal and external accounts. And there will be spillover effects on the level of economic activity and employment. Madam Speaker, tax collections from the energy sector averaged $26 billion, or 16% of GDP, over the period 2010 to 2014, but fell to $19 billion in 2015, or 11% of GDP, and are now projected to fall further to $12 billion, or 7% of GDP. In order to explain any apparent discrepancy between the figures, these are for the total energy sector, which would of course include natural gas and other energy-based industries. But the fact is that the contribution of the energy sector to GDP has fallen from 16% tax collections I'm talking about in the 2010 to 2014 period to 7% in 2016. The consensus at this time is that due to structural changes in the global energy markets, oil and gas prices are likely to remain depressed for some time. Together with uncertain prospects for our own domestic hydrocarbon production, it makes it urgent and critical that the economy in general and the public finances in particular reduce its dependence on the energy sector. And this is the context I spoke about, Madam Speaker. I thought before I went into the measures, it was necessary to put this debate into context, where we have an anticipated shortfall in revenues from oil of approximately $2.4 billion if the current average of $40 per barrel continues. So we need to put things into perspective. We need to understand that the paradigm has changed. Because if one looks at the average oil prices over the 2002 to 2008 period, and then from 2010 to 2015, oil prices averaged between $80 and $100 in the period 2011 to 2015, peaking at $106 in the 2014 period. A decline began around mid-2014 from $106 down to the present figure, which is in the 30s. In fact, those of us who study oil prices would have recognized that oil prices hit the lowest figures for the last 12 years within the last week or so. Oil prices dipped down to $32 actually. And in fact, it's caused me to put an application on my smartphone that I now have the ability to tell you what the price of oil is. And as of now, the price of WTI is $31.05, believe it or not. This is real time. So, no, this is spot market. This is futures. We're talking apples and apples here, so that the WTI price that we use for reference, where we used 45, it's now 31. So I think everybody needs to understand what is going on with Trinidad and Tobago. The paradigm has changed. And this is the context for this bill. This bill flows from the budget statement, and in fact it flows from some of the manifesto promises made by the People's National Movement in the last general election. You'll recall, Madam Speaker, in my 2016 budget presentation, I underscored the need for fiscal stabilization in order to facilitate faster economic growth over the medium term. I also stressed the need for the poor and most vulnerable to be cushioned from the impact of the fiscal adjustment as much as is possible. To this end, several fiscal measures were announced to take effect from the beginning of 2016. And we, on this side, undertook to have a comprehensive mid-year budget review by the end of March 2016 or April 2016 to make further adjustments in light of the prevailing domestic and international environment after consultations with stakeholders. Let me stress at the outset, because I would not wish to have any misunderstanding here today, Madam Speaker, this bill is not the midterm review. This is simply implementation of budget measures announced in the October 2015 budget. And specifically, the bill addresses the reform of the value-added tax regime, the increase in personal allowance for lower income wage earners, a manifesto promise of the PNM, the increase in the business levy and the green fund levy, additional measures to provide relief to senior citizens, again, fulfillment of a promise in the manifesto of the People's National Movement. I also wish to signal at this point, I saw a newspaper report which indicated that the property tax would be dealt with during this debate. I have absolutely no idea where that idea came from. Property tax is not mentioned in this bill, and there was no statement from me or any member of the government that we would deal with property tax at this time. So I just want to clear that up. This debate is not about property tax. What I would also want to say, what I would also like to say, Madam Speaker, let me give some indication of the legislative agenda of the Ministry of Finance going forward into the first 6 months of the year. Because this is Finance Bill number 1. We're going to have a Finance Bill number 2. And that, I am sure the member for Tabaquite would like to know, will deal with incentives to stimulate the construction industry, particularly to facilitate the participation of the private sector in the housing construction sector. So that will be Finance Bill number 2, which we will address in February, where we will deal with, again, with some of the measures we spoke about in the budget, in terms of stimulating the construction of multi-story car parks and so on, and also new incentives for construction, as indicated by the Honorable Prime Minister in his address to the nation with regard to inviting and facilitating the private sector in the construction of housing and land development for housing. That will be Finance Bill number 2. We also have the closing of the accounts, the 2015 accounts from the previous fiscal year. That will take place later in this month. And in addition, Madam Speaker, we will be bringing amendments to the Property Tax Act to resolve the current misunderstandings, which I see outside there, with respect to what is the government's intention with respect to property tax or land and building tax, whatever you want to call it. What's in the name? It's a tax on land and a tax on buildings. What's in the name? So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think I could express this in the clearest possible terms in this way. The commitment that we have given is that the amount of tax that persons who are owners of lands and buildings paid in 2009 on their properties will be what they will be required to pay in 2016. So if you paid $1,000 a year in 2009 on your property, whether it is a piece of land or whether it is a building or whether it is land and building, you'll be required to pay the same amount in 2016. So it's, when I said at the same values and the same rates, what I meant is that it's the same amount of money that land and building owners will be required to pay in 2016. Because I said in the budget that in the first instance, we will be imposing, not reintroducing, because it's already there. We'll be causing the payment, requiring the payment of tax on land and buildings at the same rates and same levels. And I now clarify, and I hope that this clarifies it once and for all, because I see all sorts of things coming out in the public domain. It is the same amounts that people will be required to pay in 2016. In 2016, we will continue the valuation process. We will bring properties onto the rolls, and we will adjust the percentages, the formula, and the method of calculation, used in the property tax legislation to ensure that there is fairness and equity, Madam Speaker, and affordability, and that those who are least able to afford an imposition of a tax are relieved from this responsibility. So let me just clear this up. We will be charging people the same amount of money that they paid in 2009 for the fiscal 2016, for the calendar year 2016. And the amended property tax legislation will come to this Parliament in March, Madam Speaker, if all goes according to plan. But that is our plan, that by the end of the first quarter of 2016, that we will bring the necessary amendments to the Property Tax Act to make it crystal clear that we are charging the same amounts in 2016 as were charged in 2009. So, yeah, well, we'll deal with that at that debate at that time. Madam Speaker, may I also say that we will also be bringing the gambling and betting bill to the House so that we can regulate that sector once and for all. That will also come in the first 6 months of 2016. And as signaled by the Honorable Prime Minister, we will also bring to this House in the first half of 2016 amendments to the Heritage and Stabilization Act so that we can separate the Heritage Fund from the Stabilization Fund. So I think I have covered everything. My colleague to my left has reminded me about the insurance bill. We will also seek, if it is possible, to bring the insurance bill within the first 6 months of this year. So let me recap. We are now dealing with the finance bill, which I call finance bill number 1, which is to deal with budget measures. We have the closing of the accounts later this month. We have finance bill number 2 next month, which is to deal with incentives for construction and housing. We have the amendments to the Property Tax Act to resolve these misunderstandings outside there, which we will bring in March. We have the mid-year review, which in all likelihood will be in April. We have the gambling and betting amendments, which will come in the first half. I can't say the exact month. We have the Heritage and Stabilization Act amendments, again, which will come in the first half. And if time permits, we will do the insurance bill. So I just thought I would let people know what our plan is for the first 6 months of this year and make it crystal clear that this is not the mid-year review. Now, Madam Speaker, let me deal with the bill before the House. The first clause, of course, is just the title. The second clause deals with the effective date of the provisions. We have a number of provisions here. They include the increase in the personal allowance from 60,000 to 72,000. That will take effect from the 1st of January. The waiver of fees for driver's permits and passports for persons over the age of 60. That will take place from the 1st of January. The increases in the Green Fund and Business Levy will come into force from the date of assent of this Act. And the value-added tax changes will come into force on the 1st of February. Clause 3 of the bill deals with the amendment to the immigration regulations, Madam Speaker. And in our manifesto and also in our budget statement, we had indicated that we are going to try to assist senior citizens, persons who have served their country, and introduce a suite of incentives to retirees and senior citizens, similar to what is done in other progressive countries. It is therefore proposed to amend Clause 3 of the Immigration Regulations, Chapter 1801, to exempt senior citizens from the payment of any fee for the issue of a passport and other travel document. And, Madam Speaker, this will apply to persons who are over the age of 60. And this is not a misprint. This is 60. 60. Yes, there are quite a few members of this House, including your honorable self, who will now be exempt from the payment of fees for passports. So from anybody who has attained the age of 60 years will now be exempt from the payment of fees for passports. Similarly, Clause 4 of the bill deals with driver's permits. And again, a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago who is 60 years of age and over is now going to be exempt from the payment of fees for the issue of a driver's permit. And again, that is 60 years. It is not a misprint. Madam Speaker, another measure in this bill before the House is to again fulfill a manifesto commitment, and Madam Speaker, that deals with the personal allowance for taxpayers. And let me just give you some details with respect to how many people will be involved and how many people will be assisted by this measure. In order to provide relief to working families, in order to put additional income into the pockets of such families, we propose that with effect from the 1st of January 2016, the personal allowance under the Income Tax Act will be increased from $60,000 to $72,000. This means that persons earning less than $6,000 per month will no longer be liable for income tax. This will remove approximately 21,000 persons from the income tax rolls at an estimated cost of $60 million. It will also improve 60 million. 60. It will also facilitate an improvement in income tax administration, and it is a P&M manifesto promise made and delivered, Madam Speaker. The other features of this legislation are the increase in the business levy and the green fund levy. As I indicated at the beginning of my presentation, we need to spread the burden of adjustment. We are proposing to amend the applicable legislation, Section 5A1 of the Income Tax Act, Section 3A1 of the Corporation Tax Act, to increase the business levy from 0.2% to 0.6% on the gross sales or receipts of a person or company for each year of income. It should be noted, however, that a person or company is entitled to a tax credit against the business levy liability for any payment made in respect of an income tax or corporation tax liability for the year of income up to the maximum of the business levy liability. And let me explain what that means. You only pay business levy if you do not declare a profit and you do not pay income tax. So this addresses businesses that simply do not declare profits. They have sales, sales could be substantial, but they declare losses continuously. They participate in the economic system of Trinidad and Tobago. When this tax was first introduced in 1993, and that's when it was, 22 years ago, and those opposite have administered this tax for the periods that they have been in government. The business levy is designed to target those companies that have sales but chronically do not make any profit, but they participate in the economy of Trinidad and Tobago and benefit from the services provided by the public, by taxpayers. And you have businesses with very large volumes, very large turnover, which mysteriously do not declare profits year after year after year. The green fund levy will also be increased. Clause 8 will amend Section 62(1) of the Miscellaneous Taxes Act to increase the tax from 0.1% to 0.3%. And as I indicated, these measures will take effect from the date of assent of this act, which we expect to be around the 20th or the 21st of January, depending on how things go in the Senate and how long it takes to get the bill assented to and so on. We expect by around the 21st of January or so, the business levy and the green fund increases will come into effect. Now, Madam Speaker, let me digress. I have been at pains in this Parliament over the last couple of months to explain that the government cannot access the green fund. Nobody seems to understand why.
They said it wasn't true.
And yes, I'm hearing now that it even wasn't true. I think it's time to give an explanation of how the government accounts work. The government uses the exchequer account to run its business. The exchequer account has a series of deposits and it has a series of withdrawals. As an example, there is 8.2 billion in deposits in the government unemployment fund within the government accounts. The unemployment fund is funded by oil companies. There's $3.8 billion in the special account for the Green Fund. However, Madam Speaker, all of the government funds are pooled in one area. So you have a series of deposits, and I can just list some of them. You have the Treasury Deposits account, $11.3 billion. The Treasury Suspense account, $5.1 billion. You have the, as I indicated, the Government Unemployment Fund, $8.3 billion. These are all deposits. The Green Fund, $3.8 billion, and so on. The CARICOM Petroleum Fund, $240 million, and so on. Some of the smaller ones. The Infrastructure Development Fund, $921 million. These are all deposits. But the way the system is supposed to work is that you're not supposed to withdraw against the deposits to the extent that you can't get access to the deposits. So when you look at the total of deposits, including $3.8 billion in the Green Fund, and you look at the total withdrawals, you will see the exchequer account is withdrawn, exchequer number 1 is withdrawn to the tune of $43 billion. Exchequer number 2 is in credit $8 billion. So when you pool the two exchequer accounts together, you find our exchequer account is overdrawn to the tune of some $35 billion. So that all of the deposits, the Green Fund deposit, the Unemployment Fund deposit, the deposits coming from petroleum and so on, have been used as collateral against the withdrawals made from the fund. So that the Green Fund is just there. It cannot be touched because we run on an overdraft system. The overdraft allowed to the government is $9 billion, 15% of expenditure. So if expenditure is $60 billion, overdraft allowable is $9 billion. When you look at the deposits that have been put in, the withdrawals that have come out, plus the overdraft, it's just like a bank account. If you have a bank account with $200 in the bank, and your overdraft is $100, and you're overdrawn by $300, you can't touch that $200. I hope I've made it clear. So we can't touch the Green Fund because the government has made withdrawals against the deposits in the Green Fund that as security that go beyond the value. So you can't touch $1 in the Green Fund. And as I indicated, Madam Speaker, when we came in, the overdraft was almost up to the limit of $9 billion. It was 8.8. There was $200 million left available to the government in the exchequer account. The way this country is supposed to run, you're supposed to be in credit in your cash balances in the central bank to the extent of the deposits in the Green Fund and the deposits in the Unemployment Fund. So if you have $3.8 billion in deposits in the Green Fund and $11.2 billion in deposits in the Unemployment Fund for argument's sake, which together, when you add those together, you get $15 billion, we should be in credit to the extent of $15 billion, which will allow us to fully access the Unemployment Fund and fully access the Green Fund. If we want to touch the Green Fund alone, we should be in credit to the extent of $3.8 billion, the same amount of the deposits of the Green Fund. Then you'll be able to draw down the whole Green Fund. But we are not in credit. We're in overdraft. And we came into government almost $9 billion in overdraft. And I hope that explains why, while the Green Fund is there, it's been pledged against the overdraft, and you can't touch it. I just want to make this absolutely clear. And one of the benefits of increasing the Green Fund It will increase the levy. It will increase the deposits and restore our credit balance in the exchequer account and allow us finally to get some access to the green fund. So as you increase the amount of the green fund levy and the earnings and the deposits from the green fund go up, then that improves our cash balance and we can get access to some part of the green fund. So that's one of the benefits of increasing the green fund levy. And again, the green fund levy is a levy against sales. It is designed to deal with the environment, Madam Speaker. It is the National Environmental Fund of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The purpose of the fund is to provide financial assistance to community groups and organizations for activities related to reforestation, remediation, environmental education, and public awareness of environmental issues and conservation of the environment. So you have this $3.8 billion there. That is for reforestation, conservation, remediation, and so on. And you can't touch 1 cent of it because it has been pledged against the overdraft. In the same way, if you have a fixed deposit and you pledge it against your overdraft and then you max out your overdraft, you can't cash in your fixed deposit. So I hope I've put this in the simplest possible terms. Sure.
Thank you very much. I just want to indicate that the Green Fund, you can only access, based on a cabinet decision, a maximum of $150 million a year on an annual basis.
Yes, well, Madam Speaker, we can access $150 at this point in time. We can access $150. Okay, so we have one of the benefits of increasing the Green Fund levy is that it puts more money into the Green Fund, puts the fund back into credit, so you could access even that $150 million you're talking about, member for Chaguanas West. But let's move on now. So we're increasing the business levy and we're increasing the Green Fund levy because we need to spread the burden of adjustment across the population. So these two funds are designed to deal with businesses that don't pay tax, Madam Speaker. Well, the business levy in particular, not so much the Green Fund. Let me come now to value-added tax. With respect to value-added tax, the reform of VAT has 3 main features: reducing the incidence of zero rating, reducing the VAT rate, and increasing the VAT registration threshold. With respect to zero rating, value-added tax is a major source of revenue in most countries of the world, developing and developed. The importance of value-added tax in most countries reflects the need to strike a balance between the taxation of consumption and the taxation of income, since the taxation of income is more likely to serve as a disincentive to production and labor. In principle, the value-added tax is meant to be a broad-based consumption tax that is simple to administer while being a major source of government revenue. Unfortunately, with our disproportionate dependence on energy taxes, successive governments in Trinidad and Tobago have deviated from the accepted principles of value-added tax. We currently have a VAT system with an extensive zero rating of domestic supplies and one in which a sizable share of goods and services are VAT exempt. In 2010, in an ill-conceived attempt to reduce the cost of living, approximately 7,000 items were zero rated. The latest available data indicates that 64% of all sales are either zero rated or exempt, and 50% of all imports are not subject to VAT. Madam Speaker, an IMF study done in 2012 shows that the productivity of our value-added tax, that is to say, the ratio of potential to collections of VAT to actual collections of VAT, is only 0.4. In other words, we only collect 40% of the VAT that we could potentially collect, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's about half the average level internationally and lower than most Caribbean countries. We are way behind the Caribbean in terms of the efficiency of our VAT system. In the bill before us today, we are proposing to reduce the list of zero-rated items to include only those basic foods and other items that comprise a major share of the basic budget of the bulk of the population. Non-essential, non-basic, and luxury items have and will be removed from the zero-rated or exempt list. We are still reviewing the list as we speak, and any further changes to the list will be dealt with at the time of the mid-year review. It is important that we understand the difference between zero-rated and exempt items. Zero-rated supplies of final goods and services are especially costly in terms of revenue foregone. This is because zero rating removes all VAT, including any tax paid at earlier stages of production. In the case of exempt items, refunds of VAT paid at earlier stages may not be applicable. Madam Speaker, the proposed lists of goods and services to be zero-rated will be published on the Ministry's website later today. I have brought with me the list, which I will circulate to honourable members in due course. But let me just say that protection of lower income groups has been shown to be more effective by direct targeting. It is much more efficient to target directly persons in need rather than to attempt to assist them through mechanisms such as the exemption and zero rating of items for value-added tax. So we're going to reduce the rate of VAT from 15% to 12.5%. It compares across the Caribbean to a rate of 17.5%, with a reduced rate of 7.5% for specific goods and services, 15% in Antigua, with a reduced rate of 12.5% for certain goods and services, 15% in St. Vincent, with a reduced rate of 10% for certain items, and 16% in Jamaica, with a reduced rate of 10% for certain items, and 16% in Guyana. And just as an aside, Madam Speaker, let me just make it clear that even though we are reducing the rate of value-added tax from 15% to 12.5%, this will not result in a decrease in the price of petroleum products. Instead, we will adjust the duty on petroleum products so that the prices at the pump will remain the same as announced in the national budget. We are also proposing an increase in the threshold for VAT registration from $360,000 to $500,000. This increase will reduce the population of VAT taxpayers by 1,300, easing the compliance burden on the smallest enterprise and improving VAT administration. This increase in the threshold to $500,000 should not affect revenue significantly, since based on data, the largest 10% of VAT taxpayers account for 95% of total sales, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, before I close, let me just give you an indication of some of the items that will now be subject to VAT. And in my winding up, after I have circulated the documents, I will provide further information for honourable members opposite. You will get it. The items that have been removed from zero rating are as follows: rice, except parboiled and boiled rice; flour, except all-purpose and wheat flour; bread, except white and whole wheat bread; cheese, except cheddar cheese and rennet-free cheese; peanut butter, salted butter, pasta, cocoa powder, coffee, mobi, orange juice, herring, tuna, mackerel, icing sugar, biscuits, grapefruit juice, vanilla essence, tomato ketchup, orange drink, groundnut oil, and so on, sunflower seeds, yogurt, dairy spreads, tea, cereal grains, prepared or preserved meat, prepared or preserved salmon, crab, shrimp and prawns, cake mix, waffles and wafers, preserved vegetables and fruits, preserved tomatoes, preserved mushrooms, preserved vegetables such as preserved potato, preserved peas, and so on, homogenized preparations, jams, fruits, jellies, marmalades, fruit, nuts, other edible parts of plants, otherwise prepared or preserved, fruit juices, sauces and preparations, soups and broths, flavoring powder for making beverages, coconut milk, artificial sweeteners, malt beverages, essence extracts and foods, spices, soya tofu, gluten, edible seeds and mixtures of seeds prepared or preserved other than by natural means, all other fish and edible parts of fish salted or in brine, and so on, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I shall pass this to the clerk for copying and circulation to honourable members, and I beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled "An Act to Provide for the Variation of Certain Duties and Taxes and to Introduce Provisions of a Fiscal Nature and for Related Matters" be now read a second time. Honourable Member for Caroni Central.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, when we got the bill, it was in this version, in which we had the arrangement of clauses, and we had a very short two-line description of what it was, and then we had the various items and the amendments which we were being asked to debate. And today we got the bill, and the addition that we got today had to do with an explanatory note, which basically outlines what the amendments really relate to. And therefore, we had, in preparation for this bill, to figure out exactly what was being asked of us, and what would be the meaning of this bill for the population at large, because at the end of the day, it is a money bill, it is a bill about finance, and it is going to impact on the population. And I must say, I listened carefully to the Minister of Finance, and I wasn't sure where he was going with the energy issues, but I realized that he was trying to give us some context, and I concede that. And then he got to the items themselves, and he focused on certain issues there. Again, he tried to lay blame on the government for the former government for the overdraft that he claims we ran up to $8.8 billion, and therefore tied up the funds in unemployment levy and in the Green Fund. And then he went on to these items that he read and said he would now circulate for us. So we had to figure out the bill coming here. We had to listen to his presentation coming here when we were here. And now we have to wait on this list of items to understand what ultimately is going to be the impact on the ordinary worker and consumer and person going into the marketplace. It is not a reasonable way to proceed, Madam Speaker. And I think the thing that hit me most in the presentation by the Minister of Finance was that I got the impression as he went through his argument that he himself was not convinced about what he was talking about. It is not that he did not know what he was presenting. He knew. He knew what he was presenting. But he was not convinced of the value of what he was presenting in the context in which he was presenting it to this House and the difference it would make to the country, the economy, and the population. And in a way, you know, the process involved a kind of, not the presentation, but the entire process so far. It has involved a kind of sleight of hand, and in some ways, disrespect to the Parliament and to the country. So the list of items we must now go on the website to read, or get a copy later on during the day. And when you look at it, you have to ask yourself, there's no purpose to the bill. When I say so, you know, usually in a bill you say the purpose of this bill is so and so. There is no such thing in this bill. I will not chastise the minister for that. But when you look at what is presented to us in this variety of pieces that have come here, some of it to give benefits to certain sectors of the population, some of it to raise taxes. It is very difficult to say ultimately what is the purpose of the bill. Because the question you have to ask is, what is the policy framework here that you are operating with? What is the context for this? And it is not enough to say it was promised in the manifesto, because, you see, on his own admission, the Minister of Finance, when he presented the manifesto to the country, indicated that the manifesto was presented and prepared on the basis of 2014 oil prices. And on the basis of that, without any consideration for the significant changes that were taking place even as he was presenting this in the economy at home and in the economy abroad, those promises now are brought here as promises to be honored before the population. So what is the policy context? What is the framework for this? And it is important to trace another element. The minister indicated what his agenda would be over the next 6 months in finance, and we're grateful for that. I will deal with that in a minute. But I think we must remind the population as well that the first presentation here by the government opposite was for the budget in September, in which there was a built-in revenue shortfall beyond the deficit. And we stood up here on this side, many members on this side, and we argued and we said there is no way that you're going to get a $6 million additional revenue on the basis of the projected VAT receipts. And there's no way that you could get a total of 12 billion, and therefore the deficit is going to be larger. And your revenue targets are unrealistic, they are unattainable. So the first presentation we had by the government was this budget with a shortfall beyond the deficit that was in fact identified in the budget. The second piece of legislation that was brought here had to do with the borrowings for the 50 billion. And basically, that was articulated in the context in which money had to be borrowed in order to proceed with projects. And therefore, it was important for the Parliament to address this issue and support the government in being able to borrow this money. We supported the legislation, but we asked the fundamental question, why so much? And we also asked, what are you going to spend the money on? So far, we have had no answer on those questions. We do not know what the priority projects are for the country. We have today that one of the priority projects is going to be housing, and we had that from the Honorable Prime Minister, who indicated in his statement outside of Parliament to the country that that was going to be a major thrust of the government. But it is the only thing we have so far in terms of the focus of the government on the economy in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, we had another piece of legislation which came here. This was by the Minister of Trade, in which the tax incentives for inputs into energy, agriculture, and manufacturing were extended for an additional 2 years. But within that debate, try as we may, we could not get from her what were the strategies for increase in production, what were the strategies for productivity enhancement, and what were the strategies for export expansion. So we extended the incentives which were already there, but it is clear that there was no concept of how these things were going to be deployed to economic advantage, growth, and development of the country. And we had another statement which had to do, and which is reinforced here today by the Minister of Finance, with the necessity of dipping into the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. And the Prime Minister has identified $1.5 billion US over 2016 and 2017, $1 billion at first, half a billion afterwards, US dollars from the Stabilization Fund. And this is the other measure that we know about in terms of government policy and action. And it is reinforced here today that legislation is going to come to make the separation of stabilization and heritage possible in order to make that act of dipping into the fund possible. And as I indicated before, all of this is being done without any priorities being declared. And today, we have a small amount being given to certain sections of the population, people over 60, people with incomes at 60,000, now 7,200, and they are getting small incentives. And what we have is really a piece of tax legislation in Trinidad and Tobago, which is going to affect every consumer, it is going to affect every small business, and it is going to affect the confidence level as well in the economy. Now, it is all right to give citizens who are 60 years and over a break on passports, the passport fee, and a break on driving permits. We have no problem with that. But what is the framework within which we are looking at senior citizens? You know, we had a comprehensive policy for this, which the leader of the opposition now, then Prime Minister, articulated publicly about a silver economy that was related to the existence of 170,000 people over the age of 60 in this country. And that is articulated in the manifesto. I have it here with me. There is no need to go into the details of that. What I want to make very clear is that anything that we did in the context of people over 60 had a policy position having to do with an aging population that needed to be addressed both as an economic group as well as a group of experience that could make a contribution to development in the society.
Giving them value.
The second thing is that we have a tax increase from 0.2% to 0.6%, a 0.4% increase, basically affecting businesses in the country. Now, it seems like a small amount, and we have been given the explanation that it is for businesses that do not pay taxes. And we know that in the system, you either pay your taxes, your corporate taxes, or you pay the business levy. It is one or the other. But it means a higher payment for every business that pays business levy in this country. Now, it is a significant increase for some of these businesses. It is going to make a difference in cost to their business, and it is going to have an effect both on the business and on the consumer who uses the products and services of those businesses. We have the personal income tax relief of $7,000, is that right? $72,000 instead of $60,000. And we're happy for those people. We don't have a problem with that. But when the VAT goes up for 7,000 more or less items, what is the $1,200 difference going to make in the context of the consuming individual citizen? So that you are giving with one hand and you are taking with another. And you're giving to a small group, but you are taking away from everybody who has to go to the store. The value-added tax is presented to us as a reduction, 15% to 12.5%. And perhaps for some items, it will be a reduction. But for most items, given what the Minister of Finance just read out to us, it is in fact going to be a 12.5% increase. And a 12.5% increase on multiple items in a basket and multiple services to an individual consumer is going to make a very big dent on the pocket. And I want the minister to be aware and alert to that. I know he understands it, but he has said that this is their policy, and we must understand the implications of the policy for ordinary citizens in the country. And then we have the miscellaneous taxes, 0.1 to, which will be increased to 0.3% for the Green Fund. And what we have then in this presentation here today, in this particular bill, is the contradiction of induced revenue losses, which are presented to us as benefits to small categories of persons with new taxation measures in the country. And the end result is that when you look at what the government has come to us to say so far, they have looked at the savings in the country to find out how can we get money from the savings to use for expenditure. They have come to us to increase the amount of borrowings so that you can borrow money to continue the level of expenditure. And you have come to us today to take taxes, both from the consumer and from businesses, and basically to say this is an additional source of revenue. And by and large, the policy is how to find money in order to meet current expenditures and how to get money to spend. And basically, that is what is driving the operating principle of the current government. These are presented here as provisions of a fiscal nature. Where does this fit? Where do these items fit in the context of fiscal policy? What indeed is the fiscal policy of the government? What is the macroeconomic framework for policy going forward? And I'm going to come to some of the legislative measures that the Minister of Finance mentioned coming at us in the future. And the fact that these measures are based on manifesto promises do not make them valid given the changed environment since January 2015 in this country and the time at which the manifesto was written. Now, this issue of the Green Fund and the unemployment levy being tied up because of the $9 billion overdraft. Now, I know for a fact that the former Minister of Finance went to meet with the new Minister of Finance when he came into office as an act of transition and an act of goodwill. And he indicated to him that, in fact, the overdraft had been run up, but he also indicated to him how the overdraft would be wiped out. And he said to him that we expected $4 billion from TGU. Now, in subsequent conversations with the Minister of Finance, he has indicated that for some reason that money was not collected. Perhaps he can explain why. But there were $4 billion waiting to be collected by the Minister of Finance before the end of the fiscal year. There was the IPO for Phoenix Park that would bring in and generate approximately $1.5 billion. And finally, there were the taxes due at the end of the fiscal year, equivalent to $6 billion. When you add up all the money, it was a total of $12 billion, which would have wiped out a 8.8 overdraft. And you would have had cash in addition beyond the overdraft that was run up. And to use your same principle, and Madam Speaker, with your permission, I will use my time. If you use the same thing, if you have $100 in the bank and you run up an overdraft for $90 and you get $110 coming in, you are going to wipe out the $90, you're still going to have your $100 and you're going to have $10 more. And basically, that is what the situation was. And no amount of discoloration of the facts is going to change what the facts were. Now, if you did not collect the money for whatever reason, if you postponed it so that you can bring it as revenue in March, which you may well be thinking about when you review your budget, then you must come straight and tell us so. Now, the other thing is that this country knew in January of 2015 what the situation and the scenario was likely to be. The leader of the opposition, then Prime Minister of the country, spoke to the country in January and indicated that they were going to make, on behalf of the government, through the Minister of Finance, a $4.5 billion cut. $1.5 billion in development projects and $3 billion in recurrent expenditure. And the Minister of Finance then began writing his letters, etc., to the ministries in order to proceed to do that. And in subsequent statements, we indicated where the cuts were going to take place. In addition, we stated very clearly on many occasions that the challenge for us was to make adjustments to live within our means, but at the same time, we could not do anything to prevent the country, the economy, from growing, because growth, together with management of the fiscal space, were very, very critical, and that they needed to go together. Because if you stop the economy, if you halted things in the economy, you would bring the economy to a standstill, and it would be much more difficult to initiate a recovery. Those are the things that were said at the time. And that is the direction in which we were headed. And those things are documented in the manifesto. In terms of page 79, it outlines all the things we would have done in September had we become the government. It outlines the 10 public-private sector projects, which we call which you call flagship projects, and it outlines the elements of the green, blue, and silver economy. Now, why the green and blue and silver economy? It's important to understand that, because we had a diversification strategy that was linked to 7 areas or clusters. And the reason why we talked about green, blue, and silver economy is because these things are based on alternative and renewable energy and sources, and were totally delinked from the existing energy economy. In today's economy, when something happens to energy, it affects every other sector because it is connected, because they are connected. And the idea was to begin a thrust that would focus diversification delinked from the energy sector while you continued with the clusters that were already linked. And that was the focus. Look at what is happening in the world today. And none of this, I think, as far as I could see in any articulation by any member of the government, is being taken into account. The fact that the Chinese economy has become the dominant driving economy in the world as the US was 20 years ago. And that with the slowdown in China, with the over-indebtedness of China, with the real estate bubble burst in China, with the stock market going down by 10% last week in China and affecting every other stock market in the world, that a global recession is real in the world, and that it's going to take a lot more than politics in Trinidad and Tobago to address that situation. Now, the other thing which is important is the business. At the end of the day, development is about trade, investment, and the interventions that make development possible. And in all the things that we are doing, we are not talking about what we have that we can export. We are not taking into account, for instance, that we sell $1 billion worth of natural gas to Chile, $1 million, worth of natural gas to Chile every year. But that Chile is now part of the Trans-Pacific Alliance. And that unless we did something with Chile that caused us to have a different kind of trade and investment framework with a country like Chile, all of these things are now going to be cut off from us in terms of a possible partner in the development process. So we are not taking those kinds of things into account. We are not even registering in our consciousness the fact that the US is now an exporter of energy because they have now passed the laws. And that the first shipment of energy just went to Holland. And this is only the beginning of their export strategy, which has implications for relations with Venezuela, which has implications for the relations of Petrocaribe with the rest of the Caribbean, which has implications for Trinidad and Tobago's role in energy going forward in the Caribbean and elsewhere. So we are not taking these kinds of things into account. Are we taking into account the conflict that has emerged between Saudi Arabia and Iran, for instance, and what this is going to mean to the kind of economy we have and to the implications for recession in the world system? Are we taking those things into account at all? Are we taking climate change and the challenge of sustainable development identified by the UN and every other? Yes.
Entitled to an extension of 15 minutes. I take it that you have asked for it and
Yes.
it's granted.
And I won't take all of it, madam. And in terms of the developments in climate change and the thrust of sustainable development, which is being advocated by every major think tank in the world and driven by the United Nations, a country like Trinidad and Tobago has two major challenges. There are 100 challenges, maybe, that you can identify, but I just want to identify two major ones. The first is that we are going to lose our landmass. And you can see it evidenced in Cedros, you can see it in Mayaro, you can see it in Manzanilla, in other parts of the country. That's the negative side. But the positive side of it is that in a situation in which water is a scarce commodity, we are going to become abundant in water because of the increase in rainfall in this part of the world, because of the change in climate. So this has implications not only for what we need to do with our coasts, it has to do with what needs to be done with our rivers and our water sources and courses. Again, matters addressed in the manifesto that we presented to this country. And more than that, it has implications for sustainable agriculture and the kinds of crops that we might be able to grow on a sustainable basis, addressing the issue of both food security as well as foreign exchange. Now, why do I raise these things? I raise these things because there is no evidence that anything that you are doing in these incentives being provided for small sections of the population of a very small and limited nature, and these taxes that you are going to impose on the population at large and businesses in particular, there is no suggestion that this fits into any wider understanding of what is happening globally, where we are headed for a recession that we are into already and that is going to get worse, or that Trinidad and Tobago has to do certain things in our regional environment here not just to survive, but to allow us to be able to thrive as an economy in this part of the world. This is very, very important. And it is not enough to come and look at the way that you deal with development in the parliament and in the country in terms of how much money, how much revenue you generate, and how much you cut, and what you spend the money on. You have to do that, of course. Those things are very important. It is important to have money. It is important to spend the money on things that matter and that make a difference in development. It is important to manage the economy as prudently as possible. But it is important to have a bigger picture of what you are doing in Trinidad and Tobago and where you are taking the country. And I say, Madam Speaker, through you, to the members on the opposite side in this House, there is not a person in Trinidad and Tobago who has a clue of where this government is taking the country. You can't come and say that the oil price is down and the last government was imprudent in the management of the money, and that we are now trying to gain revenue and to manage expenditure. That cannot be the policy of the government. Tell us where you're taking the country. Tell us where you are headed. Let us know where you are going. And I want to get now to some of the issues that were raised by in terms of the legislative agenda. The legislative agenda, he said this is Finance Bill number 1. Okay, fine, so we're dealing with this. Finance Bill number 2, he said, is incentives to the housing sector. I want to say that that is good. I have no problem with that. I just want to warn about one thing, which is that everybody who knows anything about housing knows that in the housing sector, you have a high level of foreign exchange content that makes a difference in terms of the foreign exchange pool available to this country. And I simply mention that if you are going into strategy for development and for creating jobs. You will create jobs. But I want to mention that, and which is why I emphasized earlier the export strategy of the government. The other thing is that you said that you would bring a bill for property taxes, call it land tax, you said, if you want, and it will be the same as 2009. But I thought I heard something that was a sting in the tail there, in which you indicated that the methodology would be changed after the first instance, probably in March or April, and that methodology would then differentiate between properties, one against the other, etc. Now, this was the main reason for the objection to the property tax in the first instance, because it's not the differentiation was the issue, but the arbitrariness and the lack of fairness that could emerge as an issue. And I am glad the Minister of Finance raised that, taking a cue from the member for St. Augustine who raised this issue publicly. And I want to say that this is an issue that is going to generate heated debate depending on how it is presented to this House. You mentioned the gambling and betting bill that would generate revenue. We have no problem with that. You mentioned the amendments to the Heritage and Stabilization Act. We wait for that because we want to see what you will do. You have already stated your policy. You will separate it. You'll take $1.5 billion out of it. What I want to know is how you will replenish it. That is what I want to know. And the second thing I want to know is when you reduce the import cover to 6 months, as indeed the Honorable Prime Minister indicated publicly, how are you going to replenish that? Or is this a strategy that you think is available to you between now and 2017, and on the basis of decisions that we made, you might begin to anticipate oil revenues and gas revenues again in late 2018, early 19? But let us hear. Let us see you present your case. The insurance bill, well, we wait on that. And you mentioned the mid-year review. This is going to be a very important mid-year review, because at that time you're going to have to tell the country, what are you going to do with expenditure? What are your projections for revenue generation? What is your deficit? And you're going to have to tell the country how you're going to focus the country to live within its means and grow the economy. Growing the economy is the hardest part of the equation, I want to say. It is hard. It was hard for us. It is going to be harder for you in this context. And it is a very tough challenge in a global economy in recession. And therefore, this is the most important part of the equation for confidence building in the economy. And it is not enough to say that you're going to do construction. It is not enough to say that you're going to bring these measures here. It really requires us to look seriously at the Trinidad and Tobago economy and show how, without the revenues that had been traditionally available to us in good times from energy, how we're going to manage as a country and as a people, and how we are going to grow as an economy in order to have a sustainable development for Trinidad and Tobago in the future, because that is the major challenge. Madam Speaker, that is the limit of which, that is the limit of what I want to say today. I simply want to say that these measures, while they are straightforward in their intention, are going to be unpredictable in their impacts on ordinary people. It is going to have a very negative impact on individuals who are low income. It is going to have a terrible impact on families stretching their budget to survive in these very lean and hard times, and it's going to put a lot of pressure on small businesses in the country. And that is going to have an impact even on the small employment that they create, and it's also going to have an impact on the price of their goods and services on the consumer. At the end of the day, it is citizens that are going to be impacted on this. And I think that the revenue measures need to be thought of by this government in terms of a much more coherent policy than simply getting the money from wherever you can to spend, dipping into heritage stabilization, borrowing $50 billion, taxing people either at individual level or at corporate level. The revenue measures need to be part of a coherent strategy that has to do with development, that has to do with investment, growth, and ultimately diversification and sustainable development. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to come.
Member for La Horquetta, Talparo.
Madam Speaker, it is with great honor and a sense of pride that I rise to speak on this bill that is before this honorable House today. Now, I wish to respond to the Member of Parliament for Caroni Central, who used to be my former MP in another administration. And I think the country has passed that administration. The honorable member spoke about the green, blue, and silver economy. I'd just like to remind them
that the country rejected the green, blue, and all the colors they had. On September the 7th, the country only saw red. And the red was reflective of the country's balance sheet that we also found. Let me also assist the member on the business levy. Now, the business levy is a tax that you do not pay if you declare profits. So once your business earns profit, you do not pay business levy. So there is no chance of the business levy being imposed as an additional tax on the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance has gone into great detail in explaining the situation in which this country finds itself.
It's an additional tax by 0.4%.
He has shown...
Member, please, may we have some order?
He has shown how this bill will support the 2016 budget and our attempt to get us out of the economic and financial predicament in which our country now finds itself. This predicament has arisen from the dramatic collapse in energy prices, which followed 5 years of the most profligate and corrupt administration this country has ever known. My pride in this bill arises from what it means for Trinidad and Tobago. You wanted to know the purpose? I will explain the purpose. This bill is not just about lowering the level of value-added tax to 12.5% or expanding the number of items which will now be subject to VAT. It is not just about the removal of fees for obtaining a passport and driver's permit for senior citizens or increasing the Green Fund and business levy. It is about these things, which include increasing the personal tax allowance to $72,000. But it is also about so much more. It is about fashioning the new economy for Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, this country is fortunate to have as a Prime Minister the country's longest-serving parliamentarian with the political acumen and the public support to guide us through this process. Madam Speaker, the rise and fall, boom and bust energy-dependent economy is hardest on the most vulnerable in our society. Those lower-income persons who comprise the majority of the population in my constituency. They face the hardest burden whenever there is any economic adjustment. We need to fashion an economic paradigm that reduces our vulnerability to these economic scenarios, which we have witnessed several times in our history. We had them in the 1970s, we had them in the 1980s, we had them in the 1990s, we had it again in 2009, and here we are again. Regardless of whether energy prices rise or fall, we need to understand that our economic policies, the way we as a country seek to create wealth and distribute it across Trinidad and Tobago, that economic policy is no longer sustainable. It is important for my constituents of La Horquetta Talparo that it is changed. For it is the only way we will be able to mobilize the resources required to bring the real development which the country needs. What this bill is about is fashioning that new
economic paradigm for Trinidad and Tobago. This bill is about the creation of a new economy where we eliminate wastage and promote efficiency in every aspect of Trinidad and Tobago's economic life. I am happy to support the Minister of Finance in this bill, which seeks to support the 2016 budget that ushers in this new economic era. Under the existing paradigm, the government of Trinidad and Tobago relies heavily on taxes collected from gas and oil companies for the money to make investments in the economy and run the country. Unfortunately, as the Prime Minister pointed out in his address to the nation 2 weeks ago, and has been restated by the Finance Minister today, these gas and oil companies have been earning smaller revenues for the last year and a half. Oil prices have fallen about 70% since mid-2014. Back then, the price of oil was $110 a barrel. A barrel now sells for $33. $31 are being informed. That is the situation we now find ourselves in today. Imagine if you wake up one morning, $31.42, I stand corrected. Imagine if you wake up one morning and find your income cut by 70%. How will you be able to live, pay your mortgage, pay your car installment, clothes and feed your children? That is the problem we face as a country. And the average citizen in Trinidad and Tobago, certainly those in La Horquetta, Talparo, do not have the deep reserves of savings I suspect that some of the members opposite were able to accumulate while they were in government. And I'm quite sure legitimately so. Faced with that kind of situation, you could take the position as articulated by the member for Siparia when she held the office of Prime Minister, that God is a Trini, that gas and oil prices will not fall forever, and despite the fact that both gas and oil production are declining locally, somehow we will have another energy boom. We'll just have to sit and wait it out and not make any adjustments to the economy, and things will miraculously return to normal. That is a position deeply ingrained in their political philosophy. Let me give you an example. Last Saturday, I was visited by one of my constituents who had been an employee of Hearty Foods, the supermarket which was burned down in Naparima last year. The gentleman was trying to find out what had happened to the $5,000 that was promised by the Prime Minister for the employees after last year. I told him I would be in the house today, and I would ask the member for Siparia, who announced the initiative with great fanfare, although she knew or ought to have known.
Some order, please.
She knew that the country could not afford it. You see, Madam Speaker, what the action did was to create what economists call a moral hazard. That is, a lack of incentive to guard against risk when one is protected from its consequences. It started off with one fire at Hearty Foods and then included retroactively another previous fire at MDCUM, which occurred about a month before. Now, that would have meant that any time your business suffered a similar loss, the government would have to bail you out and bail out your employees. That was their idea of good economic and social policy. Saving businesses from having to take care of their employees, and in the case of fire or other perils, normally covered by insurance. It is a policy based solely on political expediency. We were on the eve of a general election, and there was not a care for what will happen in the future. So that although they have demitted office, there has been no attempt to examine what was right or how they got it wrong, or to do any kind of self-assertion. That's why the member for Caroni Central will come today and still be talking about green, blue, and whatever color economy. Now, when we were in a similar position, we took time off, we re-engineered our party, we changed our constitution, and we faced the public afresh. They still don't even have a proper constitution. They don't have a home. They have no party structures. It is why they are incapable of planning for the future. Their only focus is the present. Now that we are back in office, we intend to do the same thing to bring real change to the governance process. We have an engineer to re-engineer the economy. We have already made the government leader by reducing the number of ministries by 10. That move will pay dividends long into the future. We have put policies in place to reduce the cost of official travel, to make the use of government vehicles more efficient. And just as we are reshaping government, we are also reshaping the economy to ensure our collection of taxes become more efficient. And that is the point of this bill today. We on this side know that any country that relies heavily on foreign exchange earned from gas and oil to balance its budget is in deep trouble. We also know that in Trinidad and Tobago, both prices and production are in steep decline. To make matters worse, the Trinidad and Tobago economy experienced 4 consecutive quarters of decline in real GDP in 2015. Now, whether you want to call it a recession, contraction, downturn, we need to take action. Trinidad and Tobago is not earning the kind of income it used to. People have a harder time keeping or finding jobs, and they are all making less money. Additionally, Madam Speaker, it is not just energy prices and production that are falling. Even in the non-oil sector, there are challenges. The World Bank recently reported in its global economic prospects, in the Chapter 4 on trade, that global trade now grows by 3.4% per year. Just 5 years ago, in 2010, global trade was growing by 13.5% a year. The world is changing. Internationally, people are buying less from each other. This cannot be good news for our local exporters at this time. So that between the reduced revenues from oil and gas, the local contraction, and the global economic slowdown, Trinidad and Tobago faces several challenges ahead. My constituents are facing several challenges. All of the structural deficiencies in all economy will necessarily become more exposed. But while many are seeing this as an economic crisis, we on this side are seeing it as an opportunity. It is an opportunity to begin real economic reform while at the same time changing how we as a government do business. Madam Speaker, I have great confidence in the Minister of Finance's ability to re-engineer this economy so that we can avoid the problems we just emerging from. Going forward, our policies must reflect correct economic principles. This is the only way we can mitigate and permanently reverse the ill effects of the current downturn. It is the only way we will be able to reduce the vulnerability of our economy in the future to the kind of economic shock now being experienced. We are not traversing virgin territory here. Other formerly mineral-rich countries have been able to overcome precisely the kind of crisis we now face by adopting measures to transform their economies. I heard the member for Caroni Central mention Chile. In a 2010 lecture by economist Alan Gelb, which was reproduced in the Center for Global Development Journal, the examples of Chile and Indonesia demonstrate that even mineral-rich countries like Trinidad and Tobago can experience windows of opportunity for good management, which leads them to diversification. Let me please that. Even mineral-rich countries with a history of instability and fractious politics can experience windows of opportunity for good management to lead them towards diversification. Madam Speaker, on September the 7th, by the election of the PNM to government, Trinidad and Tobago took the first step in creating that window of opportunity for good management that leads towards diversification. The second step in ensuring good management that leads towards diversification, according to Gelb, is also ensuring that we have good management in our state enterprises and at the central bank. This was an important element in Chile's ability to diversify from a mineral-dependent economy to a diversified one. And I'm sure my friends from Caroni Central recognizes that. So we need to ensure that we have the appropriate persons with the appropriate qualifications and experience leading the companies and organizations that are our key economic drivers. You cannot diversify an economy by putting your key institutions in the hands of people with false papers or on-the-job trainees, as those on the other side try to do. A key element in the transformation of the economy is getting the right people in the right jobs. It is a strategy which the economists agree was very useful in Chile. Madam Speaker, I am proud to say that not one official appointed under this administration has had his or her academic qualifications challenged. Madam Speaker, I think we can all agree, even those on the other side, that we finally have good people, qualified people, at the helm of the state enterprises, and importantly, at the central bank. Let me give you an idea of the kinds of problems that we face in Chile. According to Gelb, in the case of Chile, sustaining those policies required continuous efforts by the technocracy to reach out to elected officials and explain the implications of overspending. That is precisely what we are doing today in this Parliament. I keep hearing those on the other side complaining of the many consultations we have been having. Now, they don't realize that this is an important part of building the consensus that is key to obtaining our economic objectives. The only way we can diversify the economy is if we have the kind of buy-in from all sectors of the country for the direction in which we want to go. The Ministry of Communications intends to be at the forefront of the communications process to ensure we get the buy-in from the population for the transformation process to succeed. I will not be distracted by the member for Sama Barataria at any point.
Members, may I remind you all of the provisions of Standing Order 53-1F about engaging in excessive crosstalk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Trinidad and Tobago was never as badly off as either Chile or Indonesia, and we do not have to take the kind of hard measures which they had to embrace. Resource wealth, having oil and gas, isn't necessarily a bad thing. And Trinidad and Tobago has managed to avoid some of the worst aspects of the oil curse. Most countries that depend on oil and natural gas have weak institutions. Apart from leaving their economies vulnerable to the oil price swing, they tend to be less democratic, more susceptible to civil wars, and more economically underdeveloped. Our performance relative to our oil-dependent nations is good, and we should realize that we have the potential stability necessary to undertake true economic reform. And Madam Speaker, this population on September the 7th responded to our call that we should do this together. With that said, the government, led by the member for the Gomartin West, has outlined a clear plan, and I will restate it for the benefit of the member for Caroni Central. We intend to incur less spending within government ministries, and even for Christmas, we put a limit of $150 per person for Christmas parties or end of year parties. We have revised the arrangement for overseas travel, and we have now put in a 7.5% cut across the board. We have less unnecessary and inefficient spending across the state sector. We intend to use the stabilization fund, supplemented by borrowing to facilitate necessary inescapable payments and targeted investments. We intend to increase tax collection by the measures that we have today in this finance bill. And while we do these things, we are also targeting the unemployed, the poor, the vulnerable, and disadvantaged citizens, which we do in this finance bill by the measures aimed at removing the cost of removing the cost of passports and driver's permit for senior citizens. Madam Speaker, the increase in the number of items subject to VAT, while lowering the VAT rate, will ensure that value-added tax will now make a greater contribution to the economy of Trinidad and Tobago in the foreseeable future, and to some extent compensate for the fall in oil prices. But even as we do that, we ensure the welfare of the most vulnerable is protected as we send a signal to our seniors that regardless of how bad things get, we have their backs. They can depend on this government to protect their interests. It is important that the government protects the poor and vulnerable, even as it moves to increase revenue from areas where there has traditionally been high levels of tax avoidance and even evasion. We must all pay our way. We all know how we got here. Perennial budgetary expenditure that focus more on politics than economics has left us with an economy which cannot sustain the life to which we have grown accustomed. Money kept being thrown after every political problem, ignoring the fact that we were creating even greater economic ones. The Prime Minister had outlined a clear strategy to conserve foreign exchange, reduce expenditure, and increase revenue collection. This was the focus when he addressed the nation 2 weeks ago. I am assured that my constituents in La Horquetta, Talparo are in full support of the Prime Minister's statement and are in full support of the budget delivered earlier this year and of this bill, which would bring this new economic paradigm. Some of the revenue raised in the measures that we are seeking to approve here today will contribute to the housing initiative announced by the Prime Minister 2 weeks ago and which the member for Caroni Central referred to as one of the key drivers for revamping the economy. Madam Speaker, 30% of the approximately 800 people who have visited my office over the last 3 months as the MP for La Horquetta Talparo are in search of an HDC house. And if we add to that those who are seeking assistance in housing-related land issues and infrastructure support, the figure can easily cross 50%. Housing is the single largest problem in my constituency, and I've heard similar reports from all of my colleagues. Any measure which assists the government in responding to the overwhelming cry of the population for assistance while boosting the economy and providing employment is to be applauded. The second most pressing issue from those who seek my assistance as MP for La Horquetta Talparo is unemployment. Of those visiting the office, 13.7% come seeking employment. And in our effort to solve the housing problem, I feel happy that we'll also be able to make a significant dent in the unemployment situation, since in La Horquetta Talparo, we have a large population of contractors, tradesmen, and laborers in the constituency.
Your speaking time has expired. Might I ask if you'll be more than 10 minutes?
Thank you. I wouldn't, just 10 minutes. Madam Speaker, this bill will give effect to some of the measures announced in the 2016 budget and will speak to the vision for the economy articulated by the Prime Minister in his address 2 weeks ago. It is a demonstration that we have a plan to raise the revenue that will assist us in getting the economy back on track, and we will do this together.
I feel proud to support this bill on behalf of the 26,031 constituents of La Horquetta Talparo. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable members, might I suggest that we break now and we resume in the next 30 minutes.
You're viewing the Parliament Channel 11, also broadcasting on 105.5 FM.
Join us on the Parliament Channel for a new program which features some of the most iconic buildings in our country. Within these walls include interviews with the leading industry experts who provide historical details on buildings such as the Red House, the Twin Towers and Whitehall. Stay tuned to the Parliament Channel for more details.
You're viewing the Parliament Channel 11, also broadcasting on 105.5 FM.
When construction was completed on the Eric Williams Financial Complex in 1986, it was one of the tallest buildings in the English-speaking Caribbean. At the time, it was an outstanding example of modern architecture and also a very physical manifestation of Trinidad and Tobago's economic growth and development. The oil boom was in full swing when architects Anthony C. Lewis and Associates were commissioned to design a monumental financial complex in 1979.
The Eric Williams Financial Complex, I think, is a sort of monumental modern work. I think it represents in many ways the sort of a prominent symbol of independence. You know, it's closely associated with the political and social and economic idealism, I think, that characterized that time.
To be chosen to do this project was of course, a great honor for us, a privilege, in fact, for us to be designing such an important building, both in the country and in the Caribbean. It was the largest project that was going to be built in the Caribbean by local consultants. So it meant actually opening a second office. We had to build a vault to keep the drawings in, because you could imagine if, dare I say, a fire or something occurred in the middle of all of this, all of that work would have been lost.
New ground was broken in the design and construction of Trinidad and Tobago's first skyscraper. However, the project presented many challenges to the architects. The building's dual functions as the central bank and the Ministry of Finance were key factors influencing their design. As two completely independent entities, however, part of the brief was that there be a clear division between the two buildings, with separate electrical and water systems. As the project progressed, the original design had to be adapted and altered.
The design of the buildings, the Twin Towers, wasn't always Twin Towers. It actually started off as the central bank being a 22-story building, and the Ministry of Finance, which was on Independence Square, of a lower building of about 7 or 8 stories. When the governor presented the designs, the original designs in that form, to the Prime Minister of the day, which was Eric Williams, he insisted that no other building should be taller than the government Ministry of Finance building, and that led us to change the design to Twin Towers. So that's the story of how they became Twin Towers.
Another major factor impacting on construction was that the 22-story buildings, which were being built on sandy reclaimed land, had to be earthquake resistant. A strong foundation was critical, and it required a very deep basement to allow the pilings to reach bedrock. Stability in case of an earthquake also came from another aspect of the design.
The other effect of earthquakes design was really to design a building that was very stiff in each direction, and those X-crosses that you see, the X-braces we call them, that go up the buildings in both directions, and it was north, south, and east, west, those keep the building very stiff in both directions. So that in the case of an earthquake, those braces then come into play. They don't actually serve much of a function normally, but it helps to keep the building from twisting in an earthquake.
In designing the Twin Towers, architects also considered the impact such a monumental building would have on the national psyche. The lower podium blocks at the base of the building were designed to allow people to walk around the structure without feeling intimidated. These lower blocks also relate to the smaller buildings that are adjacent.
Another very important aspect of the design was to do with the public space that was formed between these buildings. And to explain that, I mean, it wasn't long after Trinidad became a republic. A republic suggests that everything is open, you know, that the public was then allowed to come into the square to experience the buildings. It wasn't surrounded by a wall or fence as it is today.
The brief for the central bank included an auditorium and concert hall, which was also a civic contribution aimed at enhancing the performing arts in Trinidad and Tobago.
To me, as an architect, having looked at things over time, the auditorium is an interesting space. It's stylistically something that is very much from the 70s. You know, the design driven by geometry and using kind of fairly unconventional forms to use the space or to fashion the spaces, its function for an auditorium. And I've spoken there a couple of times and attended events, and I think it works very, very well.
The building of the Eric Williams Financial Complex was not without controversy. Constructing a glass building facing the west in the tropics proposed a serious challenge. And differences of opinion regarding materials led to the eventual termination of ACLA as lead architects on the project. They were replaced by the practice newer Lewis Broadbridge, which completed the project. Opened in 1986, the Eric Williams Financial Complex still stands as one of the finest facilities of its type in the country. The Money Museum was opened to the public in December 2004. Its exhibits tell the story of the history of money from its earliest origins to the function of the central bank today.
I think buildings like this, and particularly this building, had an enormous impact on society. You know, you see it represented on banknotes. I think it represented in many ways an important symbol of modernity and the advancement of society. And I think that people identify in many ways, maybe subconsciously, with those images. They represent in many ways ideas of development, of moving forward, of society advancing.
The Eric Williams Financial Complex is a key part of Port of Spain's modern architectural landscape. The architects understood the significance and impact such a building would have on society, and this is reflected in its design. Today, the Twin Towers are integral to our understanding of what our capital city looks like.
Join us on the Parliament channel for a new program which features some of the most iconic buildings in our country. Within these walls include interviews with leading industry experts who provide historical details on buildings such as the Red House, the Twin Towers and Whitehall. Stay tuned to the Parliament channel for more details.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
The Treasury Building's monolithic design is a striking presence on the Brian Lara Promenade. It has been a place of firsts in Trinidad and Tobago's history, from its earliest incarnation to the stately building it is today. The Treasury Building is not just an important historical structure, but it is also one of the finest examples of Art Deco architecture in Trinidad. Upon his appointment as governor to Trinidad and Tobago, Sir Lewis Grant set about constructing the Treasury and Rum Bond in 1831. The building took up a large area between the southern ends of St. Vincent and Edward Streets. A significant part of the upper floor of the building housed government offices, as well as Grant's own residence. The building also held a newsroom and a general post office. On August 1st, 1834, thousands of enslaved people gathered in front of the building steps as the Emancipation Proclamation was read by Governor Sir George Fitzgerald Hill. However, the announcement that slavery was being replaced with a mandatory 6-year apprenticeship system incensed the crowd, whose freedom was being snatched away again. They began to protest, demanding immediate freedom, shouting, "Pas de 6 ans, pas de 6 ans," French for no 6 years. Hill called in the militia to disperse the crowd. 4 years later, on August 1st, 1838, a new ordinance brought an end to the apprenticed laborer system. Finally, full emancipation for all.
And it must have been an incredibly emotional moment for the ex-slaves of Trinidad, because there is this massive change in station in life. There's a massive change in mode of existence that took place. It was one of those instantaneous moments when the paradigm had shifted. And the Treasury Building, what was then known as the old government buildings, was one of the most emotionally charged places in Trinidad at that point in history.
On June 25th, 1952, it was consumed by fire and destroyed.
And it was one of the spectacular fires of Port of Spain's history, because it had never ceased being a rum bond. So when it caught fire, all the rum caught fire with it, and the gutters outside the building were running with fire.
The foundation stone for the new Treasury building was laid in 1936. Final construction on the Treasury and General Post Office building was completed in 1938. It was designed by British architect Hubert Brinsley in the Art Deco style.
Out of Art Nouveau, there was a transition to Art Deco, which was very, very simple architecture. Very little embellishment, very little decoration. The discipline of the building reflects what a treasury should be, disciplined and secure.
The dramatic exterior of the building was made of concrete and black granite. Sturdy iron safes were imported from Britain and have stood the test of time. Some of them are still in use today. The Treasury building has been home to such agencies as the General Post Office, the Central Bank, and the Auditor General's Department. In 1966, it became the first site of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. Since the mid-80s, however, it has been solely occupied by the Treasury Division. On August 1st, 1985, 147 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was read on the steps of what is now the Treasury building, crowds of people gathered in front of the building again, but this time it was to commemorate the first Emancipation Day holiday. Today, this stately building is important, not only for its function in architecture, but also for its history.
This has been a presentation of the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
We had advanced only a few yards when a murderous fire was opened on us, and with the exception of a sergeant, a private and myself, all were wiped out. Stuart Scott.
World War I was one of those cataclysmic events in world history which shook everything up. It had enormous effects all over the world. Millions of young men on both sides of the conflict actually welcomed the war as a way of proving their manhood, proving that they were, in fact, fully fledged masculine men who could take on the glories and the dangers and the dramas of war.
We wanted to fight. We didn't have to. They never conscripted a single Trinidadian. They were all volunteers, everyone, 3,000 of them.
The problem that the West Indians faced, the ones who went up there to enlist, was twofold. One, they thought they were going up there to fight, that they were going to be defending their country. There would be soldiers, they'd be on the front line. People would respect them for that. In fact, for the most part, they weren't allowed anywhere near the front lines.
It was out of the imagination that black people will shoot white people. So this was one of the decisions was the struggle between the colonial and the war office. Should we use black people against white people?
There was discrimination on the fighting front. White soldiers did not want to fight alongside black soldiers, one. And so the blacks found themselves pleased to do much of the menial work, and this was something that they had not bargained for and something they were not prepared to accept. So at the end of it all, they were very bitter people, and this is why they became so militant.
So it's a whole generation of young West Indians who went and fought for the empire, but were totally disillusioned by what empire meant. It was quite an awakening for them. So when they came back to the Caribbean, I mean, that's where the thunder started.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
In the heart of Port of Spain, a small but significant structure can be found tucked away on Sackville Street. This seemingly innocuous little building is one of the few remaining examples of our Spanish architectural heritage and likely part of our governmental history. It is believed to have belonged to the illustrious board of the Cabildo, an administrative council that existed during Spanish colonial rule. When Trinidad was a colony of Spain, the Cabildo exercised wide executive powers, but were mainly responsible for the governance of the bigger towns.
There was a small council of partly elected, partly appointed gentlemen. You had to be male, you had to be white, you had to be a Christian, a Catholic Christian, and you had to own some property in the city. Those were the requirements.
In 1797, when the British seized power from Spain, Governor Colonel Thomas Picton chose not to abolish the Cabildo. On old maps of Port of Spain, this building on Sackville Street was labelled the Cabildo. During restoration work, carbon dating confirmed the building was approximately 200 years old. But its actual function continues to be a source of speculation.
Cabildo buildings were probably built in the early 1800s, but definitely Spanish style. The architecture is quite clearly Spanish. And there's good reason to think that the Cabildo did meet in that building.
However, restoration architects have a different opinion. Their examination of the foundations of the Cabildo building found it was once part of a larger complex.
On some of the old maps around 1800, we see it called the Cabildo, but it's far too small a building to have been the headquarters for the illustrious Cabildo. It's no way. So we suspect that it may have been an out office, maybe a registry for birth and deaths, for instance, not necessarily where the Cabildo met, where the town hall was. Or it may have been a building that after one of the fires, because we know that the town hall burnt down more than once, it might have been used as a temporary quarters, which is why we now think of it and it's now called the Cabildo.
So I mean, it's unlikely that it was the Cabildo. It may have been owned by the Cabildo. It may have been owned by somebody who was senior in the Cabildo, which I strongly suspect. Or maybe the Cabildo had a series of houses for their staff or their councillors. Or
Despite speculation on its usage, the building on Sackville Street is undeniably an important example of our Spanish architectural heritage. Built in 1826, the details of the building are typical of domestic urban structures seen in other Spanish colonies.
The Cabildo house is Spanish style. There is a small fountain in the courtyard. It opens directly onto the street and there are very, very thick walls. There is that whole very Moorish Latin feel to it. And it is one of the examples of Spanish architecture in Trinidad that have survived.
The building is introspective in terms of style and was well designed for the tropics.
It's a delightful space, really. You don't even think that you're going to, when you walk in here, you're going to suddenly come onto an interior courtyard. And if you go again back to Venezuela, Cuba, the floor plan is typical. That you walk in, you pass one or two rooms, and it just opens up in the middle. Tropical architecture, the air comes through the door, it circulates, and it goes up through the middle of the building.
By the 1830s, however, the British wanted to establish firmer control over their colony and set about Anglicizing Trinidad, making laws and institutions more British. As they began bringing an end to slavery, they came up against strong resistance from the Cabildo.
Now the Cabildo, stuffed with slaveholders, used the institution to fight tooth and nail against Britain's slave policies. So for those reasons, plus the fact it was a Spanish institution, clearly its time was limited. It was abolished in 1840 and replaced by an English type of borough council.
The Cabildo building was left abandoned for many years and fell into ruin. It was saved from demolition in the 1980s by the efforts of the Trinidad and Tobago Institute of Architects, spearheaded by Adrian Camp's Campins. Today, the Cabildo building has found new life as a law museum. Handcrafted mesquite furniture was made for the building in 18th century style. A sculpted Spanish-styled fountain was installed where the original fountain stood.
Turning it into the law museum, which has been done, has given it a lift, a boost that is extremely important and will make people conscious of the importance of, the restoration of old buildings.
Many of Port of Spain's historical structures from 200 years ago have been destroyed by fire or urbanization over the centuries. This is why the Cabildo is so important in our architectural landscape.
Even though this building that we call the Cabildo was built during the early part of the British era, it is the only thing we have left of Spanish influence in Port of Spain. So it's important to keep it, to remind us that we do have a Spanish heritage, and that the Spaniards were here before the British came.
Now a listed heritage site, this small but significant building is a link to our Spanish colonial past. With its new function as home to the Law Museum, hopefully it will be appreciated for generations to come.
You're viewing the Parliament Channel 11, also broadcasting on 105.5 FM.
Parliament Outreach.
One thing I remembered was the way in which Parliament takes an issue and deals with the issue. Sometimes from an area our community fights about, we have so much resources, and why does an issue take so long to be dealt with, and how the President of the Senate handle the issues and the procedures in which they take an issue and deal with it. That was my most memorable.
From this lecture today, I learned about the different parts and the arms of government and how they react to different circumstances and the decision making and who takes up the decision making to Parliament.
Parliament Outreach. Check our website for showtimes, ttparliament.org.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
You're viewing the Parliament Channel 11, also broadcasting on 105.
on Parliament Radio 105.5 FM, our viewers on the Parliament channel, and those of you joining us via the World Wide Web on the Parliament's website, www.ttparliament.org. We are just about 1 minute away from the resumption of today's sitting of the House of Representatives. Debate has begun on the Finance Bill 2016. The bill was introduced by the Minister of Finance, who moved that the second reading be taken later in the proceedings. Following the moving of the motion by the Minister of Finance, there was a response by the Member of Parliament for Caroni Central, Dr. Bhoendradatt Tewarie, and then a contribution by the Minister of Communication and Member of Parliament for La Horquetta Talparo, the Honourable Maxie Cuffie. And so we now expect that the debate will continue. Let's take you over to the chamber for the resumption.
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
We now return to our coverage of the 12th sitting of the House of Representatives in the first session of the 11th Parliament that takes place on Monday, January 11th, 2016.
Yes, good evening. I recognize member for Tabaquite.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me also extend New Year greetings to my constituents and to all members of the House. Mr. Speaker, when the member for La Horquetta Talparo spoke a while ago, he said that his constituents, he was certain that his constituents were going to be in full support of the measures that his punishment-centered government is bringing to the House today. Because this is what is happening here today. The people are being punished by the PNM for the support they gave to them in the election. That's what is happening. As you will see in my presentation, I'll point out in my presentation. And he said they will support him. Now, I really wonder, after they have had an opportunity to read the full list of the items removed from Schedule 2 in the zero rating, whether they in fact are still going to support him in terms of the claim he made that they will support the measures being brought here. Because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are some contradictions in the entire list that has been presented here today. For example, the poor man in this country who enjoys his saltfish and rice, now he has to pay VAT on saltfish. It is here in the list of items removed from the schedule. All other fish and edible parts of fish, salted or in brine. Saltfish has always been regarded as a support food for the poor man in this country. And what you are doing now is you are putting 12.5% on saltfish. But on the other hand, dog chow has gone down by 2.5% in VAT. So you want to know whether the animal kingdom now is worth more than human beings in this country under the PNM. That's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. Mr. Deputy Speaker, don't trouble me. Don't trouble me. You don't want me to trouble you, so don't trouble me, all right? Mr. Deputy Speaker, alcoholic beverages have now benefited from the reduction in VAT. They are down by 2.5%. So the elite in the society who can buy $450 bottle of champagne or $2,000 bottle of champagne or Blue Label or what have you, they are benefiting now from this reduction in VAT on luxury items. But when you read the list of things that have been removed from the schedule, Morbi is now subject to VAT, orange juice is subject to VAT, and your beautiful cup of coffee in the morning is now subject to 12.5% VAT. And tea also. So while you think that they are telling you that you're getting a good deal by maintaining some of the zero-rated items, on the other hand, they are preparing the ground to support the elite in the society. They are big-time friends, the ones whom they are now hobnobbing with in cocktail parties, the same ones who they said before the election they couldn't stomach. Those are the same ones now they are planning for how they are going to benefit, and they are putting the pressure on the little man in the society. The little man in the society. You see, for example, you have people buying $1 million cars in this country. And I would have thought, if you're really serious about raising revenue, you wouldn't want to tax the little man, you'd want to tax the rich. But you want to make sure that the little man doesn't suffer any further. But you reduce the VAT on all the vehicles, and you bring it down by 2.5%. So you leave the rich a little more money in their pocket. But what you also do at the same time is that you go on page 14 of the list of items removed from the schedule, and you remove vehicles that didn't have motor vehicle tax and VAT, the CNG vehicle that a man could have gone and bought for $150,000, the Civic, I think it was, and bought. Now he can't buy it, now it's subject to VAT, and it's subject to taxes.
Environmentally unfriendly.
And this is the point, and that's the contradiction I'm talking about. On the one hand, you say, oh, we are for a green economy, and we are for the environment, and what have you. And here was a measure which was intended to help with pollution in the environment, and you lick it down. You lick it down. Because it gives a truth to what we have been saying, that you do not know what you are doing. You have no plan, you have no vision, you have nothing in terms of where you're carrying. You know, if you look at the faces of our colleagues on the other side today, when the Minister of Finance was speaking, you'd recognize that they were all lost. Because they're just biding their time and going along. That's all they're doing. But because they have nothing concrete to say about how to reconstruct the economy. The member for La Horquetta, Talparo, can get up 1,000,000 times and says he's not going to answer questions from the opposition. But I tell you, the real power lies in the hands of the people. And as of today, they will have to begin to answer the questions from the people who are going to ask, why are you punishing us by putting VAT on saltfish once again. But not only saltfish, you know, some basic foods that people eat, tuna, mackerel, salt, table salt, you put that on. I mean, tuna and mackerel and so on, but tuna in particular, cans of tuna. People buy that now, and they make sandwiches and they give it to their children to carry to school.
Fresh butter.
And and that is enough, you know. If you look at it down here again, VAT is now going to have to be paid on anchar and kuchla. Anchar and kuchla, yes, and pepper sauce. And more than that, those of you who are vegetarians, the cost of being a vegetarian has suddenly increased by a minimum of 12.5%. Because it's going to cost you more now to be a vegetarian in this country, given what is there now in terms of what you have to pay. So, for example, soya, tofu, vegetarian meat substitutes in any form, flavored or unflavored, otherwise prepared or preserved, whether or not dried or mixed with vegetables for consumption. People who are vegetarians trying to be a little more healthy, you too are being punished by this wicked PNM government in this country. And I would have liked to take my entire 45 minutes and go through this list so that the people of this country will know what they are receiving today from the PNM. Fresh butter, peanut butter, bread except white and whole wheat bread, flour except all-purpose and wheat flour. So cassava flour, which we are trying to encourage people to use.
Member, I rule. Proceed. Kindly proceed.
I didn't say a wicked Attorney General. I have enough respect for the Attorney General. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what you are seeing here, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are measures which have implications for the cost of living of the average citizen in this country, for the business community in terms of the additional cost of doing business, and hence for the overall quality of life of our fellow citizens. Because what is happening here, with all of these additions to the list of vatable items, the bakeries, the groceries, people who are doing processed food, people making buns, making coconut bake, and so on to sell, all of that is going to go up in the country now. There's going to be an impact also on your restaurant bills. So those of you who are accustomed going out and eating a little bit and so on, buying a roti and what have you, buying a sandwich, all of that is going to go up right now. And the burden upon the citizen as a result of this piece of legislation will be in the increase in the cost of food, the increase in compulsory taxes due to the return of the land and building taxes, which is, I want to remind people, only until 2016. But the real taxes, the real property tax, the Minister of Finance indicated, the recalculations will come in 2017. So you are not exempt. You are not exempt. And you know what is worse? These additional burdens are coming at a time when families who are the backbone of the society are already under pressure as a result of other services and allowances being denied to them and their children. And earlier today, we had a question posed in the House, and there was a response given in written form. Could the Minister indicate whether Form 1 secondary school students of the academic year 2015-16 will be provided with laptops and the distribution date? And in the written answer circulated, the Ministry of Education is collecting information on the laptop distribution initiative undertaken during the period 2010 to 14 and is reviewing studies both locally and internationally, many of which indicate there is no evidence to suggest that distribution of laptops to students has improved student performance. I wonder if this is why our students have done so well across the Caribbean, have winning all the prizes, and so on. As a consequence, the Ministry of Education is seeking the views of stakeholders as to the best way forward utilizing technology in the curriculum on a consultation on education in February 2016. Children of the country, parents of the country, wave goodbye to your computers that you got under the People's Partnership. Wave goodbye. Wave goodbye. So that the poor CPEP worker and the poor URP worker who could not buy a computer unless they saved money for about a year to a year and a half, who got a computer so that they could be in their home where their child could learn the new technologies and be part of the global competitive communities, that child no longer has that opportunity. Yes, and 12.5% VAT is now being placed on computers. The digital revolution of Trinidad and Tobago that was started by the PP government has gone. What are you doing to your human resource potential when in a knowledge-driven global environment, your people can't compete? You are driving them back to the dark ages. That's what you are doing today. Is that what they got for voting PNM? Is that what you mean by red and ready? Red is a dangerous color, and the PNM is a dangerous institution when it comes to the people. They're like scissors, cutting everything, cutting everything. Scissors hands, yeah, scissors hands, like scissors hands, cutting everything. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But
members, please give your colleague the opportunity to make his presentation. He's doing a good job. Go. Please. You don't need no assistance.
In addition to all of the denials, the PNM denials, in terms of what the people should be getting, we have the Honourable Minister of Education, Member of Parliament for Rima, in the Trinidad Guardian of January 1st, first day of the year this is published, first day, scholarships to be cut by 15%. Yesterday, I sat down with a gentleman. He had a broken leg and he came to get some work so he could feed himself. I was speaking to him and he said to me, my daughter is at the university. My daughter is at the university. And I she as a university, and do you know she benefited from a computer that one of my other children got when they got into formal and she was able to use? Huh? Huh? Why are you destroying the human potential and resources of your country by these very punitive measures? What will happen to the knowledge economy which you yourself boasted about, but which you have done, everything you are doing now is to destroy that knowledge economy and destroy your competitiveness as a nation. The Minister of Education, to quote the article by Rhonda Dowlett, he said scholarships will be cut by 15% in 2016. He admitted there was need for discussion, but the cap will reside in the area of about 400 people. You know what? In 2015, our government, the Kamla Prasad Bisasa government, gave 470 scholarships. 470 scholarships. It means to say that in the minister's estimation, 70 students who may very well qualify for scholarships will not get scholarships in 2016. And what is happening, I wish to repeat, by such PNM actions of denial, the human potential of the nation is being negatively impacted upon. And the ability of this nation, our nation, to be a global competitor in the knowledge-driven, techno-savvy environment is being destroyed. And look how far they've gone in. I want to read something from you, for you to hear. This is now going to be vatable. Books, namely literary works. You want to buy a Naipaul, you have to pay for it. Reference books, directories, collection of letters or documents, permanently bound, school workbooks, and other educational texts in question and answer format with spaces for insertion of answers, children's picture and painting books, exercise books, other paper and paperboard of a kind used for writing, printing, and other graphic purposes. All of these are now vatable.
20% increase.
Minister of Finance, Minister of Finance, maybe the Minister of Finance don't have children to take care of. Maybe he doesn't, so he doesn't have the heart. He doesn't have a heart for children or for poor people. You see, sometimes when you live in your nice castle, you forget about the world outside of you.
Member for Barataria San Juan. Member for Barataria San Juan. Statement. Let's get it off the records, please. Yeah. Okay.
With such books and so on being put on the vatable list, tell us as a nation, tell the people of this country, how will you assist the bright and best brains to develop our country? This is a retrograde step, Minister of Finance, a retrograde step in terms of what you are putting VAT on. And what will happen to the poor man who have aspirations for his child to be somebody in the society, and he cannot buy those school books because he has to bear the burden of the additional VAT on those school books? This is very serious. This is very, very serious. And on the wider economic front, while you do all this, you haven't said one thing in this parliament today that gives an assurance to the country, whether they are businessmen or whether they are citizens or what have you, that there's going to be confidence. There's going to be confidence in the country. Jobs are being lost on a daily basis. The construction sector, which in recessionary conditions, in my view, has to be government-driven, has come to a virtual halt with little or no new activity taking place. And as well, with existing projects either being halted by contractors who are cash-strapped, given that they have not been receiving payments or work completed, or because projects are being stopped by the PNM government for spurious reasons, people are going home. And this is why, on the Trinidad Guardian of today, there's a big headline: government debt to foreign contractors a worry, unpaid bills to companies could worsen recession. Look, and the Chinese ambassador is beginning to get worried about money's owed. They could talk about how much about the UNC or what, and the People's Partnership. The one thing you cannot deny is that when you look at the physical face of Trinidad, everywhere you go, you can see a manifestation of how the money has been spent in this land. A manifestation. You could see it. But in the wickedness that you have, you go on and you take down the word Children's Hospital and you don't let it be shown in blue in the night again. Right? Look, what you did that for? What you do that for? To send a message what? Is that the message you are sending that what you did in Bish and suffered the children for how many years, you're also going to do with the Children's Hospital? Or the daycare campus? Tell us what you're going to do with all of those projects that are people-centered projects, because we are a people-centered government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the PNM government claimed up to last week that the highway to Point Fortin will continue. And they're quick to claim that the PP government did not put in place a finance plan. Well, I want to ask something today. If we did not put in place arrangements to finance the highway, how did it progress to where it is today? How did it progress to where it is today? How did it get there? And secondly, you have been in office for about 125 days. You have 55 months, 26 days and a few hours to go again. Hopefully. Why is it that you have not moved to put in place the finances to ensure the continuity of the project? Why? Let us look at where we are, Honorable Minister of Works, my colleague from Laventille West. Work on the highway today is less than 25% of what it was prior to September 7, 2015. The OAS appears to have scaled down the operations. Dozens of their personnel have gone back to Brazil and overseas. If you go there, it's like a ghost town around the Golconda area right now. And worse than that, it has gotten so bad, and it is because of your doing that has gotten so bad, that contractors, local contractors, have gone to the court. And one contractor, KJS, went to the courts, and the court awarded $6 million owed to him by OAS, and another one, a welding contractor, also has a matter before the court. Now, why has the main contractor not been able to pay the local contractors? Why is it that the local contractors are engaging in litigation to get their money? And I venture to suggest, and do so boldly, that it's a kind of vindictiveness. I wouldn't use the word wickedness, I'll use the word vindictiveness. A kind of vindictiveness on the part of the PNM government to try and carry on with its tear-filled eyes that the PP left the treasury empty. Hey, hold on. The PP government left over $5 billion in the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. They left that. It left over $10 billion in foreign exchange reserve. It left $1.5 billion TT in the IPO from Phoenix Park Gas. And Dr. Tewarie spoke about the other $600 million from the TGU and the $6 billion in quarterly taxes that were supposed to be collected. If it is that you fail to collect these sums and apply to the business of meeting the financial obligations of the country, and worse yet, if you are doing so deliberately to carry out your vindictiveness and your wicked campaign of saying that the People's Partnership government was wasteful, then that, I don't want to use the word, and if I do, I use it guardedly, that's a kind of criminal offense, because it amounts to a denial of basic human rights of citizens to ensure that they can receive services and remuneration for work that they have legitimately done in this country. And you cannot escape your duty and your obligation and your responsibility to make the arrangements. We came to this house, and when you asked for $50 billion more in terms of borrowing limits, we did not say no, because we knew that you wanted the money. And up to now, you haven't told us what you're going to do with it. Here we are telling you some of the things that has to be legitimately done. Because, to me, because of your incompetence, because of your inability to manage in crisis conditions, you are trying to distract the minds of the citizens by engaging in a blame game and creating dissonance against the former People's Partnership government. That is what has happened. You see, the PNM has never had a history where they have had to manage a crisis. When the PNM left government in 1900 1986. They had left the country in a state which was inherited by the NAR, and we had to clean up the mess. In 95, the same thing happened. And in 2010, we also inherited difficult situations. Perhaps it's the first time you are inheriting a situation in which the energy prices have brought about a crisis, but you do not have the ability to manage a crisis, and that's why you are mismanaging the country. You are mismanaging the country. And you're doing a very bad job of managing this country. Look, no one is going to deny, and I would not stand up here and deny that you have a cash flow problem due to falling energy prices. I wouldn't deny that. But it is the duty of the government of the day that to ensure that the country is not perceived as bankrupt. And that's what you are creating. You're creating a perception in the national community that this country is either on the verge of bankruptcy or is bankrupt. And when you do that, and when you demonize the People's Partnership government in trying to do that, you are affecting the perception of the international community about Trinidad and Tobago and its international ratings. And you're going to find that this perception that you are causing is also going to affect how Moody's and S&P and so on rate the country. You know, it was very important for us to recognize when S&P, Standard & Poor's, gave their recent rating of Trinidad and Tobago, what they had to say about the way the People's Partnership government managed this country during the years. And you know, one can refer to several important factors in the rating affirmation given by Standard & Poor's. I want to just refer to three. The strong financial buffers which the People's Partnership government left behind in the form of sizable foreign exchange reserves. A manageable debt level, 46%, and a substantial increase in the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. So, you know, there were some things that the Standard & Poor's recognized that we did well as a government, and we have to be proud on this side. Proud, no matter how much you try to demonize us. You, as members of parliament, you can say what you want. You can throw how many abuses you want. You know, abuses are not going to affect me. The abuses you throw at us on this side are abuses you are throwing to the people out there, because you are showing how contemptuous you are of the people out there. You are showing how arrogant you are of the position. You bring the most vicious set of vatable items, and you stand up there and you're throwing directed at the people we represent, and not just the 340,000 who voted for us, but all the people of Trinidad and Tobago who are feeling the pinch. The pinch like they will feel with the table salt that you have put VAT on in these items here today. You know, this is a good time, you know, to remind fellow citizens that when the crisis first occurred in this country towards the end of 2014, we as a government didn't take months to react. Within days, January 9th, the then Honorable Prime Minister came to the Parliament and made a clear statement of what the People's Partnership government was going to do and by how much we intended to review the budget. And I believe on yesterday's Sunday Guardian, Hamid Ghani pointed out that we actually cut by about $5.4 billion. By $5.4 billion, the budget was cut. If I call the name Keith Subero, you'll knock the line. If I call him Selwyn Ryan, you will knock the line too.
Members, please proceed.
You know, what we have seen here today is that despite the energy prices falling like it is, the PNM government remains like Alice in Wonderland, caring more about not answering opposition questions than dealing with the strategies to manage the recessionary conditions. The Honourable Member of Parliament for La Horquetta Talparo used some buzzwords, economic reconstruction, and etc. I was making a list of them and I got tired of it. But he has nothing to back it up. It's just a matter of using language, but after that, there's an emptiness because they do not know what to do. They do not know what to do. You know, Minister of Finance, Sunday, January 10th edition of Newsday, that's yesterday, and I quote, "This government," referring to them, "when in opposition, was highly critical of the then administration for its VAPS and Vike approach to the crime situation. The shoe now being on the other foot, Dr. Rowley and his team must know that the patience of the same people who voted for them overwhelmingly is wearing thin. We will not be unfair and say that we expected them to have dented the situation more significantly. But silence in the face of rampant lawlessness can well result in the belief that they do not know what to do. This is the Newsday editorial. The Newsday editorial, which is read by 54,000 persons on a Sunday. In 54,000 homes, you will have that newspaper. Right? So it's not me now saying you do not know what to do. It's not me now saying that you're Alice in Wonderland. It is the newspapers now who are beginning to say that you're Alice in Wonderland. And so, as the PNM government continues to wander about, as they attend weddings and play golf with their friends in far-off places, as they attend poolside cocktail parties with their new friends, whom while they were in opposition, they said they couldn't stomach, the Unit Trust Corporation, Mr. Minister of Finance, is now selling a US dollar at $6.80 TT. And if you go to the airport, you will pay $7.50 at the Bureau d'Exchange for a US dollar. Right? $6.
Your time has expired.
I'm using my 15 minutes.
Right, so you have your additional 15 minutes.
Sure, thank you. You know, and you talk about $6.80 and so on. I just want to let members know and let the public know that people played a little cricket on a Sunday. You know what? This PNM government, we have removed the following things from non-vatable items. Cricket requisites, athletic requisites, soccer requisites, golf balls, sports footwear, golf requisites, lawn tennis balls, inflatable balls for soccer, the poor man's game. What you are doing to the sporting community? You're putting all this on the VAT. And a member from Moruga, Tableland laughs. He laughs at this. Yeah? You laugh at this. You can call me demented. You can call me what. I represent the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and they know what I'm saying here today. They know what you are doing to them. You can laugh at them, and you can call me whatever name you want to call me. Let me tell you something.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Moruga Tableland mentioned a certain word. I would request that he withdraw that from the answer. Offensive language.
Members, member for Shogunas West, could you repeat what you just, and code the relevant standing order?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is offensive language. 48. 48. For sure. Members,
Honorable Attorney General, call the member by his correct title, please. Excuse. Member, actually, in terms of what was said, it wasn't audible for the speaker to hear at the time. All right, but
Mr. Deputy Speaker, he referred to the honourable member for Tabaquite as being demented. 48.
Honourable member for Moruga. Was that said, sir?
So, Deputy Speaker, I can withdraw the word, if not the sentiment.
All right, well, withdraw, please, kindly.
I withdraw the word.
Thank you. Can we proceed? And members, before we proceed, please, the allocated time for each member, you will have your turn to speak. Let's keep the debate orderly, please. Go ahead.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, that's what you call double contempt. Mr. Deputy Speaker, $6.80 for US dollar. You know what that means? That means that the government is somehow allowing the dollar to slip and slide precipitously. And with that, the quality of life of citizens are going to also slip precipitously. Because the devaluation of the dollar, if a government agency can be selling a dollar for $6.80, it means to say that devaluation or depreciation is taking place right in front of our eyes. It has not been formally announced, but it seems that the dollar is being allowed to fall. And one wonders whether this advice about the falling dollar is advice that has been received by the PNM government from their newly appointed advisors at the central bank, as well as the other highly touted economic advisors resuscitated from the past and now reclothed in red PNM garb. But we are seeing what red and ready means. Red is a very dangerous color. And we are seeing a dangerous PNM when it comes to the welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. By their arrogant attitude, epitomized in their we are in charge here and you have to deal with it attitude, they have already become dismissive, and they are demonstrating here this afternoon of over half of the country. I really wonder whether they care about all the citizens or whether they care about some of the citizens. It seems that they care really about nobody, only themselves. Because today we have seen it in terms of the vatable items. The Minister of Public Utilities will tell you that there's no VAT on water in one of the documents circulated. And you know what was more contemptuous? These documents were circulated while the debate was going on. While the debate was going on. Because why? Is it because you thought that we wouldn't have time to read it and debate it? Well, we are intelligent people on this side, and we can read and we can understand quickly, and we are able to debate it. But what the Minister of Public Utilities will also tell you is that he said that citizens can expect an increase in the rates of utility services sometime in the coming year. And he was speaking at the installation of the new board of WASA and TSTT, and questioned the news that government was considering increasing the existing WASA and TNTEC rates. The minister said it had become a matter of necessity in the light of the current economic situation. Do the math, he said. Do the math, he said. But he said something had to be done. So, TNTEC rates are going to go up. And when TNTEC rates are going to go up, and everybody have to pay more for electricity, then all your food bills are also going to go up, and all your costs are also going to go up.
All of that stuff.
The Minister of Finance said that 21 or 22,000 persons, Minister of Finance, you can correct me, are going to benefit from the $72,000 in terms of the tax break. So that's $3,000 a year more in their pockets, $250 a month. But $250 a month has already been eaten up in terms of the increase in the VAT. They don't have it. But you know what is interesting? I tried to get some figures from the CSO about how many persons in this country earn less than $6,000 a month. And they sent me some figures which show that 50.76% of people earn less than $6,000 a month. 50.76%. Right? When you calculate it, recalculate, given the numbers who didn't say how much they earn, is about 64%. So already 64% are earning less than $6,000 a month. So they are not benefiting from your tax break that you are giving to them. You are not doing that. So the people are lost already. So you have given it one hand and you have taken it back with the other hand. So there's zero benefit for the people. In fact, it's going to even cost them more. What you are doing is deepening the impoverishment of the already poor in this country. That is what you are doing, deepening the impoverishment. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the goal of good governance is to project a future which is hopeful and realizable, not a future that people fear, like citizens are fearing today. Most of our citizens, having listened to this part of the debate, do not see a future in which their children will do better than they have. Too many persons are no longer dreaming about the future. They are fearing it. A few months ago, for voters, the PP government was the problem, not the solution. So they thought just by getting rid of the PP government, that will be a solution to the economic ill. Now they know differently. Because we are faced with a government who are showing that they do not know how to manage and they are clueless. Like headless chickens running in all directions and then falling down lifeless and inactive. You know, there was the famous economist, Keynes. Mr. Speaker, one more time do I have, please? 7 minutes, thank you. The famous and celebrated economist John Maynard Keynes, argued that the solution to the Great Depression was to stimulate the economy. In other words, create an inducement to invest. Show me where they are creating an inducement to invest in this times. And he suggested two approaches, which still remain valid. A reduction in interest rates, monetary policy, or government investment in infrastructure, fiscal policy. Well, we see what is happening with government investment in infrastructure. It is dying. Nothing is happening. School projects have stopped. The buildings have stopped. The Children's Hospital is now being used as a political football in the country. Although you have millions of equipment, modern equipment, the best equipment in the hospital there, millions of dollars of equipment there, but you're refusing to use it, and the children have to continue to suffer for proper health care in the country.
It hasn't been paid for us yet.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, he argued that if the interest rate at which businesses and consumers can borrow is lowered, investments which were previously uneconomic become profitable. And large consumer purchases, which are normally financed through debt, such as houses, automobiles, and historical even furniture and appliances, become more affordable. But what has happened to the interest rate under the PNM? The interest rate is going up. Businesses are paying more for money.
Why?
They're paying more for money. What you have to do is not about why. It is what are you prepared to do, and how are you prepared to intervene as
Member
a
for
government?
Laventille West, please give the member his opportunity to present.
It is the right, it's the duty of the government to intervene in this economy in order to stimulate economic activity and grow the economy. What you need is an expansionist monetary policy in the country in order to get this country going again. But they don't have the brain power to do it. They don't have it. All they think about is cut. But when you cut, and you send home people and they don't have money to spend, what do you do? What do you do? You bring down, you're collapsing the economy more and more every day by the way that you are managing things. You're collapsing the economy. It's not going to happen. Look, there are a couple of things that this government should be doing. One, they should be setting certain objectives. Firstly, they should be setting the objective we set when this crisis first occurred in December of 2014, protecting jobs. How are you going to protect jobs? So that people will be able to meet their mortgage payments, they'll be able to put food on the table, they'll be able to buy baby food. Secondly, they should be working how to stimulate investment by the private sector. Thirdly, creating a more secure national environment by aggressively dealing with crime and criminals. And fourthly, ensuring food security by growing more food and supporting the fishing, meat and farming community. Where are the strategies that we are hearing from the government to deal with these four objectives at a time in recessionary conditions, and these four objectives should be at the top of your agenda? It will appear that the policies of the government are running contrary to what Keynes had suggested, and that the policies of the government are out of sync with these objectives that are required. Interest rates, as I said, are not falling. The cost of business is rising. So what you're doing is you're pushing the businessmen away, you're pushing the entrepreneurs away, the very ones who have to create the jobs and get the economy going again. This is a time when you should be strategically spending money in the country and stimulating the economy. It is unfortunate that the government is not demonstrating the imagination and creative leadership that is required in this particular economic downturn. It's unfortunate. Instead, what are they choosing to do? To party, play golf, and live in the paradigm that God is a Trini. The abandonment of duty by the leadership of the PNM government reflects the state of mind with which the nation's business is being managed. The images of holidaying in Miami for a family wedding, while I agree it shows commitment to family, is also a strategy intended to create a false sense of calm in a troubled nation. And while the frolicking goes on, and the abuses are thrown at us, and the contempt is shown for the population while we speak, the murders go up day by day. The anger of the society is so marked that one person kills another one because he ate his gyro. Domestic violence, bullying in schools, attacks upon teachers by students, lawlessness on the roads. It's all part and parcel of the decline in respect and values-based living in the country. You are in charge. You said you are in charge. Then deal with it. Deal with it. Deal with it. It didn't occur overnight, I agree. But it requires a level of intervention which you are incapable of doing. Incapable of implementing. would agree that you need some overhaul in consumer spending. I would agree you need some overhaul in lifestyles and so on, with the foreign exchange being what it is. But at the same time, it is a false sense of security to suggest, as some of your advisors are suggesting and writing in the newspapers, that because we have $9 billion in foreign reserves and $5 billion US in the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, that we're in a better position than we were in 1986.
Member, you have 1 more minute. I trust that you'll wrap up,
The reality is that the rate of foreign exchange consumption, like which you are using, without putting in place strategies to ensure that you reduce that, and at the same time maintain a very good quality of life for your citizens, it is something that you can't do. You don't have the capability. You don't have the intellectual resources to do it. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity. And to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that what we are seeing here today is a punishment-centered government, punishing people in a way that they have never been punished before in this society.
I recognize the member for San Fernando West, the Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker. The speaker across the floor is your thumping for everyone. And this bill is, in fact, a thump for everyone. We're here on the 11th of the first month of 2016. We have now started the 5th month of this government's passage through 60 months of regular term. We on this side count the tenure that we have in months. Why do we do so? Because it's for a fixed time with a fixed responsibility. Earlier in this debate across the floor, a statement was made that we stand in a continuity of governance. And that's in fact the truth. We do not speak about us and them. We have been elected on September 7th, 2015 as the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and we accept that responsibility and carry out the obligations entrusted upon us. The people of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker, do not want to hear histrionics. They do not want to hear us and them. They want to hear the reality of where we stand today, what the prognosis is, what the potential solutions are, and they want us to get on with the job. That certainly is the edict from our Prime Minister. That certainly is the manner in which we approach this job. So let's deal with this debate. We're dealing with Finance Bill number 1. This is a money bill before this House. This money bill deals with 6 pieces of law: Immigration Act, Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act, Income Tax Act, Corporation Tax Act, Value Added Tax Act, Miscellaneous Taxes Act. For the record, I remind that the Minister of Finance has already spoken to the fact that the incentivization measures which this government will implement after a process of consultation, after a process of review, will be coming in Finance Bill number 2. That is on the record already. He has already spoken to the fact that that will happen by way of describing incentives into the housing sector and the manner in which the private sector enters. But what do we hear from my learned colleagues opposite, Mr. Deputy Speaker? The last speaker stood up. Where is the inducement to invest? He comes, he says, the wicked PNM, property tax still to come, wave goodbye to computers, what will happen to the poor man? Not said one thing in relation to confidence, he says. He said jobs being lost on a daily basis, little or no activity by contractors, no payments, projects stopped. Why do you take down the lights at Children's Hospital? Why has OAS not been paid? He said they left a lot of money to be collected. He said TGU, IPO. He said no ability to manage in a crisis. Said the Heritage and Stabilization Fund they left in a fat state. Well, let's deal with the reality. What's this bill about? the government has come to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The Minister of Finance has set out the fact that we are in an economic climate where we do not have the revenue to meet our expenditure. When you do not have the revenue to meet your expenditure, you must ask yourself, how do I pay for my recurrent expenditure, and how do I also at the same time build my economy through sensible spending in my projects? How do I stimulate an economy? The first thing that one needs to do in terms of establishing confidence is to understand the reality of the situation you're dealing with. This is the first time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in my now 6th year in the Parliament, that I have heard a Minister of Finance stand up, face the nation, and tell the truth. And let's take the argument from Tabaquite. Let's take the argument from Tabaquite. Tabaquite says to the country, we left you all of this money, IPO, we left you TGU, etc. The record is that the exchequer account, the government's main bank account, was overdrawn by $34 billion in September 2015. That's a fact. If I take TGU, IPO, every bit of cash sale that the government did, fire sale of assets, one-off, tax amnesty, one-off, tax amnesty, one-off, TGU collection, one-off. If I take all of these one-off sales and I triple them, I still can't meet $34 billion.
That's right.
Is that to say that we have not accepted the payments? No. Because the philosophy is really very simple. He's asking the Honourable Member, Tabaquite, why are the lights moved at the Children's Hospital? I don't know when last the Honourable Member reminded himself that electricity costs money. And that an empty building opened for an opening ceremony in a rush, partially equipped, no human resource manpower plan done, nobody hired to run the hospitals, is going to be a burden on the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and your $150,000 electricity bill a month needs to be saved. The Honourable Minister, I wonder, the Honourable Member, I wonder if he appreciates that when one outfits the San Fernando General Hospital, teaching hospital, and one puts a cabinet floor on the 17th floor, where you have an elevator reserved only for the members of cabinet, going there once every 3 or 6 months, an entire floor occupied, passengers cannot travel in that lift other than the members of the cabinet once every 3 or 6 months, that you are denying the people a benefit that they are paying for. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I had to go down to visit the registry of births and deaths in San Fernando. I walked in there. This is the division of the Ministry of Legal Affairs. No ticket counter, no numbering system, computers not working, no telephone line, backlog in the system, people crammed up, people who are nursing the tragedy of death together with the celebration of birth rammed together in one place, and the 17th floor of the teaching hospital spread out, glorious as it is. You should see the bathroom on the 17th floor for the office of the Prime Minister is larger than the entire registry for births and deaths. Wow. 2 times larger. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that doesn't seem to matter. The fact that an elevator is required for people to travel doesn't matter. So I want to say that there is a dot connection exercise afoot. VAT is being reduced from 15% to 12.5%. The benefit of having the raise in the income ceiling from 60,000 to 72,000 is to affect those most in need of savings. 21,000 people, $60 million is not a sum to sneeze at. But what do we tell people? Tragedy, tragedy, tragedy. Don't take the increase in VAT. Well, what's the consequence if you have no revenue? 5 years of this opposition when in government, so budget after budget, with not a single item reflecting revenue generation. That's right. Long on expenditure, short on revenue. Yes. Not one revenue generating project out of nearly $400 billion of expenditure. They say in 288, forgetting the contingent liabilities and spending which we've tabulated and brought to the people, and the state enterprises, $400 billion. Well, you know what? It matters that you have no revenue generating assets. That one-off sales only take you so far. And then what do you tell the people? We'll spare you the tragedy of VAT. And do what? Cut jobs? Isn't the focus upon job preservation a laudable one in this country? And let me tell you what my office, with responsibility for managing the Attorney General's office and the Ministry of Legal Affairs, is able to do in context. Let's speak in real terms. I'm the Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, very competently assisted by my brother, compatriot, Stuart Young. I could not have asked for a better person than he. So what do we have? 1,950 employees. What did the Prime Minister of this country do upon entry as a government policy? The first thing we did is to take 33 ministries and drop it to 23 ministries. People might think that that's a small thing, you know. But let's look at that. You're talking about 5 advisors. I'll come to that in a minute. I'll come to that. So, we merged down to 23. What is the effect for the people of Trinidad and Tobago? Is it just a whimsical thing that this happened? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, now Madam Speaker, let me say to you that the cost savings of a reduction in ministry, in one action alone, I want to tell you some of the cost savings in the Ministry of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs. Because we no longer have 2 information officers, 4 communication officers, double accounting positions, etc., where there are similar services going on. Without loss of jobs in any substantive position, we were able, in simple maneuvers, Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Speaker, as Mr. Deputy Speaker departs, we were able to produce for Trinidad and Tobago's benefit the merger of Accounts Department, Facilities Management, Communications, Human Resources, Office Management and Records, Service Commissions Department. We were able to make sure that there was a relocation of offices to be had beginning with possibility in January of this year, the end of this month. Filling of vacant offices and positions. But let me give you an example. Rental alone, by making a shift in maneuver, we will achieve a savings of $5,705,258.72. We are giving up a building over to the judiciary that has been outfitted for going on 5 years now, with no occupancy, rented by this ministry, at a cost of $115,000 a month. The judiciary needs space, has been begging for space for 5 years. They can use it. We are able to take the DPP's department and finally, once and for all, deal with accommodation provision, North Trinidad, Central, South Trinidad, and Tobago. We're able, in the period of telephones alone, comparing between 2014 and 2015, I have dropped the telephone bill without any loss of service to the ministry, and therefore governance, the quality of governance, from $279,348.38 to $72,719.77. We've cut out exorbitant catering services, grocery items, office supplies that were just bought as if there was no tomorrow. This month alone, being the month of Carnival, we will have saved on Carnival tickets. The last year spent Carnival tickets in the Ministry of the Attorney General was $81,200 in Carnival tickets. Nice. This year the sum is $0.00. Very good. But let me tell you more. On going into the ministry and in dealing with the administrative disaster zones that we inherited. And they're ours now. So nobody else's own. I'll take responsibility. I had a report prepared on the ministries that are under our purview. 40% of the staffing on short-term employment. 3 months and 6 months. 40%. Human resources running from one office and human resources running from just next door into the head office that the minister occupies. What did we come across? Ghost employees. Officers who turn up for a couple hours a week. Persons entirely unqualified for positions. Persons who didn't possess technical skills. Persons not assigned to specific tasks. People who could not even identify their supervising or reporting officers. Can't identify them. Who do you report to? No clue. Variances in salaries for similar job positions. And I'm going to drill down into these in a moment. A person employed in part-time services in one ministry receiving a full-time check in another ministry. Employed in another ministry. Ministry vehicles leased and given to people all over the place.
Lablash, you call it.
Lablash. 300 people on short-term employment. We call them in, and I want to put onto the record today, they give this impression sometimes, those opposite, that there's this slashing and burning, etc. I want to let you know, my secretary at my office was hired by a previous Attorney General. There are special advisors to the ministry hired by a previous Attorney General. Not a soul lost a job on us entering into office. Some of them were relocated into different areas. People kept their salaries. They kept working. There's a continuity of governance. And we would never become the thing which we have labeled as something to be despised in the treatment of people's lives and their support for their families. But what happened? We called in our people. And this is to address with plans. And this ministry being one example of how this is going across 23 other ministries. And we said to them, come in, report, bring your qualifications, bring your return of personnel, fill out contracts, be retained on contract, don't go home. We inherited a situation. I want to give you an example of how the psyche of productivity, and productivity is an important word in a bad economy. How do you make people more productive in the daylight hours? How do you inspire them? Well, tell me if you think that inspiration is to be found in this example. I just want to give you a few examples. I have a project coordinator in my ministry earning $7,000 a month in salary, and a project coordinator doing the same specifications for $12,500. I have an information system specialist earning $13,200, another one $17,700, and 5 people in between, all doing the same job in the same ministry at totally different prices. I have a legal officer, one doing the same job for $12,000, the next one doing the same job for $24,000. But there's parity in the system. I have another one, legal officer 1, $12,000, legal officer 1, $20,000. I have one, a research officer, $9,800, another research officer side by side, $17,500. Same position, same scope of work, same jobs. I have tabulated so far 19 ghost employees. We know them by name. Legal officer, legal officer, legal officer, legal officer 1. 7 research officers, 8 information technology specialists. Salaries ranging from $24,000 to $17,000 to $13,000. 19 of them can't be found. When the circular went out and said, turn up, bring your qualifications, keep your job, 19 men and women disappeared. They're on the payroll. Short-term contract for years at a hand. I have here paralegals, not a legal officer, not a lawyer. Here paralegals. 10 of them, 12 of them. Paralegals earning a salary of $19,900. Paralegal earning officer, $24,000 for a paralegal. $16,000, $12,000. And legal officers who went to law school, who qualified, earning $12,000 and $13,000. But that's inspiration. That's management. That's gravitas.
Leave it so.
Leave it so. Comet plans. Tell us what you're doing. Well, I can tell you this. Where we come from, elimination of waste, corruption, and mismanagement leading to savings is the first order of sensible management. Why? Because we haven't sacrificed a job. We haven't dismissed anybody. If contracts effluxed and people had no qualifications, well then too bad. Because you must, if you want to engender and encourage a productive society, you must have a sense of merit and meritocracy. You must reward merit. Why tell your children, study hard, go to school, get grades, when we have a chronic underemployment situation? People with 2 and 3 university degrees can't get a job as a clerk in the hospital.
Paralegal.
But a paralegal could earn more than a lawyer. Let me tell you more. When last I spoke in the budget, I told the country that we were headed up to $1 billion in expenditure. That's what I said. I said 900 million and counting. They tell me, no, it can't be so. As of today, 21 out of 23 ministries, out of 33 ministries, 21 ministries out of a total of 33 ministries having reported their figures, still checking as well. And, in fact, with a total of, if I just find my notes so that I'm accurate, 60 out of 107 state enterprises, that is 12 ministries not yet reporting, 47 ministries not yet reporting, enterprises, sorry, so 12 ministries not reporting, 47 state enterprises not reporting. Listen to what we have spent in legal fees, Madam Speaker. $1,432,000, 40,590.73. $1.433 billion in legal fees. In the period 2010 to 2015, ending with this government. That's legal fees and still counting. Ghost employees, fraudulent activities. Now, it isn't as if nothing is being done about this, because I can tell you this information didn't happen by magic. These gentlemen operating in the office of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, the place we see least is behind our desk, because we're on the ground, in the ministry, in the offices. The other day, the problem in San Fernando, I went to the mortuary myself. I went to see the bodies in the mortuary. I went to see how people's living conditions operate, because our Prime Minister says, if you can't see it yourself and know for a fact what the situation is, don't come to him. So tell me, productivity doesn't matter? Efficiency doesn't matter? Eliminating waste, mismanagement doesn't matter? Electricity bills don't matter? I heard earlier in the debate, the Honourable Member for Caroni Central say, what does $1,200 matter? Tell us what it's going to do. Well, you know what? $1,200 is a lot of money across 1.3 million people, you know. When you hear that your efficiency for VAT collection is 40%, 40%, there's room for improvement. Why? Is this happening in a vacuum? Has this government not said to the good people of Trinidad and Tobago, listen, the plan is quite simple. If all of us pay our fair share, if all of us pay our taxes, and if we make sure that our tax dollars are seen to be spent in a transparent and efficient fashion, then we believe that people would be prepared to pay their fair share. And we have said that specifically in the context of a local government reform, so that the expenditure is closest to the point of expenditure. How does the person in the Ministry of what was then the People, now Social Services, how do you spend $1 on Abercrombie Street in Embakade or on the train line? and know that it's hitting the targets correctly. The world literature is replete with the fact that targeted expenditure by way of assistance in a proper fashion is the right way. The consultations have begun. We've given a commitment time frame. Is there not merit in what Moody's had to say? Is there not merit in recognizing that unless you have an expenditure under proper supervision of a revenue management authority, that you're wasting time? Isn't that to be married with public procurement legislation? And is it not important to insulate a procurement regulator from the capriciousness that one may perceive a cabinet at some point may exercise? Isn't it important to also recognize that the protection of the valuable asset, the finite asset in Trinidad and Tobago is land? Isn't it important that land ought to be protected in a disposal of public property? These things aren't articulated in a vacuum, Honourable Member of Tabaquite, through you, Madam Speaker. There's a connection, there's a line of sight. Speaking about continuity and crime, wasn't it a responsible thing, notwithstanding the fact that those opposite when in government had procured vessels without armament, under capacity, in circumstances where they were delivered without any mechanism to pay them? No loan, no boats arrive, no weapons, where you could have fit hundreds of people into an OPV vessel with weapons for the same cost that you bought fishing vessels for. What did we say? We said, Madam Speaker, accept the vessels, put them to work and close off your borders. No cancellation of contract, no witch hunting. The information that I've given you, Madam Speaker, so far, have I called a name? Have I disparaged any individual across, personally? Do I need to claim a piano is missing and find it under a sheet? There's a difference of approach, Madam Speaker. And the difference of approach is make sure you know what you're saying. And if you're going to court, go to court. Get your freezing orders. Lock down assets. Deal with it with aplomb in a demure fashion and get on with due process and transparency. There's a court for that reason. We know we have a job to perform. I stand in a so-called marginal seat. You'd never guess by the results. But the fact is, it's marginal. People will vote you out as fast as they vote you in. As a politician, you stand as a person in a revolving door. The people want production. The way I look at the 6,000 votes versus my near 11,000 votes is that I still have to win the favor of 6,000 people, not that they're my enemies. So, Madam Speaker, what do we say? Simple. We want to preserve jobs, or we want to lose jobs. You want to afford your expenditure and move your economy forward, or you don't want to pay taxes. Why is taxation a bad word? Since when taxation is a bad word? IRC versus Tomlin, the classic case on taxation law. There is no certainty other than death and taxation. The question is what you put it to in terms of its use. I don't think it a dirty phrase. I'm hearing the talk across about property tax, property tax, property tax, as if it came out from a vacuum somewhere.
On that.
Madam Speaker, for the record, this government inherited a position of the law. There's a continuity of the law. The law as it stands right now in Trinidad and Tobago is that the Property Tax Act 2009 is the law. Why is it the law? Because those opposite, when they were in charge of the law, left it as the law. They, in fact, went further than leaving it as the law. They implemented the law. The Honourable Minister of Finance then, Senator Larry Howai, gentleman I have a lot of like for, implemented the law. In 2014, Minister Howai indicated People's Partnership Government would start first with industrial properties to implement the property tax. He acknowledged that the government had been losing about $180 million a year by not collecting taxes. He said the new property tax system will begin immediately with large corporations such as state oil companies, Petrotrin and Atlantic, which operate on large acreages of industrial land, he said the government will begin with valuations of all industrial land. So what is all of this drama and histrionics about a property tax? What is it? You met it when in government last, members of the opposition through you, Madam Speaker. You left it in place. You came to the Parliament with 2 bills which you allowed to lapse. You went to the Cabinet about 10 times on the issue and you implemented the property tax law. Why frighten people about property taxes?
How else to get an Augustine seat?
Exactly.
Listen, a government earns revenue by taxation. Whether it is by the sale of oil, supplemental petroleum taxes, royalties, call it what you want to call it. The fact is that your fair share in an equitable system is administered by the Board of Inland Revenue and other entities under it in a system called taxation. The objective of a government is to make it efficient, transparent, and meaningful in terms of expenditure. We have articulated the plan to implement it through a local government reform so that jobs can be created close to source, so that people in San Fernando West could work for the City Corporation of San Fernando, that they can build their own schools, they can repair their own schools, that our waterfront will continue in its development. And I'm proud to say that the Minister of Planning has received the renewed list for the implementation of the Waterfront Committee to carry the project forward. Because this government's view...
Your speaking time is expired. You can avail yourself of an additional 15 minutes.
May I, Madam Speaker?
You are.
Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, if I take the arguments of those opposite, behind the rather high tenor of the tone,
High-pitched screech.
I don't want to say high-pitched screech. Behind the high tenor of the tone, I would say, what is the gravamen of the argument? What is the argument that's coming? Don't raise VAT. Don't raise taxes. Don't do that. I heard the Honourable Member for Tabaquite say a moment ago, he said, tell us about 4 things. Protection of jobs, stimulate the investment in the private sector, crime and criminals, food. 4 things you said we should be talking about. 1, I've just told the Honourable Members through you, Madam Speaker, that protection of jobs, as I've indicated in my own ministry we are able to do, by savings of monies, because I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I have certainly not spent a cent on legal fees since we have entered into office. I can tell you that savings of rental, savings of electricity bills, saving of ghost employees turning up to work, all of these savings are being poured into keeping jobs. The Honourable Member wants to know about protection of jobs. That's protection of jobs. The Honourable Minister of Finance was asked, and he said in his delivery, that the stimulation into the private sector would happen in Finance Bill number 2. May I remind those opposite that Finance Bill after Finance Bill had incentives for construction of car parks, construction of homes, building developments. What has happened of it? Do you know what? They could not work out the rubric for the implementation of it, and despite 3 finance bills back to back speaking about it, not one project came out of it. Not one. 3 finance bills opposite. Transfer tax. We heard about it 3 budgets in a row from them. Not one mechanism put into effect. You know what that is? Selective memory, Madam Speaker. That is do so and like so. Do as I say, not as I do. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member spoke about crime and criminals. I can tell you that the Minister of National Security and the Office of the Attorney General are hand in hand in the National Security Council, and that we will be coming to the Parliament very shortly to speak to some very certain and precise measures legislatively that will deal with some of this solution. I can tell you, by way of addition and supplementation to the legislative agenda spoken from the finance perspective by the Honourable Minister of Finance, that the Ministry of the Attorney General is awaiting right now the outcome of the national review, our national risk assessment, and the outcomes of the National Anti-Money Laundering Committee, NAMLAC as it's called, following the fourth round mutual evaluation of Trinidad and Tobago, to publish in the first quarter of this year its precise legislative agenda. And I can tell you right now that it will include amendment to the Proceeds of Crime Act, amendment to the Financial Obligations Regulations, amendment to the Financial Intelligence Unit Act, amendment to the Financial Intelligence Unit Regulations, amendment to the Anti-Terrorism Act, amendment to the Companies Act, amendment to the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, amendment to the Customs Act, amendment to the Firearms Act. It will involve the Credit Unions and Cooperative Societies, Insurance Act, Gambling and Betting, and the non-profit organizations. But I want to mark in history right now in this Parliament, certainly for the last 6 years, you have just had a listing come out from the Attorney General's Office and Ministry of Finance when we're telling you that work is afoot. But this is the first time in 6 years that you have heard two ministers stand up back to back and tell you the legislation we're going to deal with. So I don't know if that's lost upon members opposite. The ability to stand up and say we have taken stock of what we are doing. These are areas of risk and assessment. The ministries are pouring in their policies, each of them to the office, but the work must be done. One thing I can guarantee you, Madam Speaker, is that all people of Trinidad and Tobago are important to this government. There is no PNM and UNC and the jabs. There's nothing other than the red, white, and black. Full stop. And when we deal with that, Madam Speaker, we accept that we have inherited a position, but it's the country's position. We accept that the population does not want to hear. I hear them talk about this statement, we in charge now, forgetting that the comment came across the floor from the members opposite, not the stink mouth comment. The other comment came the same day saying, all in charge, show them who in charge, tell them you in charge. It was the same way. It was the same way, Madam Speaker, when dealing with the Salaries Review Commission.
I would like to hear the contribution from the Honourable Member from San Fernando West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't have much more to say. But what I do have to say is that we were appointed to do a job. We have 55 months and counting. The constituents of each one of the 41 seats present expect us to do a job. We are not interested in witch hunting, but we are certainly interested in applying the law. Uncontrolled fires, procurement practices, crime, removal of documentation, removal of state assets. I just want to warn the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago that there's a very vigilant government in the saddle. And they can expect due process. We can expect an application of reasonableness and proportionality in the laws and approaches. And we hope that the members opposite will just calm the histrionics down in the country. Agree that the country is in a difficult position. Agree that we must take measures to get there. Agree that we must cooperate with each other to achieve a perspective. Keep a government honest indeed by way of proper attack in the Westminster style. But the fact is, Madam Speaker, this country shouldn't shy away from examples such as other countries exemplify. In the United States, you hear simple talk. Time to tighten our belts. Time to roll up our sleeves. Advertisements on how you cut your energy bill. Advertisements on how you save $1. Why is that a dirty concept in Trinidad and Tobago? Why must every light in every building be on all day, all night? Big sign flashing. If you opened a hospital, you didn't have the equipment, you didn't have the doctors, and you have an electricity bill of hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, turn off the lights until it's ready. It's as simple as that. Madam Speaker, I wish to endorse wholeheartedly the Honourable Minister of Finance's approach of delivering the government statement. I wish to commend him in particular through you on giving a very honest and forthright position. I wish to remind the nation that histrionics are good theatre, but the fact is that we need to ensure that we're paying attention to the reality of our situation. The focus on job preservation is by far more the important task than wild spending and wild ideas. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me refer to a statement that I regularly make in open court when I stand to cross-examine, that there are at least two sides to every story. But the one story we heard my learned friend from San Fernando West start off with was that the population is sick and tired of finger-pointing into the past, and they're looking in not in the rearview mirror anymore, but into the windscreen to see where we shall go. What did he then proceed to do? Do exactly what he said we should not do, which is to find blame, some with merit and a lot without. Because as I say, for every story, there are at least two versions, two sides. There's one truth. And there's one truth. And there's one truth. So that I find it somewhat disconnected to hear of the improvements we had made under the People's Partnership to the Registry for Births and Deaths in the San Fernando Hospital. But I was very pained over the weekend to have seen what happened there on TV, where, as he so poetically put it, and he's born into that breed for language and the arts, and I want to say he has honed it to a fine art here. So that to suggest where there's a pain of death and the joy of birth, all suffer there now. I couldn't understand why until I heard that it was because staff members there, their contracts were not renewed. But I know my friend is an honorable gentleman. So that if no one lost their jobs, no one was removed, how was that ghost created in San Fernando? Not what I mean. So we have an inconsistency with what my friend has said, and I believe he believes what he has said. But what is the reality? Something happened in San Fernando, where before it took a year or two to get a birth certificate in San Fernando, under the People's Partnership, under the Prime Ministership of Kamala Persad-Bissessar government, we were able to live it in 3 minutes. To have heard of all these ghosts and persons who are not appropriately appointed or maybe getting too much of a salary, and so congratulations, sir. These are things that we had struggled with for more than a generation before we came in. There was effort to deal with it, and certainly because of the habits that had been entrenched into the governance under the PNM successive regimes, it was difficult to deal with. So congratulations on that, Attorney General. But you know, to have heard all of these things, whether real or unreal, from very early on the term in 2010, and forgive me because I'm coming in your wake, to suggest, as they did in the campaign, that the partnership government was the most corrupt ever seen, the most inefficient. I want to say that if that is so, well then where could all the concrete evidence throughout the length and breadth of this nation have come from? The very children's hospital we hear about, how was that built? How was it that we were able to provide 250,000 of our citizens with water where they never had before? How is it that 200 plus grounds were developed with lighting for all, so that the communities, the people were given back their space? How is it that we were able to provide 800 police vehicles? To reduce, not what we say, but by the Commissioner of Police has said repeatedly under the People's Partnership, look at the numbers. Statistics sometimes could lie. But when the Commissioner of Police says so, the dramatic decrease in crime under the People's Partnership. How could we then have opened and built new health centers throughout the length and breadth, and in particular, Diego Martin West? How could we have improved in the healthcare everywhere? How could we have created a first world teaching hospital? We speak of the 17th floor. What about the floors below it? How could, well, whatever you call it, I beg your pardon, it is a caring hospital. It is for the care of our citizens. So as they speak, when we said people-centered governance, that is what we spoke to. When every child in this nation approaching the age when they could go into high school could look forward to a computer which is the new, what do you call it, slate of the old days? The new copybook. You are taking away the copybooks from the hands and from the book bag, as Dr. Eric Williams told us. It is the future of this world for them to be electronically prepared. A student in Trinidad and Tobago does not compete only here. They compete internationally. And we have been able to show, and the former Minister of Education, I'm sure, could furnish you with all of the material to show that our students and the present Minister of Education, I'm sure, would be very proud of the capacity and capability of our students. That did not just happen. Of course, it started with a good foundation under the PNN, but further to a finessed quality under the Minister of Education in the last UNCA regime, and brought to full birth under the last 5 years. We are the best. We have some of the best in the world. When I sit next to my friend here from Shagwana, we talk about diversification, and I get the goose pimples ever I say it. When we can go from cotton cane to flying plane. That was the vision of Trinidad and Tobago. You have heard the member for Caroni Central speak about the colored economies. Look, change don't come easy. It was easy on September 7th. The people expected something different. They expected, because of the propaganda and the unrelenting attack from voices that have gone silent since, everything that this government, the People's Partnership did, we could not do right. Nothing they do wrong. I wonder where the voices are fixing TNT and other places. Where have they gone? Listen. Forgive me, I too, whether we agreed with the political campaign of 2015, whether we agreed that they're ready and they're ready. Well, they're ready for what? I don't know. But I really want to give you the benefit of the doubt, and I've repeated it and I shall say today, as a government in place, constitutionally elected, in a time of great difficulty, financially and otherwise, we want you to succeed. Because when you succeed, all of us, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, succeed. But you know, I remember it was joked off that you have no plan, you have no plan, you have no plan. I tell you now, my suspicions are growing very strong that campaign was correct. Because you see, to raise tax is not a plan, that's a reaction. It is no mystery that yes, in any democracy, there will be taxation. And we believe there should be no taxation without representation. And that is why, they want to talk about the member for St. Augustine, the Axie tax program. Let me tell you why we did it. We did it because we were jeopardizing the homes of persons. If you do not understand the culture here, the culture of this nation is that you work hard, you buy a house, get a house, fix it up, pretty it up. And you know what? Even the former Prime Minister had to go through the infamy of an attack on her efforts over many, many years to put up a great structure. But that is a cultural thing in this nation, to own a home and make it comfortable, make it good, make it very, very accommodating to you and comfortable, especially for the elderly, my lady, is something that we have all known. And the property tax, as was disclosed to this nation in 2009, had a serious, serious danger to it. There was evaluation that could have come either from an annual rateable value, which is a percentage of what you could possibly rent the property at, or from the capital value. And that question still looms large as to how will you do the valuation on properties. And we will have a lot of other occasions because there is great ambiguity as to when that legislation, with amendments or without, I don't know, will come back to this Parliament. But the questions are now raising their heads. They've not been answered properly then, and they do not now have answers to give. Whether you will be using the annual rateable value or the capital value for the taxation of property. Because if you do, and under the past legislation, I am informed that you can charge the property tax on the capital value. If it is 3%, and they will joke about this, but if it is so, because that is under the old law, a 3% on $1 million property, that sounds like a fantastic thing, it is not. Every decent home in this nation, if one is only to go through the classifieds, it's $1 million and up. So 3% of $1 million is 30,000 per year. Let's understand what we're talking about. And there are persons who bought or built many years ago in areas that have developed to a point that their neighbors' homes could sell for $3 and $4 million. And these are the important and real issues that are in our windscreen and ahead of us. And we wait with bated breath for clarity on these matters. Because you see, as we hear now about saving jobs, and I congratulate the Attorney General for that sense of heart to not want to make people lose their jobs. But what about losing their homes? I am hearing now about the benefit of allowing the elderly or the not so young to get free driving permit when some of them don't have car, and if they have a car, they've done raise the price of gas. I am hearing about the removal of the cost of a passport, which is a great thing. But for those who could barely afford to live in this nation and they wish to go, they can't even afford a plane ticket. So the passport is only for fanning purposes? And no foreign exchange. You see, Madam Speaker, back to the property tax, because this is going to be, and luckily in 2009 we were, by the hand of God, given the opportunity as the people of Trinidad and Tobago for an election to be called shortly thereafter. There is no election ahead of us for some time. I imagine, and I hope it were otherwise. Because this is something that the nation is extremely worried and troubled about. We are not about fear-mongering, we are about clarity, about education, about learning, about finding out and spreading the truth. Do you know one of the real dangers that many persons expressed then and are expressing today? It is this. What if I can't pay? I'm working, yes, but my expenses are just there. We have something called the working poor. Even middle-class persons, you could call them working poor in that they have very little disposable in a way, disposable income. And they can't pay it. Do you know there's a provision, of course, a little pressure cooker point where they could go and make an application for deferral. Do you know what a deferral does? It doesn't remove your tax, It kicks the can down the road and it attaches to the property. So another very crucial cultural thing in this nation is that we build our homes. We make it good. And when we die, we intend to pass it to our children. Instead of an inheritance now, there is a real possibility for those who cannot pay the tax in their lives, that instead of passing on an inheritance, we pass on a debt that turns on its head the very culture of many, many generations before us. These are important things and the nation needs to know. So to say that taxation, of course we must have taxation, but how do you do it? But in taxation, they're missing a whole new or a whole large percentage of another part of the equation. What about wealth creation? There should be no taxation without wealth creation. Because to take and squeeze to expect blood out of stone, as we have already heard, things are getting very hard in the country. To have heard the member for Tabaquite speak about contractors contracting, where employees for builders are being sent home. These are things that we're hearing on the ground already. We appreciate the acknowledgement of the need to secure jobs in relation to probably CPEP and URP, but we need to fix that into putting it into meaningful employment, such as agriculture. Where is it in all that they have said, this thrust for the creation of new wealth, for the earning of foreign exchange, or the prevention of expenditure of foreign exchange, for instance, in terms of building a capacity in agriculture? You would be shocked, Madam Speaker, to see the quality of produce that is now available in Trinidad and Tobago. Because I remember in St. Augustine, I was invited under the People's Partnership Administration to the launch, if I may call it that, of new lands made available to farmers. And as I walked to the head table, I thought I was looking at a basket of plastic produce. perfect as it was, the corn, the pepper, you name it, the tomatoes, the onions, that the People's Partnership put as a priority, the quality of that is exceptional. Not only for local consumption, but possibly even for export. God has given this nation great wealth. Oil and gas, yes, but in terms of the fertile lands. But I want to tell you something. Agriculture has been given a bad name from a long time ago. And I will share with you personal experiences. I grew up in central Trinidad, but I also grew up on a farm in MacBean. My father owned it. And how hard it is to mind animals, to plant corn, to plant peas. I did it all, before school and after school. I know what hard work is. But you know what has happened? We were moved away, that connection from the land, because of predial larceny. One night, 12 animals stolen, the other night, 6. It broke your heart. You had no choice. And that is why the People's Partnership put a thrust into agriculture and put a new predial larceny squad to prevent these things, so that when you work hard, you sweat, and then it's stolen from you. We try to mitigate these things. Agriculture is one aspect that is replenishing. It is not damaging to the environment. In fact, it enhances it. And these are the things we must go towards. We must let our children know that agriculture is not the old bus up tall boots and bus pants. No, it is a millionaire's future if you do it right. And we do not need to speak of this only and say, look, we will give certain incentives, but do not then take the next step. We need governance that says we will take you from putting the seed into the ground to putting the food on the table or on the ship for export. And that is where we have fallen short. We'll have initiatives without continuity. So, Madam Speaker, that is one aspect. In Trinidad and Tobago, we have to look for intrinsic wealth. Why do we not in this nation have a Lenbuzi Sharp Center at the university? For those who wish to learn about pan, they shouldn't have to go to Japan. They shouldn't have to go to anywhere else. If you want the real thing, we need to start certifying things as authentic and real, and there's a great value to these things. Why is it that we import today mass costumes? Because they are mass produced. When we have the real thing, the talent of our people, and it, you see, and this really enhances the civilization of Trinidad and Tobago, because it takes from our people what they naturally have, encourages it, and makes it a wealth-generating effort. So, Madam Speaker, my friends could speak as much as they want about taxation, about why it is necessary. We agree there must be some level of taxation. But you know a government gone wrong when it starts taxing the salt of the earth. How could you, yes, the salt of the earth, and it is very philosophical if you don't have a clue. When Mahatma Gandhi started, it was about salt. It is God's given right to us for salt, but it taxed that. And if you go back into, I shan't be too biblical or too religionist in any way, but for those who wish to learn, go and look and see what has happened to those who attack the salt or tax the salt. Something is wrong with them. Terribly wrong. To hear now that you put tax on computers, so if you can't get it from the schools, you can't buy it for the home, to blind our young people and all of our citizens from the opportunity to be a citizen of this world where we need our intellectual abilities to open itself for innovation to truly become our own. Knowledge economy. Knowledge economy is the future, and if it is that we are doing these things, even taxing books, we are returning to the dark age. But I'm not surprised now, because you know what? When we heard about new governance and the people voted for it, they expected so much. You know what we've gotten? A removal of the post-cabinet press conference. That is a serious thing. There was almost no voice.
Except when Minister of Finance was acting Prime Minister. Yeah, he did a great job.
You make a good Prime Minister.
So, Madam Speaker, that was a serious blow to democracy. But that is not all. That is not all. As we start playing now with the financial aspects of the economy, the issue of the valuation and the fiscal policies, what happened to to an independent office holder in this nation, the governor of the central bank, surreptitiously and possibly illegally removed. So I want to warn now, because I tell you something, some people say, you know, I am partner with the PNM, nothing could be further from the truth. I partner with the people, and you know what? The very people who supported them in the election saying?
What about that?
Well, I can't say all of the things here, it's too crude for here. But they are also saying that they do not now believe the hype of the campaign of the PNM in 2015. There are many regretting, because there is always another way. There is always a softer way. Because you know what, my friend from San Fernando West, who I knew long before the politics, and will remain my friend, I hope, long after the politics. Well, I don't know. I could just be hopeful and optimistic.
I doubt it very much.
Can I, gentlemen and ladies, please, 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 I want to give you a little secret. There's a little secret that happened here for the whole world to have known, but we seem to have forgotten. They came to this parliament and asked for $50 billion borrowing ability. Do you know what the biggest secret is? We do not know where a single dollar of that will be spent. Why is that so when you talk about tax? You know where you're taking, but you don't know where you're putting. Madam Speaker, where is this $50 billion to go? Are we hearing it's borrowed to pay debt? Have we heard that it is borrowed for consumption? What is it? We've heard before about this rapid rail. Yes, axi tax and rapid rail, bad combination, toxic for you. Because, you see, I heard the Prime Minister, I respect him, and I heard he was going to give this great seminal statement that was on the Christmas week, and when he moved it, I said, oh God, we're in trouble, because he didn't want to be Scrooge, sorry. Or Grinch, who stole Christmas. So he put it to the following, I said, this is worst news yet. We're going to get devaluation, we're going to get shafted, we're going to get all kind of things. But you know what happened? I realized the psychology, and they're brilliant at it. I would like to know who your political advisors are. You are geniuses at this. What you do is you prepare the ground for absolute failure, blame it on the past government. And that anything less than absolute failure will be seen like a success to you. So that when they deliver the speech, even I said, thank you, Prime Minister, no evaluation. But I wake up the next morning and say, wait, now, that was just a con game, you fall for that. But I wasn't the only one. As I spoke to so many others, they are waking up to the reality. Member for Horquetta, Talparo, the country is waking up and smelling the coffee. So that they are understanding the communication. Sorry. 12.5% on you.
Yeah, on coffee.
The truth, as I always repeat, cannot be subdued for long. Now, as I repeat this, I want you to succeed, brothers and sisters. I really do. Because there's no election ahead, so therefore this is not politicking. This is about resetting. We will work with you. Yes, I know you don't want it. Because I remember in this very parliament, when an error was being made. Yes, of course, for your time I take one. Yeah? When a serious error was being made, I hail out to my friends who I always consider that, whether they consider me something else is another matter. I said, listen, you cannot do that. Sub judice. Don't be ridiculous was the response.
That was the way, Maxie.
And not keep you out of this. Keep you out of this. And do you know, that is the attitude. Don't be ridiculous. And I was totally right. Totally right. I'll tell you privately. So that, you know, we are still, all of us, are invested into the future of this nation. Right? But we are invested for the betterment of this country. Not for the failure of this country. And until you tell us, Minister of Finance, that $50 billion you want to borrow, what you're going to do with it? Are you going to run with this rapid rail? And up till today, you haven't told us whether it's 10 billion TT or 10 billion US. The irony of which is, the horror of the thing, is the alignment that we had fought in 2009 ran through the most densely populated areas of the East-West Corridor. So the very homes that you intend to tax with your property tax will be used to finance the thing that totally derails them. And you know, I'm so happy you came with the pomposity sometimes of saying, oh, I make myself so clear. Land and building taxes, 2016. If you paid 1,000 in 2009, you're paying 1,000 in 2015. Hooray, hooray. Crystal clear. But it's also equally crystal clear that 2016 fiscal year ends September. A whole new regime will come that will start from the end of 16 into 2017, into 2018. And if by the grace of God we get an election sometime after that, you know what's going to happen. But if we don't, many of our citizens will be traumatized, and the very persons you're talking about giving, what, driving permit for free? Passport for free. You could lose, they could take their homes. And that is not a statement of fear-mongering. That is a statement of potential reality. And that is the function of this parliament, to warn and alert the nation. And indeed yourself, because sometimes you may be doing things with the best of intention without understanding the consequences of your action. We've seen a lot of that in the past. To hear that the Children's Hospital, wow, what a thing. Because we forgot about Children's Life Fund, you know. I remember, Minister of Health, you're a good soul, but I remember having gone to former PNM Minister of Health, asking for money for the state Children's Life. Him and the whole. So you know what? $60,000. We want $2 million, you know. 60,000. You're a good man. You would not kill the Life Fund, I'm sure. But there's a danger that the Children's Hospital may not be initialized, if I may use that term loosely, and be put to use. The equipment that I have been advised is already installed, world-class, state-of-the-art, could be left to rot. And you know why I could say this? With some level, certainly of trepidation, and hopefully some level of hope that it couldn't happen, but it happened here already. Many have forgotten Mount Hope, 70-odd buildings, former Minister of Health. At the time, cutting-edge technology, the latest of equipment, when they were taken out of their boxes 10 and 15 years after, could not be used. Let us not look. Attorney General, you're there, and I trust you, you know. Make sure they don't do things like that. Please, they're good souls I look across. But there's an underlying sense of malaise that I am sensing and seeing coming before this nation. And what is more worrying than anything else, what is worrying more than anything else, is that there is really no vision. There really is no plan to cut, yes, but what about the growth of the economy? What about the new world that this nation now goes into, that it cannot depend on oil and gas? You can build how many homes, but where is it that the material, a lot of it is imported, comes from? Whatever we do, every cent we spend, every cent we save to spend, must be on income-generating efforts. Condemn us, if you will, as you have. That we didn't, but I could tell you many great efforts were made. Some succeeded and some did not, but the intent of the former government was good. I can't say all who populated it were good. But I could tell you this former Prime Minister, sitting in cabinet, with the cabinet, whenever a decision was taken, and I say this honestly to you, was always with an underlying belief that what we did, what attempted to do, was in the interest of each and every citizen of the Thank you. To hear something that I know could not be true, falling from the lips of the Attorney General, I know he's been misled. To be told that the vessels, and I shall use that term, that were bought by this government to secure our borders came with no guns. Of course, it did not come with guns because they could not be shipped with them. They needed a different regime. They become umbilical, but the guns were to come separately to be installed. It had to be brought in. Folks, listen to this one. It had to be brought in by a civilian crew, therefore it could not be armed. That is the reality. So the other side of the story could be more.
Honorable Member, your speaking time has expired. You're entitled to additional 15 minutes. If
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will not be much longer, except to point out a few things. I am hearing on the underside of what the Minister of Finance spoke about, this thing called business levy. I thought it was well made, but maybe I should make it again. The vessels couldn't come armed because it had to be brought in by a civilian crew. When it became militarily armed, then they could install the gun. And I would ask the question, and maybe we should get an honest answer from whomever, and I know the Honourable Member for point 14, and if not he, of course, the Minister of the Attorney General, and if not he, the Minister of Health, and if not he, I could go down the line, could tell us. What are you again? That the guns are here. Whether they chose to bolt it on is another matter. Because we know they have a history of not putting things together. But I was making the point, and thank you, Member for Superior, that the business levy, moving from 0.2% to 0.6% on businesses that do not show profits, assumes the underlying statement in that is fraud. Well, fix the fraud. Because there may be businesses that genuinely cannot afford to pay these things. And what is the effect of that? It is better to have a viable business that is non-profitable rather than to squeeze it and kill it and lose jobs. Huh?
Gas stations.
Yes, gas station. I don't want to go through that inglorious list of potential businesses that could do these things. So, the other issue. I mean, when we were told that there will be a reduction in VAT from 15 to 12.5%, I said, this can't be P&M. It turned out to be just them. Because really, look at the amount of items here. They hear coffee, tea, juice, water,
Kool-Aid,
Morbi,
Kool-Aid,
tofu,
biscuit, Kool-Aid,
tofu. I was vegetarian for 14 years. I would have done. No, but I could do without that. But we laugh and joke, but these are real world consequences on poor, the working poor. 12.5% more across the board. We forget basic economics, the domino effect. It goes across the board. So that what this nation has to look forward to in this next several years until the next election is more VAT, more tax, less accessibility, less communication, cut. As a friend jokingly told me, he says, things bad, so that the bitter medicine that has to be administered to this country should be administered by Dr. Rowley. But if the medicine gets too bitter and gets too intense, it becomes poison. And I am of the view here, honestly, that if we are not very careful and create that opportunity and hope that there is a brighter tomorrow because of investment that we have put in for the last many years, an investment that this government we had hoped would continue in our children and in new economies, then all we will have is a very suppressed, oppressed, and abused community of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, without hope for many years. We cannot afford that. The time is not yet over for us to put these initiatives, and if you want them, we will share them with you. It is not about ownership, it is about sharing. And the former Minister of Planning, the member for Caroni Central, will speak to you, and you already have the ideas. It is just about the will, the political will to do things. You've shown in the past the lack of it. You're a new government still, but the honeymoon ended last year if you didn't realize it. And that come the next few days, as this news goes out, that all is carrying, you're read and you're ready, that the VAT is not to help, but really to hurt. Because you need not have put it on all of those items. You need not have taken things from 0 and put it at 12.5% if you cared. There are some things, yes, you can VAT. And some from 15 to 12.5. I couldn't believe to hear now that I love cars, yes, of course. But to hear some cars, the price will drop. And you talk about gridlocking, and you want to have a new transit system, but you're cheapening the cost of vehicles. Did I hear right that the one vehicle that was available with CNG already original equipment manufactured, you put VAT on that? Where is this? This is across the board cut of 7% when you should have used some reason and intelligence to say, look, you know, I could cut the 7% here, but you see that investment in the children's future and education, that investment in serious tourism, medical tourism, CNG, you cut all of that VAP and you talk about VAPSI government of the past? No. I did not mean to be insultive to anyone, and if it fell as such, please, it was not intended. It is just really me speaking my heart, having come into the wake of a most eloquent colleague and friend, San Fernando West. So we look forward, Madam Speaker, to an improved collaboration. We are willing to do it, but all I say, because power, you have to be careful with power, it has an ability for you to ridicule anything that you do not agree with. It blinds you, yes, and you must know. Yeah. It blinds you to the reality, it blinds you to truth, and it blinds you to opportunities. We have difficulties ahead, but we have serious opportunities. As a friend yesterday told me, and I shan't use the word he used, but I'll leave you, right? A cocktail brings clarity. Necessity is truly the mother of invention. Things don't happen unless there's a need to change. We are at a point where the country needs to change. Let's really do this together. Let's do it with a sense of equity and equanimity. Madam Speaker, I thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Port of Spain North, St. Ann West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Fellow colleagues, I rise here today recognizing it is an opportunity once again to have the privilege to address this House. I did not intend to speak today, Madam Speaker, but having heard the contributions from those on the other side, I feel somewhat compelled to speak and to bring a level of assistance to the population listening on at large. First of all, Madam Speaker, the contribution of the member for Tabaquite seemed to suggest a continued behavior as though there's a bottomless pit of money. It is very difficult to sit here today, Madam Speaker, and listen to such a contribution, especially after in each of our ministries we've begun to gather evidence of what can only be called an abuse of the Treasury. Listening to the member for Tabaquite talk about the non-payment of contractors, I rise here and ask that they tell the population why it is that they spent hundreds, paid out hundreds, and I repeat, hundreds of millions of dollars in the months of August and September 2015 to certain preferred contractors. I ask the question whether these favored friends, financiers, and contractors of the People's Partnership government have gone on to pay the legitimate subcontractors who actually did the work. Because there is a suggestion that those who did the work have not been paid by those who were in fact paid by the PP government. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, on an almost daily basis, we are being faced with schemes by certain contractors attempting to hide their ill-gotten gains and to avoid the legitimate claims of certain claimants and the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago. The question arises, with the greatest of respect, Madam Speaker, that the population should ask whether the economic problems that we're now addressing arose in the past 4 months since September 2015. I've heard a claim that they reacted to the crisis in January 2015 of lower oil and gas prices. But Madam Speaker, with the greatest of respect, this is indeed a fallacy. Because the facts will show, and history reflects, that they continued to abuse the Treasury. For example, the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago, they took unprecedented dividends during the period 2010 to 2015. The records would also reflect that they took retroactive dividends, meaning that they declared a dividend for a certain period, and in the following year went back and increased the dividend from the period that they paid before. They paid contractors, as I said, in August and September 2015, hundreds of millions of dollars, some under the cover of mobilization fees, which were above the normal and accepted 10% rate. And no work was done or has been done for those hundreds of millions of dollars of cash of the people of Trinidad and Tobago paid out to these preferred contractors. We have heard from the Honorable Attorney General that to date, and we're still compiling, over $1.4 billion paid out to a handful and a selected amount of attorneys at law. They leveraged and mortgaged the Green Fund. They maximized every single overdraft available to the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Wow. We heard $34 billion in overdraft in the Exchequer account. We know that the overdraft at the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago was also maximized. They took short-term loans by certain state enterprises just before August and September 2015 to get cash, short-term loans that we now have to repay. They entered into, Madam Speaker, billion-dollar projects, a few select billion-dollar projects without any money in place to pay for these projects, Madam Speaker. We've just heard from the member for St. Augustine talk and attempt to refute the allegations of ghosts. Madam Speaker, I would like to put on record here for the population of Trinidad and Tobago that the Honorable Attorney General, whom I have the greatest pleasure of working with, when we went into our ministry, there were over 372 short-term employees, as he referred to. When an investigation began, we found ghost gangs in the attorney section and in the IT sections. Attorneys at law that no one could identify. They had never turned up for work. In the IT section, these people could not be found. In the Ministry of Legal Affairs, there was a complete annihilation of the Human Resource Department, and this was done by the Permanent Secretary. These are some of the difficulties that we faced. When you're faced in a professional ministry with a number of attorneys who don't exist, but paychecks being cashed every month of over $20,000 a month per paycheck, and IT personnel who, again, no one in the IT department could identify during the period, being paid over $15,000 a month. What? And then to sit here, Madam Speaker, and listen to us being attacked when we attempt to cut expenditure and we attempt to now correct a ship that was overturned. Water. I must rise to speak about water as well, Madam Speaker. We heard about water for all. The truth that has not been told to date is that WASA was instructed in the months prior to the election to keep all water flowing to the detriment of the aquifers of Trinidad and Tobago and the reservoirs of Trinidad and Tobago. When the experts at WASA were saying we needed to conserve water as a country, the election ploy of water for all left us post-September with dry reservoirs and some aquifers that may not recover. The increase in borrowing limits that we heard with reference to, of an increase a few weeks ago, we came to the Parliament and asked for the ability to increase our borrowings by up to $50 billion. And I think it is important that we do not mislead the population, Madam Speaker, that this is only an opportunity or something that can be used in case of difficulties, because we have come in with every single overdraft at maximum limit. We've come in at a time when our normal recourse of revenue is down from oil and gas. And as we attempt to find means to increase our revenue, we need to ensure that there is now a sufficient ceiling for us to borrow and to utilize overdrafts in a time of need. At no stage did the Minister of Finance, Madam Speaker, indicate to the population an intention to utilize in the immediacy this $50 billion increase in borrowing. I heard my friend from St. Augustine talk about sharing initiatives. We will always welcome any citizen of Trinidad and Tobago providing us with solutions, because we are a solution-oriented government. Solutions are the only way we can take this country forward. But I question myself as I listen. Well, why were these solutions for revenue generation not put into place during the years 2010 to 2015? Madam Speaker, with the greatest of respect, I think it is important to share with our fellow citizens and to continue what we heard from the Honorable Attorney General as to what it is we have been doing in the short 4 months that we've been in government. At our ministry, in addition to what we've already heard, we have negotiated with contractors and consultants up to and over 30% discounts on the market rate of fees. We have cut wastage in the manner that the Attorney General has talked about by simple efforts such as a reduction in the purchase of paper, a reduction in electricity, and a reduction in the catering services used. We've also reduced the amount spent quite easily on legal fees and other items of recurrent expenditure. As a government, we also took decisions very early o'clock at a cabinet level to reduce the amount of travel by public servants. In the last 4 months, we have saved, Madam Speaker, hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayers' money by refusing travel. Every single travel note that comes before the cabinet, Madam Speaker, is questioned. There's a reduction in numbers and also sometimes a complete eradication of the travel plans.
Limited first-class travel.
We've also limited the types of tickets and travel that can be done by public servants, meaning the classes of travel. Madam Speaker, mathematically, the 7% cut that has been mandated by the Honorable Prime Minister in his speech to the nation, when translated, should eradicate or go a long way towards the eradication of the expected deficit. If one takes 7% of $56 billion, which is $7 billion of capital expenditure, minus from the 63, 7% is $3.92 billion. So that is what this government is working towards. The reduction of almost $4 billion of an annual budget by a mandated cut of 7%. Madam Speaker, we've sat here and we've heard for the last few months about cut, cut, cut. And these talks about the cutting of employment. I would like to add to what was said by the Attorney General. Certainly in our ministry, what we immediately did was call in for the qualifications of all of the contract employees to ensure that they were properly qualified for the positions that they held. Then, with the assistance of the CPO rates, we ensured that for the respective positions, persons were paid what they were supposed to be paid, Madam Speaker. And I question once again, as a member of the public, who is fortunate enough to have the privilege to serve in this House and to serve the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, how could anyone, any right-thinking citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker, question and criticize the cutting of expenditure? To hear an eradication of expenditure being ridiculed is beyond any commonsensical position. They talk about spending and that the country needs to understand that we as a government need to increase spending. How can one increase spending, Madam Speaker, in a time when your revenues are down and in a time when we found wanton wastage and abuse? That would be, with the greatest of respect, completely wrong. To turn very quickly, Madam Speaker, because I don't intend to be very long in my contribution to the bill, I would like to take the opportunity to hopefully explain for the last time how the business levy tax works. The business levy tax, Madam Speaker, is taken as a percentage of one's gross sales or the receipts from the preceding year. Once an income tax is paid on profit, so if a company is not running a profit, it pays no tax. This is not a doubling of taxation. So what you're doing is a taxation on income tax on profit is at 25%. What you're doing here, Madam Speaker, is taking 0.6, I repeat it, 0.6% of gross sales and taking it as a taxation on someone who is declaring no profit. We have found statistically, Madam Speaker, that many persons are having hundreds of millions of dollars in some instances in revenue and declaring no profit. So, Madam Speaker, a way of increasing revenue is to take 0.6% of that. And this either does one of two things: forces them to become profitable, or ensures that the coffers gain revenue through inefficient or persons who are doing a little more than hiding in their books. So to stand here today, Madam Speaker, and to attack the increase in business levy and to sell it as though it is a double taxation is to once again mislead the population. And as my friend has whispered, it's disingenuous. The VAT list, it will become publicized now, and right-thinking citizens of Trinidad and Tobago are encouraged to look at the zero-item ratings, the zero-rating items that have been retained. And I'll quickly touch on some. There will continue to be no VAT on unprocessed food of a kind used for human consumption, on parboiled and brown rice, on all-purpose and wheat flour, on whole, skimmed and lactose-free milk, on margarine, on white and whole wheat bread, on baby formulas and baby milk substitutes, on cheddar cheese and rennet-free cheese, on corned beef, on curry, on tinned sardines, smoked herring, toilet paper, yeast, baking powder, on cooked or unstuffed pasta, brown sugar, many other items, pure white vinegar, and importantly, Madam Speaker, on medicines and drugs of any kind available only by prescription. Also on any of the following medicines for human use: cough and cold preparations, antacids and antiflatulents, laxatives, oral rehydration preparations, diabetic drugs, amongst many others. So, Madam Speaker, and the list continues to go on for pages of those that are exempt. So, Madam Speaker, to suggest that this is an attack on the less fortunate is once again disingenuous. Madam Speaker, very briefly, I'd like to talk about some of the good that has taken place in the last 4 months in the constituency of Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. Within the first 4 months of being in office, I was able, through the assistance of corporate Trinidad and Tobago, to offer 10 scholarships as a start to those who are less fortunate to attend Serve All. We've started homework supervision centers. Just this weekend gone, we followed the lead of Laventille West and Laventille East by having at the Queen's Park Savannah, at the Grandstand, a gathering of UTT, UE, COSTAT, and many of these other institutions under one roof, maximizing your potential, developing human capital. And we had a very successful day. When people came under one roof to learn what opportunities were available to better their lives, Madam Speaker. I am happy to say that I've started back walking in the constituency and being told that this is the first time in a long time that post an election period we've returned to walk, and it is something that I know my fellow colleagues are intending to do as well. And already doing, as they correct me. I am about to start town hall meetings through the constituency. Madam Speaker, as one example of how our Honorable Prime Minister has led from in front, a couple months ago he assembled a team of his ministers and told us we must go to the St. Michael Home for Boys. And in going to the St. Michael's Home for Boys, we listened to the woes and the inadequacies they've been facing over the last few years. And then each of the ministers who attended were mandated within a short space of time to improve the lives of not only those who live there, but also those who work there. Madam Speaker, we're committed in Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, to working with the homes for battered women and children, and to generally making our best attempts to make the lives of the less fortunate an easier life and an improved life. And all of this has happened, Madam Speaker, within the first 4 months of being in government, when we're faced with difficulties and workloads. And Madam Speaker, I'm being reminded by my colleagues to utilize this opportunity as well to remind the population that within the first 4 months, this cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago took a decision to give up and to sacrifice for good causes 5% of our salaries. Each member's 5% contribution starting this month will go to a worthy cause of his or her choice. So, Madam Speaker, to sit here and to listen to those on the other side criticize without any merit, I found myself compelled to just spend a few short moments today to correct, hopefully, some of the record and to provide the public of Trinidad and Tobago with the continued assurance by those on this side that we will do what is right and we will work hard and work for the full benefit of Trinidad and Tobago, regardless of who you may support politically. There can be no allegation or accusation with any merit of us not doing so in the first 4 months. So, Madam Speaker, with those few short words, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to contribute here today.
Honourable Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, this is the second opportunity we have to speak on issues related to the financial situation of the country. The first time was the appropriation bill, and subsequent to that, we spent about 5 days assessing the expenditure of the present government, what they proposed to be doing over the fiscal 2016. There were lots of questions that we asked and remain unanswered. And up to today, the Minister of Finance has not provided these answers to many questions that we asked and are still lingering. So, Madam Speaker, I think it is incumbent upon the present regime who speaks of transparency and accountability, must account to the nation through the Parliament for answering the questions that were asked and remain still to be given the answers for during the Finance Committee bill. Yeah, during the Finance Committee bill. Finance Committee over the 5 days. Madam Speaker, today saw an example of what we had been accused of when we were in government. And the same person who will always accuse the People's Partnership government of trying to railroad legislation and bring on legislation quickly and give them little time to study, today was an example of what he used to be accusing us of, which we never did, and which he in fact did. So here it is, we have this finance bill, and we got this bill, the order paper first, and then we got the bill on the 7th of January. That's fine. But we kept asking for the VAT, the items related to VAT. And it is preposterous and abhorrent that you will have a debate on a bill which includes VAT as an issue. And when he is completed, that has not been circulated as yet. And it is only when a member of the opposition of our team was on his feet, then the first area of the items of 0 rating began to be circulated. That is arrogance displayed by the government. It is unacceptable. It is something very saddening that you could treat this House and the Parliament with the contempt that you treated this Parliament with today, in circulating things which have to be discussed while the opposition is speaking. So the first is a 0 rating. So the member of for Tabaquite would not have even seen the items except during a little bit of the tea time to be able to understand what items were for 0 rating and which items were being left as 12.5%. So the transparency and accountability for this government leaves a lot to be desired. And this Parliament has been treated with deep disrespect and some degree of arrogance. Madam Speaker, this finance bill that is brought today can be appropriately termed a hardship bill, because everywhere you look on it with the taxation, the business levy, the green fund, the VAT, this is a hardship bill because it introduces the latest version of the PNM's repressive and harsh slash-and-burn governance. The reintroduction and increase in the green fund levy and business levy are typical PNM knee-jerk reactions to economic difficulties, which they had they had found themselves in difficulties in previous PNM administrations. Then that administration called an election in 4 years, and subsequently in 2007 to 2010, they called an election in 3 years. This is an administration unable to govern this country from an economic perspective. They cannot run a country when the chips are down, when the financial aspects are not as good as they would like it to be. And what we're seeing here are knee-jerk reactions in the face of the economic difficulties. They have no plan, Madam Speaker, and as one of my colleagues said, when we told them that they had no plan, it is quite evident. You had a budget appropriation bill debate. You had a finance committee meeting for 5 days. You now have this finance bill. You're in January, and the real appropriation and the expenditure and revenue for the government will be in March. So 6 months would have elapsed between September and March, and this government would not have presented any fiscal policy and what they're doing and what they're planning to do. It seems as though they were surprised to come into government, and they were caught red-handed They say they are red and ready, but obviously they were not ready, Madam Speaker. So for them to have 6 months, a period of 6 months now to tell the population what their fiscal policies are, and we don't know what they will tell us in March. So far they have not told us anything about what they want to do, where they are going. They want to collect money as much as they want. They want to spend it in a way to satisfy the population so that the population will feel comforted and they will keep them in power. But that is not going to work. The population is already seeing that you all have betrayed them. There has been a massive betrayal of the people in this country. You lack the integrity. You have not come clean with the population. People are speaking out, they are hurting. It's pressure on the poor. And now you're putting with the VAT, what you're doing with the business levy and the green fund, you're putting pressure on the lower income group, the lower middle group, and the small entrepreneurs. Madam Speaker, there are about 16,000 young micro enterprise and small business in the country. You raise the business tax, the business levy, and the green fund by 300% each. So those companies that were making small profits, you are eroding the profitability. Well, you say that you will get back you will be able to claim back the thing from the tax, the tax by virtue of those who are making profits. But what about those who are struggling to make a profit? And they have not been able to make a profit. So by you imposing this 300% increase in the business levy and the green fund, you are even worsening their situation, so they not even come to a degree of profitability. And what are the consequences of that, Madam Speaker? There are loss of jobs, a pressure on the poor people, small businesses going into receivership. It's betrayal of the people. It's a state of inertia in the for economic activity. There's a decrease in economic activity across the board because these 16,000 small businesses are mainstays of employment across the country. Some of them are small exporters, so they were deriving some degree of foreign exchange from them. That is going to be lost. And they even have to pay the corporation tax. Some of them have to pay corporation tax. So business levy, business levy, VAT, corporation tax, all these areas are pernicious to the successful achievement of small and micro enterprises. Let me speak about the VAT, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Finance indicated that the budget is predicated at $63 billion. And he was unable to tell us conclusively how he was getting the $63 million. But he mentioned that they're going to get $12 billion from VAT. He said that on the 1st of January, the VAT will be a new VAT regime will be introduced. Today is 11th, and we're now debating the introduction of the VAT. So he has misled the Parliament, he has misled the population in terms of the timing for the reintroduction of the VAT. A number of businesses would have probably taken that into consideration and began to make the adjustments. And we don't know when he's really going to implement the new VAT regime, the 12.5% and those zero-rated items. He spoke about that today, but businesses now have to go and do all their work. Now, so how is he going to get that $12 billion? We were able to get $5.6 billion in 2014-2015. $5.6 billion. And he has estimated that he wants to get $12 billion, Madam Speaker. And you're in the middle of 5 months have gone already. No way he is going to be able to materialize that $12 billion for VAT, particularly when the price of, when the VAT is coming down to 12.5%. And those which are the high income earning for VAT, they are now being reduced from 15% to 12%. So a reduction from 15 to 12.5%. And the late implementation of this program, and as he said, there's only a 40% success in the VAT situation. How is he going to generate that $12 billion? The Minister of Finance has to tell this country how he intends to generate that $12 billion. He cannot do it. He will not be able. So what will happen? Where will he get the money from to make up the $12 billion that he's predicating the expenditure for $63 billion, and he cannot reach the $12 billion in the VAT? What is he going to do? Yeah, coming to that. So I see a degree of incompetence, incapable of doing what they really think that they can do, and they don't have the capacity to do it, Madam Speaker. There's no direction and no plan. Now, my colleagues spoke about the zero-rated items and made some important contributions as far as the type of foods which are being taxed now to 12.5%, and which ones have gone down from 15% to 12.5%. And we spoke about the motor vehicles, the high-end areas, where that should be increased rather than being decreased from 15% to 12.5%. So the haves and the haves getting better, and those who do not have will be taxed with all these 7,000 possible items, which were zero-rated previously, are now being taxed. So, Madam Speaker, history is repeating itself with the PNM's tax and spend measures in the face of a decline in international energy prices. I just want to take us back a bit. When we had the first energy windfall, you would remember former Jamaican Prime Minister Michael Manley said that money was gushing through like a dose of salts. And subsequent to that, when we had the austerity time, that was followed by PNM administration with punitive and onerous taxation measures. And this PNM regime is dishing out similar burdensome and oppressive measures to what a predecessor PNM Prime Minister, Mr. George Chambers, did during an earlier period of austerity. Prime Minister Chambers had exacted a litany of taxes on a small man. Are we seeing a repetition of that coming here now? And there was an inclusion of a tariff on the borrowing of video movies and an exit tax toll for international travel. That's where they had reached previous PNM administrations. Are we getting there now? Are we coming close to that again? The people have to beware of this administration. They're misleading the population, they're fooling the population, they're betraying the population, Madam Speaker. And the people now are realizing what a big mistake they made by putting them into government. They cannot govern, and they would not be able to govern, Madam Speaker. My colleague, a member of Parliament for St. Augustine, raised the issue of the property tax. I just want to give an illustration, a mathematical illustration of how punitive this property tax can be when it is brought back again. And we have to see some significant deviations and changes that will not affect the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago in the manner which was legislated in 2009. And if we take the literal sense of the legislation, where we use capital value, and my colleague spoke about a 1 million home will exact a 30,000 property tax. And then agricultural land, 1% on agricultural land. So if a piece of property is worth 1 million, they will have to pay about $10,000 on that, just one piece of land. But more so is the commercial property, a 5% tax on a commercial property. So if a commercial property is worth, let's say, $5 million, the tax is going to be $250,000 on that commercial property. So a person with a small business place, where the assets are not difficult these days to come to $5 billion, will have to pay $250,000 in tax. And what is more punitive? The plant and machinery and equipment. This piece of legislation on the property tax brings in plant and machinery. And those of us who were in the House at the time would remember, and the Minister of Finance would remember, that there was a lot of discussion on this plant and machinery tax. So a business place that is manufacturing, that is exporting, and valued $20 million, for example, the property tax, the plant and machinery tax on that is 6%. So 6% on the $20 million plant and machinery, which is a small one, they will have to pay $1.2 million on taxation in that property tax. So we need to look at that very carefully, and we want to urge the Minister of Finance, before he considers bringing that piece of legislation that has to be amended, must be considering what he's going to do about the issue of the capital values or the annual rateable values. Which ones are they going to use? So there's going to be far outcry, even this time, than we had in 2009, 6 years later. Madam Speaker, we come here time and time again. And we hear every member from the other side speaking about the past administration with mismanagement and corruption and nepotism and so on. You want to repeat that all the time because you feel that it will stick. And let me just take you back to what we met as a government and what it is you are meeting now. You would remember that we had about 20 billion in CLICO to deal with. And the now advisor to you, Minister of Finance, the former central bank governor, who presided over the downfall of CLICO that caused the taxpayers of this country to lose $20 billion. We had to pick up the burden of that. It is not you. So two ministers of finance, Minister Dukran and Minister Hawaii, had been struggling for 5 years to meet the commitment to what you in the PNM left as a burden to us and to the population. It was shame on you all that you presided for years knowing that CLICO was faltering along the way, and the now advisor to you was the governor of Central Bank, and he did nothing about it during that period of time. So we met $20 billion from there, $2 billion from the HCU, about $5 billion owing to contractors. So we met almost $27 billion in debt. And we had to now, during our period of time, had to take over from UDICOT $3.5 billion on the government campus. And we had to continue to pay for the rapid rail. During our finance committee meeting, we showed where we had continuing to pay for the rapid rail. Yeah, the pre-feasibility study, which was over $550 million.
How much was that again?
We continue to pay for the Brian Lara Stadium. We continue to pay for this waterfront project. Madam Speaker, this waterfront project was supposed to cost $2.1 billion. It cost $4.2 billion, twice the amount it's supposed to cost. So we are paying $256 million per year for 17 years. So we have mortgaged the lives of our children and grandchildren to pay for this waterfront project of $4.2 billion. And what we left in September, as my colleague indicated, about $4.5 billion in TGU, $1.5 billion from CLICO, and $6 billion from taxes. So whenever they say that we had a consolidated fund empty, that's misleading, Madam Speaker. It is giving the wrong perception. That is not so. They were supposed to collect this money in September. It is their fault that they didn't collect it in September. They did not do the work because they were unprepared to deal with the issues. So we did not leave any $9 billion in overdraft. In fact, we left them more than what they overdrafted. We left them with a credit. And let me speak about value for money. Every day they're questioning and talking about mismanagement and corruption. Let me give this House some examples, Madam Speaker. Value for money. What has happened to the Scarborough Hospital under PNM? For 9 years, the Scarborough Hospital was supposed to cost $200 million. And at the end of it, PNM in 9 years couldn't complete it. And then we had to complete it at a cost of about $800 million. So it went from 200 million to 800 million. Is that value for money? That is P&M, 9 years. So you have no moral authority to come into this parliament and speak at any time on any issue regarding mismanagement and corruption. Yeah. The waterfront project, I spoke about it. The Brian Lara Stadium went up from $200 million to $800 million and still unfinished. And the contractor in live sport is about 25-30 million. I'm talking about close to $1 billion. I'm talking about Brian Lara Stadium, Madam Speaker, is not finished yet. And we have spent close to $800 million already. And it's not finished. The Napa and Sapa both supposed to cost 200 million US on a loan from the Chinese government. The Napa alone ended up costing more than 200 million US, and now it is in a state of disrepair. Yeah? That is P&M management for you. It was built under the P&M, and we inherited. They put a hotel inside there, and the hotel of 50 rooms, and there's no elevator, no service elevator for the thing. That is what. So when the member for San Fernando wants to talk about they save $200,000 and $400,000 and so on, we're talking about billions of dollars. We're not talking about 100,000. So they save a little bit here. That's good. But what they squandered away for years, 9 years. So they can't come to this parliament and talk about the People's Partnership spending and so on. The government camp, what we have now, where we go with the World GTL, Madam Speaker, if we had lost that case with the World GTL, they want to condemn the former Attorney General. The former Attorney General worked day and night to ensure that we won that case for the World GTL, because if we had lost that, we would have had to pay close to $12 billion. We would have had to close to $12 billion. That was brought up in the parliament when we were in opposition. We brought them before Joint Select Committee. The World GTL people did not invest 1 cent, but Trinidad and Tobago government had to take the financial responsibility of that. And we spent billions of dollars on that, and where it is today, nothing. But luckily we won the matter, or else we would have paid about $12 billion for it. The Petrotrin debt moved up from $3 billion to $12 billion under their watch. I ain't talking about 500,000 or 5 million or 100 million. It went from 3 billion to 11 billion, Madam Speaker. 3 billion. I'll come to that. You all want to lock up people and escort them out of police and so on. Political victimization. That is a la P&M. That is a la P&M. So Petrotrin from... What's that, Minister? WD. Behave yourself. Petrotrin from 3 billion to 11 billion. Yes? So where are we? 800 million more on Scarborough. 600. Waterfront project, 2.2 billion. That is 3 billion. Brian Lara Stadium, 600 million more. That's 3.6. Napa and Sapa, 200 million US more. That's 4.8. The World GTL, about 3 billion. That's 7.8 billion. And Petrotrin from 3 billion to 11 billion. That's nearly $16 billion misspent, misappropriated by the last P&M regime, Madam Speaker. Don't interfere with our business. That's our business. Stay out of our business. And, Madam Speaker, they spread the myth all the time. The member for San Fernando kept on repeating what others had said before, that we spent $400 billion during our 5 years. We spent close to $290 billion in our budgetary allocations, Madam Speaker. And let me indicate that more than 55% of that expenditure goes to paying salaries and wages. So 55% of $290 billion is at least $150 billion for salaries and wages. So you're left up with $140 billion to manage everything for goods and services over the next over the 5-year period. So where did the money go? We had the Chancery Lane Teaching Hospital. We built the Cooper Hospital. We completed the Scarborough Hospital. We did major works on the Sangre Grande Hospital. The Point Fortin Hospital we started. We refurbished over 100 health centers. We continued the oncology center. We built an administrative block, Minister Khan, at the Mount Hope Women's Hospital. That is just in health alone, Madam Speaker. We had water for all for 70% of the population, and the last speaker, the Port Spindle Center, tried to mislead the population. Minister of Works went on and worked hard and assiduously to get the Point Fortin Highway going. Hundreds of bridges were built. Thousands of roads were repaved. Box drains across the country. Over 160 savannas were lit across the country, brightening up the environment. Recreation grounds were improved all across the country. We built 8 police stations, 4 new libraries, and a member for La Horquetta Talparo had the pleasure of going and open one of the libraries in Rio Claro, or 2 you open, right, that we built. Yeah, we built them, and it was a pleasure for them to go and open it. We have 4 libraries. Fire stations, they take down the plaque from the fire station that the member for Oropuch East put up there when the fire station in Mayaro was completed. There's a little amount of work to be done to do that. We had a 70% participation in tertiary education. Minister Karen moved that from 42% to 70%. That doesn't come easy. We had marked improvements in the management of UTT, COSTAT, NSDP, MIC.
Why were you voted out?
Yeah. We gave scholarships to nearly 2,000 young, brilliant students across the country. We provided over 2 million textbooks to children across the country for the 5 years. Over 2 million textbooks. 95,000 laptops were given to students from over the last 5 years, and over 6,000 to teachers. And Madam Speaker, I attended an international World Global Education Forum in London about 3 years ago. And over 102 ministers of education came there. Including, listen, Tim Gopeesingh doesn't even need anybody money to go. I can travel on my own anytime I want. I worked for 41 years as a doctor. You know that, Faris. Mr. But it is a World Education Conference, which I am proud to represent the country.
Of some sort?
Sorry?
Is that an admission of some sort?
That's right. Yeah.
Direct your
I have
comments
41
to the chair,
years,
please.
sorry. Yeah, 41 years working as a doctor, 35 years as a gynecologist, and 25 years as a gynecologic oncologist. I have 31,000 private patients in Trinidad. And that's private patients. That's private patients. And Madam Speaker, built over 6,000 new homes constructed by the Minister, by the Minister of Housing. Yeah? And our achievements in education.
Well, your speaking time has expired. You're entitled to 15 minutes. Do you intend to avail yourself of it?
Yes,
and
Madam
may I
Speaker.
just call on the Leader of the House?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to indicate that I would like to move a motion in accordance with Standing Order 15.5 that the House continue to sit until the completion of the business before it at this time.
Honorable members, the question is that the House continue to sit until the conclusion of the business on this order paper. Those in favor say aye. 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 Those against say no. I guess the ayes have it. And might I please remind members with respect to the House Bulletin on the use of mobile devices. I think some people are causing some vibration, and if they can please remedy that. Thank you. Member for Caroni East.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, let me just give some illustrations and some examples of the PNM administration achievements in the 4 months in government, or non-achievements. They delivered a $63 billion budget while perpetuating the fallacy that there was no money. So you go on to have a $63 billion budget, saying that there is no money, but you decide to still carry it on. And continue to say that the country running out of fumes. Those were the words of the Minister of Finance, Mr. Colm Imbert. The PNM confessed, Madam Speaker, that there existed 12 billion, about 11 billion US in reserve, 5.7 billion in the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, along with savings held by several state agencies. It is we who ensure that we move the Heritage and Stabilization Fund from 3.4 billion when we came in to 5.6 billion. So 2.6 billion US more, equivalent of nearly 15 billion TT, we increased the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. We had almost 13 months of import cover with foreign exchange of 11.5 billion. So together with the Heritage and Stabilization Fund and the foreign reserve, we had close to 16 billion US dollars. That's about 105 billion TT dollars we left for that government, for the government there now. And they had to admit that we left that for them.
Thank you.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, the level of anxiety that this government is creating in the society by continuing to make negative statements and unfounded accusations, they're driving the society mad. They have no clear fiscal and monetary policy in response to the current economic realities. They pursued legislation to increase borrowing limits up to $50 billion. The Minister of Finance held the borrowing to 45% debt to GDP. He didn't want to go up there. But here in one fell swoop, you moving it from 45% debt to GDP to now 70%. You quarreled when Standard & Poor's said that they were downgrading us by just 1A. You could imagine what is going to happen when you have that debt to GDP ratio of 45, move it from 45% to 70%. What would Standard & Poor's do? And what would they tell this country? You have no espoused policy for diversification of the economy. You had to undertake similar adjustments to revise downward, having pegged the national budget at 45 US a barrel. And you decide that you're going to cut by 7%. Our Prime Minister had indicated then, in January 2015, that we have to cut to bring down expenditure in every ministry and every state enterprise. At the end of it, we were able to save $5.6 billion. $5.6 billion we saved as a result. You want to cut this by 7%, but hear what the social commentators are saying. Even your own Jerry Brooks said 7% cut not enough. You can't cut this by 7% and expect to achieve anything. Follow what our Prime Minister did by taking certain austerity measures and ensuring that we saved at least close to $6 billion. Yeah. Yeah. Don't interfere with our business. What is your proposal for stimulation of the economy? A private-public partnership they keep talking about. Where is the confidence in the private sector to move into a public-private sector partnership? There is none. So there would be no investment in public-private sector partnerships across the country. So you're living in fool's paradise. Nothing will happen. And, Madam Speaker, what about dismissals? Non-renewal of contracts of the former Ministry of Tobago Development, non-payment of forestry workers, threat to an eventual hounding out of the office of the central bank governor, victimization of URP and CPEP workers. This is what PNM is doing for the last four months. Initiate and continue a sustained program of witch hunting, victimization, slander, and malicious imputation of former known or non-known PP operatives or sympathizers. You promised public servants a negotiated increase in salaries in October, but you reneged on this promise and deferred payment to sometime in 2016. But the Honorable Prime Minister appointed himself as the anointed financial advisor to the old public servants by telling them, see the unilateral delay as savings. That's a self-appointed financial advisor. Employees at Petrotrin have their salaries unilaterally frozen, and benefits will indefinitely be discontinued. The executives at HDC, CDA, WASA, and EFCL were sent on leave for purported audit. And I can go on and on. Threat to an eventual hounding out of the office of the governor of the central bank. And today, Madam Speaker, you have the Minister of Finance on the question of what is our financial position. Former Minister Tewarie and member of Caroni Central reminded me that all the information the Honorable Minister gave about the oil price from 45, 40, 35, 30, what will happen with the variations in income, never for once spoke about the gas price. Why? Is it deliberate? Because he knew that he couldn't go there, because when we told them that they're pegging the gas, the Henry Hub price too high at 275, when we in 2015, the Honorable Prime Minister brought it down from 275 and repegged it at 225, we told them that they should price it at 225. But today it still stands at 275. He didn't go there at all. And he's trying to mislead the population, to make the population believe that you have the money so that we can spend the money at a $63 billion budget. But he will never realize that, because what they are pricing the Henry Hub price at 275, today the Henry Hub price is about $2 US. It went down to 192 US. So that is what it is, Madam Speaker. So this is where we are. And they always wanted to crucify us on the issue of the Standard & Poor's statement. But hear what Standard & Poor's had said about us when they brought it down recently from stable to negative. They said, timely implementation of additional fiscal measures, along with steps to boost non-energy resources of growth, will largely determine whether the government can contain fiscal deficits and stabilize the debt burden. We know that could never happen. That will never happen. This is what Standard & Poor's saying they should do, but they know that they're not going to do it. The government has external assets of nearly 5.7 billion, or 20% of GDP. It is we who carried it to that level in the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. The HSF fiscal assets are invested abroad and should sustain long-term external and fiscal flexibility. Standard & Poor's are saying that. But this government decided to go into the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. In 2016 and 2017, they're going to draw out 1.5 billion US, close to $10 billion TT, which people say, which successive governments saved. They dip in their hands in the coffers of the HSF. And let me just indicate today, I saw an article written by Michael Harris. And Michael Harris is a person of renowned integrity. Yes. And he pounded us. He pounded us many times. And here is what he said. While the issue of the government's intended withdrawal of more than $1 billion US from the fund is rightly a cause of concern in the context of the fact that the government has thus far failed to announce any credible strategy of structural adjustment So you have no credible strategy. It would be unfortunate if that concern prevents us from engaging in a more comprehensive discussion on the future of the HSF. In this context, our concerned citizens, both corporate and individual, should insist that the government not withdraw a single penny from the fund until and unless it brings legislation to the Parliament to effect the dissolution of the present HSF and the creation of 2 new separate funds. And he ends by saying, so that we should be very careful not to take Prime Minister Rowley's declared intention to separate the 2 funds as gospel. Given the ambiguities and uncertainties in the legislation, unless we are very vigilant and insist that legislation be brought to Parliament before any withdrawal, we may soon find that all the funds in the HSF become subject to withdrawal as the government seeks desperately to maintain unsustainable levels of expenditure, the $63 billion. So, Madam Speaker, how much time I have again? Right. So, Madam Speaker, we, as a People's Partnership government, had reached a stage where, if we were elected in 2015, we had anticipated a period of prolonged depressed energy prices and had thoughtfully introduced several specific measures by our government. There was a sharp revision on public spending and state enterprises, and we were mandated to become viable. But essential education and social programs were not sacrificed. The PNM has already withdrawn the provision of computer laptops for students, shut down the Children's Life Fund, and sent home thousands of vulnerable minimum wage workers across the country. The People's Partnership Administration is the only one to actively pursue diversification of the economy to foster less reliance on the energy sector. There were also plans to double exports of manufactured goods by 2020 and to facilitate a dramatically higher contribution of the manufacturing and services sector to GDP. A 50% increase in employment in those sectors was also anticipated. Geo-economic growth poles were planned. The former minister, Minister Tewarie, now member for Caroni Central, had done a tremendous amount of work. 7 clusters were indicated as a specific initiative towards economic diversification. They were finance, ICT, tourism, marine industries, food sustainability, creative industries, and energy and related services. There were proposals for a green economy to boost new businesses and create jobs. A blue economy was designed to foster development in coastal communities. The silver economy was earmarked towards measures involving senior citizens. And the PP administration had already introduced fiscal reform in the energy sector, which had led to increased land and offshore exploration. So, Madam Speaker, our track record of creating 56,000 jobs, reducing poverty, boosting healthcare, providing shelter and access to land, and generally improving the quality of life of the population cannot be contested. We moved the economy from decline to growth, from crisis to recovery, and we had historic levels of goods and services, and we introduced a number of measures from 2010 to 2015. The response of this PNM regime to the decline in revenues lacks reference to the manner in which other countries in similar circumstances are handling the issue. I advise the Minister of Finance to look what Nigeria is doing, what other countries are doing around the world, and to bring about some degree of comfort to the people of Trinidad and Tobago by indicating what is your fiscal policy, and then speaking about our fiscal policy and monetary policy. The address to the nation by the Honorable Prime Minister was crammed with cliches and generic terms and devoid of enlightenment in how the PNM plans to ride out this period and to emerge with a stronger and more diversified economy. Instead, the government has responded with typical tough taxation, job loss, reduction in social and education spending, all brutal and ugly hallmarks of PNM's crisis management. Thank you very much.
The member for Moruga, Tableland.
Madam Speaker, good evening. Good evening to all the members of the House. It is late in the day, if not in the evening, but it is not too late to to wish you, Madam Speaker, a Happy New Year, and to extend the same to every member of the House, regardless of the side on which they sit. It was not my intention to speak today. In fact, I was not carded to do so. But once again, I admit to being inspired, particularly by the speakers on the other side. I sat and I listened attentively to the Honourable Member for Caroni Central and then the Honourable Member for Tabaquite give their presentations during this debate. And I recall in particular the member for Tabaquite, Honourable Member for Tabaquite, insinuating that the members of this side lack the intelligence to guide the nation forward during turbulent times, which is a bit quixotic and a bit, I don't want to say amusing, but at least unusual, an unusual statement that a member of a party which has made very minimal impact on this nation's growth and development should castigate members of the party that have built every single institution in this nation is more than a bit ironic. However, subsequent to their speaking, I listened more attentively to the Honorable Attorney General and then my good friend, and also my friend, the Honorable Member for Port of Spain North, and their responses struck a very sober tone. So whereas I was gearing up to get into a fight over who is intelligent and who is not intelligent, the manner in which they responded has set a precedent that I feel constrained to follow. So I will chart a different course compared to what I had intended to do. Very wise. It happens every now and then. Not too often. The case has been made, or there is an attempt to make a case, that somehow the PNM is divorced or disconnected from those who are less fortunate in our society. And that is amazing and ironic. I just heard the Honourable Member for Caroni East, who I love speaking after, I have to say, mention that he is not constrained by financial problems and does not need a government subvention to travel anywhere. So clearly he is not poor, he is far richer than I am, and I am very poor compared to him. But ironically, members of his side are suggesting that the PNM has become so enriched in such a short time that we've lost connection with what we call the grassroots in Trinidad. I find that amazing because I've made the case before in this house that my constituency, Moruga Tableland, remains the most underdeveloped in this nation. And I've lived here all my life. And at one time, I want to use the word ignorant in the English sense, not the colloquial sense, as to what poverty really means in that constituency. Because I was aware, and I remain aware, that there's poverty there, but I once held the belief that abject poverty was not something that could be found in Trinidad. Now, I've traveled all over the world as a lecturer during my stint at UWI. For example, I've been to the Philippines, and I thought I saw there something I would not see, I had never seen, or I thought did not exist here. Real abject poverty. Walking the entire constituency during the campaign educated me in ways that I did not expect. So that now I see things that I didn't think existed before that were just a few miles away from me. On Saturday, I had cause to revisit one of those places, and I was intrigued that my friend, Port of Spain North, is mentioning that he's walking his constituency again, because I started doing the same thing as well. So on Saturday, I returned to a community which is on the fringes of Moruga Tableland called Platanite. To get there, you have to pass through the Penal Rock Road, which is in itself in a terrible state which needs fixing. It's actually closer to the constituency of Siparia, and I went to visit a particular small community within that Platanite community. And I have to admit, it's not a place I like going, because when I went there during the campaign, I got depressed, and I am not the type to be depressive. because they lived in I can't say lived. I wish I could say lived. They live still in a situation that would make more sense in the 19th century than in the 21st century. Now, it was the norm for my parents and grandparents who grew up in Moruga to live in what would have been, might have been called tapia houses, where there's mud and wattle, and the floor was something called lepade, where you would mix some mortar and you would have a floor. Even though it was earth, it was a decent floor. The people I'm talking about, and I will not call their names, not because they will hear, because they might never find out, but out of respect to them, I will leave their family names out of this. They, in this day and age, they still lack running water. They still lack electricity. They have houses that don't have floors. And by floors, I mean any kind of structured floor or even a lepade floor. Their floor is the earth. Their floor is the earth. Most of them don't go to school. They live almost disconnected from the rest of the community in a sort of a semi-forested area, and they still, Madam Speaker, are dependent on pond water as their only source of water. And the geography of their little enclave, to use the accurate term, is so difficult that it is hard to conceive of how one would be able to get any of these amenities to them, because where they are located is so very far away and disconnected. It's hard to even think, how am I going to get enough poles to get current to them at a reasonable cost? How am I going to get them a water supply? So I really don't like going there. But I am compelled to go, Madam Speaker, because they are constituents. So on Saturday, I returned with some friends of mine, and we carried some clothes, some food, and some toys for them. Not to score any cheap points or to make any kind of political overture to them, but because they're constituents, they're human beings, and I would very much like to do something better for them. Because in speaking with them the first time I went, they told me that the last person they remember doing something for them would have been Minister Franklin Khan, who would have dropped a water tank for them so that they had at least some supply of water, and that would have been in 2002. We're now here 14 years later, and they're in the same state. And Madam Speaker, that is poverty. And as an MP, and as a minister, I cannot be disconnected from that. Because when I went to that community the first time, I got a pain in my chest. And when I went back again on Saturday, I got that same pain. Because at the end of the day, it's very easy for me to stand here and score points, or attempt to score points, and argue back and forth about this and that, and about who stole this money, who stole that money, or who could account for this and couldn't account for that. But at the end of the day, there are people like that who absolutely need us to do something. And I don't know how I'll do it, because I've been actually asking my friends to assist, and there are people who will volunteer. So very soon, I'll have another pain in my chest because I have to go back and see this again. And the disturbing part is that there are so many young children there, running around barefooted, half-clothed, most of them not attending schools. And, Madam Speaker, these are not the only people like that in my community. There's another community which is closer to my home called Samuel Cooper. And I went up there as well just before the Christmas season. I just decided on Thursday, I'm not a member of cabinet, so I don't have cabinet on Thursday morning. I've decided I will just go and randomly walk through a community. And I happened to choose that community to walk in. And I went up there, and a young lady asked me to speak to her personally. And she brought me into her home because she wanted to show me the mattress that her children were sleeping on and the meals she had prepared for her children. And it's not a reflection on her, it's maybe a reflection on me and how I react to negative situations. that I could not stay in the house, that I actually walked out and I asked my assistant to go make her some groceries, which would make me feel better, but it doesn't really solve the problem that she's facing. And at the end of the day, these two examples are not discrete unto themselves. There are hundreds of people like this in my community. So, as an MP, as a PNM MP, as a person who has been elevated to a Minister of State, I cannot become disconnected from them, and our party cannot become disconnected from them, because they're in our faces. I live in Moruga Tableland, and knowledge is a very powerful thing. I know that they are there. I can't close my eyes to them. So I understand that tinkering with the VAT price, which deals with food and other basic necessities, is a tremendous thing to do in the sense that it has an impact. I understand that. We understand that. We also understand that it might have a larger impact on those who are less fortunate. This is not something that, as a PNM MP, I am divorced from or I misapprehend. It's not something that our party misapprehends. It's not something that the government misunderstands. It's indicative of something else. What it really says is the dire nature of the situation that we face. More than anything else, it exemplifies that we have a concrete and a realistic understanding of the economic circumstances facing Trinidad and Tobago. That I can in one breath explain to you the levels of poverty I see in my face, and at the same time stand and support this bill is not cynical. It really just exemplifies that we are aware of the circumstances facing us. And where I start having a problem with those on the other side is when they behave in a manner that is inconsistent with the circumstances we face. Now, the other issue that I want to talk about very briefly, because I don't intend to be long, is this notion that somehow not only are we disconnected as a party, but the PNM for some reason has had no historical track record of dealing with adverse circumstances in this nation. That is patently historically untrue. The PNM presided over Trinidad and Tobago during two of its worst economic periods in our post-independence history. And to be perfectly frank, 2015, 2016 does not constitute one of those. During the period 1970 to 1973, this nation went through perhaps its most difficult economic period in its post-independence history. More so than the 1980s or the 1990s or the middle of the early decades of the 21st century, more so. In fact, few people understand that by 1973, our situation was so dire economically that Dr. Williams, our first Prime Minister, considered retiring to allow someone else to come to the helm of this nation. The situation was so dire. And the PNM not only survived, it guided the nation through that difficult phase into its greatest boom period in our history. During the early 80s, the NAR, and there are two members of that party here, the honorable member for Tabaquite and member for Caroni Central of the National Alliance for Reconstruction, gets a lot of credit for saving, oh yes, member for Tewarie as well, my apologies, Madam Speaker, gets a lot of credit for saving Trinidad from a difficult period. Oh, clearly I'm not as old as I thought I was, Madam Speaker, my apologies. Anyway, there are a number of members of that regime here, and they get a lot of credit for saving Trinidad during a difficult period during the 1980s. And a lot of that is deserved. And I truly believe in giving historical credence where it exists. However, what is often left out of that discussion is that all, and I'm saying this definitively, all of the groundwork that went into allowing the NAR to save Trinidad from 1986 onwards was actually done under the George Chambers regime of the PNM. And yes, really. And even the most cursory, Madam Speaker, even the most cursory research, beyond the political propaganda, beyond the easy sound bites, even the most cursory research highlights that fact. If you look in our library for a document called The Imperatives of Change, if you look at the budget speeches from 1981, 82, of adjustment, sorry, thank you. I was testing you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Caroni Central. Imperatives of Adjustment. So you know the document which was created under the PNM. Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you very much for the clarification, which I also know. Yes. If you read the budget speeches of 1981, for 1981, 1982, 1983, what becomes patently clear is that the PNM party, which had been enjoying, honestly, the largest of the boom, adjusted very quickly to what were global difficulties in 1981. In fact, there was a world recession in 1981. Even though Trinidad was still booming, there was an immediate slowing down of expenditure, an immediate attempt to analyze the nature of our economy, and an immediate attempt to start that difficult process of diversification. So if one knows one's history, you will know, for example, that in 1982, under the PNM, there was a thrust to, for example, diversify Caroni. That's where the buffalo sow and all of that came to the fore, and sugar was supposed to be become less significant. It never truly happened in the way that it was envisioned, but at least there was an understanding of the circumstances, and there was the groundwork for the kind of intervention that would be made by the NAR after oil prices collapsed in 1986. So it is historically incorrect to say that the PNM has had no experience governing Trinidad during difficult times. It has done it twice before, and it is doing it this time, so it's a third time. And just like the first two instances, Madam Speaker, I am sure the party will do quite well. Added to that, the final thing I'll talk about before I sit down again, Madam Speaker, there has also been a suggestion that since September 7th, that the PNM has done nothing to better the status of Trinidad and Tobago. And in this, I want to talk about not the national, the overarching national circumstance. I could simply talk about my constituency. I could rehash the difficulties facing Moruga Tableland, but instead I could talk about one or two of the initiatives that have been started or will be started to make circumstances better in my constituency. There is a plan, for example, as stated, Madam Speaker, in the PNM manifesto, to construct a port at Moruga. If you know Moruga at all, it is economically underdeveloped. What were the existing agricultural industries, namely cocoa, coffee, citrus, have died. The other main industry, fishing, is on the verge of dying. That leaves a rural community without a serious economic base. The PNM, Madam Speaker, plans to resuscitate that by constructing a fishing port at Moruga. Why? Because even though the fishing beds are dying and fishermen have to go miles and miles and miles, have a decent catch, whereas when I was a child, I could stand on the beach and see them fishing, and they would come back with 2,000 pounds of fish. Now they travel many miles, and they're lucky to get 200 or 300 pounds of fish. That's the reality. But despite those circumstances, Moruga still has the largest fishing fleet in the entirety of Trinidad and Tobago, a full 97 boats. Building a fishing port at Moruga gives a chance at a lifeblood to the one significant industry that still exists in the community. I can argue it shall be done. It has been assured that it shall be done. I could argue that there is some question with this in terms of the fact that the fishing beds are dying, but even that can be resuscitated. And we cannot leave, Madam Speaker, our rural communities bereft of some kind of an economic base. I could talk about the fact that at least there is one project in the PSIP for my ministry that will be built in my constituency in the year. That's the Holy Trinity Anglican School, which I've been assured will be constructed. And it's ironic that that was the primary school I taught at not so long ago. So that's a happy coincidence that I could actually say that in the Parliament. I can talk about the fact that the Minister of Works has assured me that in very short order, 30 roads which are in serious need of an intervention will be repaired. I can talk about the fact that since the PNM has come into power, Madam Speaker, people in communities like Marak and Penal Road, who once dreamt of pipe water on a regular basis, are at least receiving water once or twice a week. Now, these might sound like trivial things, but 2 weeks ago, I had a lunchtime meeting with the Minister of Finance, and he basically asked me, in Moruga, what do you want? And whereas I could rattle off a number of grandiose plans, and I've written some of them, the fact remains, and this is something all members of this House should understand, that in my constituency, the basics still have traction. Water is still important. Lights are still important. These are things that people have lived long without, and these things are still required to bring them into the comfortable living that many of us expect to have, so that these things still have traction. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to stand here and suggest to you that in 4 months, Moruga Tableland has been transformed. But I'm going to stand here and say, in 4 months, they've probably had more hope than they've had for a while. And I could give you a very sound example of that. During Christmas, it is habitual for all MPs to have Christmas trees. I'm sure every single MP here had one. But one of the interesting things I did during my campaign was that I, sometimes despite myself, happened to inspire a lot of young people to become involved in politics. And they've taken whatever I gave them, whatever it was, and some of them are doing something beyond my expectations with it. Some young people who work in my office organized a fair during the Christmas period. The idea was that they would have the normal treat where we distribute toys, but that they would also organize a fair where local entrepreneurs could come and sell something on the day, and there is some kind of economic interaction. Now, at first I was skeptical because I wasn't sure how well this would work. In fact, on the day I was still skeptical, I wasn't sure how well it would work. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to report that a number of people who had come to my office asking for assistance were so motivated that they actually came on that day and were able to sell something, food or handicraft or whatever, so that maybe through their actions, if not my actions directly, we may have created a number of small entrepreneurs on that day. And that kind of thing holds tremendous hope for a constituency like mine that for far too long has been left behind. So if I want to convey anything during this short discussion, it is that the PNM has not lost traction, or has not lost its connection with the people of this nation. We have not lost our connection with those who remain underprivileged. We understand that the measures that we may have to implement will adversely affect them, but we also understand the dire situation that we face. And given a responsibility to chart a course for a nation, at some point, sometimes, some difficult decisions must be made. To not do so would be to misuse our mandate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, I'm to advise that the supper is now available and there will be no formal break, but members are invited to stagger their departure, mindful of decorum, to refresh themselves. I now call on the member for Naparima.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague from the MP from Moruga, Tabaquite. And I wish to inform him that it is a constituency with which I am very familiar. My father was born in 5th Company. He's actually buried in the cemetery of 5th Company Baptist School. And the question I'd like to ask him, hearing him speaking from his heart, and by the way, we on this side wish him all the best in his tenure. But does it not bother you that the PNM has been in power for most of the years since independence, and Moruga and Naparima, the constituency of which I'm the MP, as rural communities have been treated with such callous, and Protestant, have been treated with such callous disregard that it almost begs the question why it is we speak about a disconnection with the sufferings of the people of Moruga and the people and your party. I will remind you that the 5th Company Baptist School, when it was built in 1995 to 2000, was one of the best primary schools in Trinidad and Tobago at the time, and that was done under the United National Congress government. I would remind you also, because I was involved with the UNC at the time, and I changed a long time. I lobbied for Cohen Hamilton Secondary School to be #1 in the World Bank loan for refurbishment of secondary schools. Unfortunately, the PNM came to power after the 1818 situation that we had, and it was put on hold. Notwithstanding the fact that the Minister of Education at the time, her father was an honored and revered representative of Moruga. I speak of Boise Huggins, the author of Saga of the Companies. Forgive us for the view we have that the PNM is disconnected from the poor in Trinidad and Tobago. It is why it bothers me also that it takes you to become an MP for you to understand the dire poverty in your constituency. And it is why we are arguing here today to ensure that there is a concern for the poor as you put, as you make items subject to VAT. And therefore we cannot understand, and I think my colleague from Tabaquite did an excellent job in presenting the humanity, the lack of humanity in the kinds of decisions that we see emanating from the other side. How could you, for example, put VAT on books, literary books, reference books, etc., and that will not affect the poor people of your constituency? Why are we putting VAT on veterinary services supplied in respect of animals, when we thought that agriculture was a means towards the diversification of the economy? My colleague friend from San Fernando West, who I think his heart is in the right place, and he also has the concern of people from San Fernando. I live there. And he asked the question, what is wrong with a tax? And we're saying nothing is wrong with a tax. But why not agree to amend to the amendment made by the member for Caroni Central to institute public procurement legislation before taxing people and before raising the debt ceiling, so we will have a sense of transparency and accountability for the monies you raise? There's nothing wrong with that. Why not tell us what you're going to do with the $10 billion that you propose to borrow? Let us know. It is a question of, as I say, all of us went to school, all of us pass our O and A levels, all of us have degrees, all of us bright. Why can't you not tell us that we are spending money on A, B, and C? And therefore, when we come to the conclusion that you have no plan, that you're just vike and ad-hocratically borrowing money, then you say that we are not supporting you ad-hocratically. If you read Toffler and whatnot, you learn about that. It's a big one.
A big one, man. You that your comments are addressed to the chair.
Thank
so
you
when
very
you
much.
say when you,
Thank you very much.
so I hope you understand.
I understand,
Thank
and I'll
you
be
very
guided thereby. Tell us why you said that VAT will be removed on non-essential and luxury items, and yet you take it off on Morbi and salted fish products, etc. Products that are used by the poor and the disadvantaged. Tell us why you said that the PNM will remove VAT. Yes.
The you would be the chair,
Okay.
right? The speaker.
I take the point.
Thank you very much.
Right. We would like to know, Madam Speaker, how increasing VAT registration threshold from 360,000 to 500,000 would indicate concern for the small businessman. Bearing in mind that small businesses will no longer be able to recoup input VAT through the VAT system, and as such will increase the price of doing business for them. Some of them will go out of business. But before getting into the gist of my contribution, I wish to emphasize that the major cause, if not the sole reason, for the difficulties in which we find ourselves today is the significant reduction in government revenues as a result of low energy prices and the inability of the government to have an effective plan to deal with this challenge. However much the present administration would like to blame the UNC and the past People's Partnership government for the present crisis, they are absolutely wrong. That is a falsehood and is inconsistent with the facts. We are facing a global crisis. We admit that. And if you read the New York Times, and there's Neil Irwin, and just about 3 days ago, he had this to say about the global nature of the crisis, to show that it is not a creature of the People's Partnership, as in part, as they would like us to believe. It says, and I quote, oil prices fell to $37 a barrel from 53 over the course of the year, and now is under 34. It says it's even in China. The Shanghai Composite Index fell sharply starting in June of last year. It continues. Economic growth has been slowing not just in China, but across many emerging markets, including Brazil and Nigeria for 2 years now. 2 years now. Europe and Japan are growing only barely. And even formerly hot advanced economies like Canada are suffering from the commodity glut. This has nothing to do with waste mismanagement and corruption. This has to do with a global crisis that is prefaced upon low energy prices. The article continues. Already oil producers and their suppliers are suffering. The American industrial sector is groaning under the weight of a strong dollar, which drives up the price of exported goods. So therefore, the present crisis, as I said before, has global dimensions. But the PNM apparently does not know that. They came to power in September this year, apparently oblivious to the potential destabilizing impact of exceedingly low oil prices. It is as if they only became aware of the global energy crisis after September the 7th. Kamla Persad Bissessa, the best prime minister this country has seen since 1962. Great, all-powerful, and visionary as she is, did not cause the global recession in the Russian Federation, in Canada, in Azerbaijan, or in Trinidad and Tobago. No waste, mismanagement, and corruption caused the global recession. In fact, Kamla Persad Bissessa's government left this PNM government over $117 billion in current assets when it demitted office last September. Let me repeat, Madam Speaker, for the benefit of the Ministry of Finance, who is fond of repeating the PNM lie, about waste, mismanagement, and corruption, that Kamla Prasad Bissasa's government left this PNM administration with over $117 billion as follows. Heritage and Stabilization Fund, US 5.8 billion, TT 37.12 billion. Foreign exchange reserves, 10.4 billion US, TT 66.56 billion. A projected total of TT 13.4 billion, which the 2016 budget said would come from, and I quote, it's their budget, partial repayments from CLICO relating to government's financial support, proceeds from the IPO of the Trinidad and Tobago NGL, capital repayment from Trinidad Generation Unlimited, and dividends from the National Gas Company. Total $117 billion solid liquid cash. But this is not the entire story. The IMF board concluded inter alia after its fourth consultation with Trinidad and Tobago in July of this year that, and this we are talking about the fourth year of the Kamla Prasad Bissasa's government. It says, and this is not Rodney Charles speaking, it is an international organization. It says, and I quote, headline inflation is trending down, while core inflation remains contained at 2 to 3%. The unemployment rate has fallen to 3.75%. The fiscal balance is likely to improve in fiscal year 2013-14, with the deficit falling to 1.5% of GDP. The external current account surplus has rebounded to 10% of GDP, and reserves are 12 months of imports. That is excellent government by the people partnership as indicated by an international agencies. These are all excellent macroeconomic indicators in the fourth year of the Kamla Prasad Bissasa administration. And all that was achieved under the enlightened leadership of the former Prime Minister. Serious people and institutions do not glibly talk about waste, mismanagement, and corruption, as those on the other side seem addicted to doing every time they come here. A report from the World Bank, last updated in September last year, concluded that growth in Trinidad and Tobago has averaged 6% per year since 1994, among the highest levels in Latin America and the Caribbean. And after a weak performance in 2009 to 12, GDP growth reached a five-year high of 1.7%, thereby demonstrating a modest recovery. It continued in the context of reduced commodity prices over the years. Our country needs to pursue its efforts to diversify the economy by improving the investment climate, not cutting expenditure as weird and taxing people, but by pursuing a diversification of the economy and by improving the investment climate and broader financial sector. I submit that the past Prime Minister governed with compassion, intellect, forthrightness, prescience, concern for all, empathy, strength, fortitude, and enlightenment. So today, we hear quiet murmurs. We got a taste of it in Labre last week, that in a few months will rise to a crescendo, that Kamla Prasad Bissasa was the best Prime Minister this country ever had. Oh, how we long for the days of caring, enlightened governance. Barring the precipitous drop in oil prices, the PNM would have inherited perhaps the best managed energy economy in the world. No comparison whatsoever with Nigeria. Nothing with Venezuela. Nothing with Azerbaijan, which devalued its currency significantly last week. Nor the Russian Federation. Let us compare what they left us with in 2009, Madam Speaker. According to the 2010 review of the economy, headline inflation rose to 14.1% year-on-year in July 2010, measured by 12-month increase in the index of retail prices. When they left us, they had 14.1% headline inflation. The prime contribution to this headline inflation was a 33.3% increase in agriculture in July. In agriculture, food prices. The construction and quarrying sector contracted by 7.9% in 2009. They come here crying how we have left them an economy that has been mismanaged. If they're honest and they deal with facts, and President Reagan made the point, facts are stubborn things. They don't go away. They can't deny it. They can't heckle it away. The construction and quarrying sector contracted by 7.6%. The output service sector contracted by 7.9% in 2009. On page 30 of the review of the economy, we read finance, insurance, real estate sector contracted by 4.7% in 2009. Airline visitors to Trinidad and Tobago during the first 10 months of 2009 decreased by 7.8%. During 2009, we are told that yacht arrivals decreased by 9.5%, and there were 550 murders in 2008 and 508 murders in 2009. That is what we inherited. Those are facts that cannot be denied. We inherited an economy in crisis, but that was not all. We were left with 83 outstanding wage negotiations. Those are facts. A CLICO crisis estimated in excess of $20 billion, which threatened a systemic collapse of our economy. An outstanding $9 billion to contractors. They come here crying and how we do this and we do that and whatnot. Read the kinds of the dilemma that we face. Massive evidence of waste mismanagement and corruption with Calder Hat, Udicott, and even the purchase of non-performing water ferries. We did not cry and seek to blame the previous administration at every opportunity which presented itself. Like a true leader, Kamla Prasad Bisesa got down to work, developing people-centered, data-driven plans and policies to stabilize the economy and put it on a growth path. We were not ready, but we were exceedingly ready. So today, we meet to increase the business levy from 0.2% per quarter to 0.6%, to increase revenues by $327 million, and the Green Fund levy from 0.1% per quarter to 0.3%. The latter measure, according to the 2016 budget presentation, will increase revenues by $544.5 million. We meet also to reduce the VAT from 15% to 12.5% and to widen the base of applicable items in a move which would yield approximately $4 billion. These measures and others announced to date by this administration bear all the hallmarks of a government that is ill-prepared to navigate the turbulence of significantly reduced energy prices. They engage essentially in bookkeeping, tax, increase revenues, cut, and increase revenue as we do it today, cut expenditures and borrow. And by the way, I think the point has been raised by my colleague from Tabaquite. I went to the unit trust on the 30th of unit trust on the 31st of December to purchase to purchase $100 US, and the equivalent, and it's here, and I could pass it to them. It's $680 TT to purchase $100 US. So the question is, do we have a devaluation on the cards? And the second question is the devaluation proposed likely to be 680, and they cannot deny facts? I could circulate it. It is 680 to 1. To date, the seemingly ad hoc measures include raiding the stabilization fund to the tune of $10 billion in 2016 and 17. They tell us that they will separate the heritage aspect of the fund from the stabilization segment. They have raised the borrowing limit by $50 billion without telling us how it will be spent, or without introducing procurement legislation to ensure that this borrowed money will be spent transparently and with maximum accountability. They have fired the central bank governor, presumably because he would not subordinate our monetary policies to that of a politically appointed Minister of Finance. They have mandated an across-the-board reduction in expenditures at government ministries and state agencies by 7%. This is without regard to the fact that some ministries like agriculture are expected to lead the diversification effort and reduce demands of foreign exchange on our exceedingly high food import bill. And lastly, the government intends to increase taxes on the citizenry left, right, and center. This is the sum total of their strategic effort. Increase taxes, reduce expenditures, and borrow to the max. Is this what they spent 5 years in opposition doing? They could have gone to Ming Rum Shop on Leoto Street in San Fernando and come up with the same policy prescription. Is this the best shot? Clearly, the PNM hoodwinked the population into believing that they were red and ready to hit the ground running. And if this is the best of which they are capable, then heaven help us. No spin the wheel will distract me. Where is the overall strategic plan to deal with this crisis? Where is the architecture? Where is the calculus and the trigonometry? Where is the silver lining at the end of this austerity? Spin the wheel and whatever comes up becomes policy, totally reactive and ad hocratic. They know we cannot take the pressure in one dose, so they come in series. And after we get accustomed to the pressure, then we have the mid-year review coming at us and in March. So the PNM proposes to borrow 10 billion from the stabilization fund and borrow another 50 billion from Lord knows whom and from when. They do not like to hear about best practices in borrowing. If you mention Singapore, perhaps the most successful small economy in the world, they simply laugh because in their view, the PNM have nothing to learn from successful people. So a senior minister from Singapore, Go Tung, advised years ago about dipping into Singapore's reserves. And here are the kinds of serious countries when they come up with serious prescriptions, Madam Speaker. Quoting him, this senior minister from Singapore, who they don't like to hear about. I quote, "We must continue to exercise great discipline and not dip into our reserves at the first sign of difficulties. We should tap it only as a last resort and when there are compelling reasons." The senior minister said that he is in favor of putting up 3 no signs before drawing down on reserves or savings. First, no use of savings to support social assistance programs. As a general principle, the government must continue to fund such programs out of revenues raised in the current term of the government. Second, no draw for permanent programs. Permanent programs like workforce and those are programs they have to increase innovation in their society. We are not hearing that on the other side. He says no matter how meritorious should be funded by current revenues and reserves. And he said thirdly, no, do not touch your savings except under dire circumstances when one-off extraordinary measures are required. So as of today, no one in Trinidad and Tobago knows how the 10 billion will be spent. Serious countries set guidelines for drawdowns from their reserves. This government just informs us that they will be borrowing, possibly, they are sure, $10 billion. When we ask how and on what will the 50 billion be spent, we are informed in a not too sophisticated language that is none of our business. So we know, I know, how Singapore spends its reserves in a crisis. In PNM governed Trinidad and Tobago, we are told that we are, in quotes, fast and out of place. From Singapore we learn, and here's another example of a country that borrows for the future. They say the global recession will end. It is going to end. And we spoke today about recessions in the past, lead up to the 1970. We had another recession in the time of the NAR government. We had one a couple of years ago, and then we are facing one now. They say global recessions will end, and we will bounce back. So invest in the future. Upgrade our knowledge and skills to ride the upswing, which will surely come. So you don't cut computers, you do not cut books in a time when you're planning for long-term cyclical return of development in the country. And this is what Singapore is saying, and you don't hear that from that side. Singapore says, you will notice that we are revamping our primary school education and pouring billions into education in Singapore. Training, even though these do not directly help solve our short-term problems. This is to build our capacity for the future. End of quote. And they usually send the Member of Parliament from St. Joseph after I speak to distort our message. But the Honourable Member for St. Joseph was a former student at mine at the Open University at the UWI. All right.
That explains a lot.
I cannot recall him being a distinguished student. As those who won gold medals at the London Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Very evident now.
Is LCCI. In fact, I cannot recall whether or not he even passed the course, but they said, yes.
Oh, God, man.
Yeah.
Please.
But he talked about
Member, I'm on my legs. Members, I would ask you to refrain from going down that course, please.
I withdraw the fact, Madam Speaker, that he was a student of mine. I withdraw that. But I made the point, and I sought to make the point on the last occasion that selected banks in TT reverted to being majority owned. I need to clarify that. All right, I was subsequently given an unnecessary discourse on the operation of the stock markets, etc. But Eric Williams, in Perspectives for a New Society, and no, this is relevant to the discussion, because it leads to outflows of foreign exchange, which forces this government to come here and raise taxes.
For itself.
Thank you.
So I'm giving you a little latitude first for you to show us the relevance.
Yes.
Thank you.
Former Prime Minister and Father of the Nation, Eric Williams, in Perspectives for a New Society, mandated that the commanding heights of our economy, especially the banking sector, must be primarily under local control. And it came to pass that the Bank of London and Montreal became the national commercial bank. And by 1998, locals owned slightly more than 50% of the shares of the former Bank of Nova Scotia. Eric Williams ran things. In June 2008, however, when the PNM was in office, the Royal Bank of Canada acquired RBTT for US $2.2 billion. Dividends are repatriated to Canadian shareholders, making a not inconsiderable drain on our foreign exchange. But they would not understand that a whole of government approach is needed not only to deal with crime, but also to deal with our foreign exchange challenges. So if any one of us wishes to purchase a broadcast license in Canada, it will not be allowed. The Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission has been directed by the Canadian federal government to allow only Canadians to own radio stations. And I say this to say that when we look at the profits that the banks make in Trinidad, and if they are wholly owned or majority owned by outside non-citizens, it means that we're going to have a drain on foreign exchange. It means that in their scramble to raise money, they will come and tax everything they could get under the sun, rather than take the enlightened kind of comprehensive overall decisions to deal with the challenges we face.
Very good.
So if a PNM government reverses a decision on local ownership of the banking sector, and this facilitates large amounts of foreign exchange being repatriated annually to shareholders abroad in the form of large dividends, then don't deny the fact that you, meaning a PNM government, allowed it to happen. So I want the Honourable Minister of Health, if I'm permitted to do so, to tell us when will the Couva Children's Hospital, which I understand is fully equipped with state-of-the-art equipment, when it will be opened. I want him to tell us when the Lengua Health Facility, the only one in my constituency, will get supplies. He said today that they have supplies except one drug. And I was there last week And my constituents, I sat with them, about 60 of them, and many of them left without drugs. So I'll be going back next week with the media to find out what is the true reason why they are not getting the drugs that I understand today was supplied to them. I want him to tell us about the ambulance services, whether or not we have adequate supplies of swine flu vaccines, what we are doing to reduce maternity deaths. Tell me about reduced waiting times in accident and emergency department in our hospitals.
Your speaking time is expired. You're entitled to 15 minutes. Are you taking?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The constituency of Naparima, the great constituency of Naparima, the food supplier to all of Trinidad and Tobago, notes the incessant allegations of waste, mismanagement and corruption and audits by the present government. We, the 27,000 voters, are saying if you do not have the facts, if you are not prepared to take action, then put up or shut up. You cannot just come here day after day, Madam Speaker.
But please, Honorable Member for Naparima, one, I want to make the observation of how unusually full your notes are. I was waiting till after your contribution to make that, but I would make it now. And I would also, one, remind you that in reference, and all members, in reference to each other, is honorable member for whatever constituency, or honorable members opposite. And I'd also want to remind you in your contribution the rule against insulting and offensive language, so that please, you are very much on the border.
I would draw the comments. I would just say that it should be equally applied when comments are made on the other side.
I would also remind you that there are orders with respect to imputing motives and unparliamentary language as it relates to the Speaker. I am the one charged with the responsibility of managing these standing orders. And with all due respect to you and all members, if I need assistance, the assistance will be granted to me from the clerks who manage this House. Please be careful.
Would you tell me how much time I have, Madam Speaker, please? 15 minutes.
15. You had 15 minutes from 8:53:09.
So that, Madam Speaker, we note that in how would we have handled it differently? And I say that instead of tax and borrowing and spending, we would have done you'd have seen a greater investment component in the kinds of plans we present. In terms of savings, as an aside, and in the context of foreign exchange savings, we may need to look at costs associated with our missions abroad. And I only say that because I worked as the ambassador. I found a situation where Trinidad was one of the few countries in CARICOM that was renting chanceries. We were paying upwards of $60,000 US per month, close to $800 million US annually. It rents only for main offices in Manhattan. Barbados, Bahamas, other Caribbean states, not to mention Singapore, owned their chanceries while we were renting. During my tenure, we purchased a property valued at US $12.8 million. That floor was valued in excess of $20 million US in 2014. And prior to my leaving, we tenanted part of the premises and forwarded close to US $1 billion. I'm just suggesting that we may need to look at the kinds of outflows that go there. 1 million, I meant. Sorry, there's 1 million. There's absolutely no reason why the consulate in New York and the mission to the UN cannot share one place. This would free up one property for rental purposes to defray operational costs and save foreign exchange. We also need to proactively engage on the green economy to identify investment opportunities and ensure that our point leases industries do not fall afoul of emerging global emission standards. There are endless opportunities in the blue economy, from increasing our protein intake through adopting fish farming in our surrounding waters, promoting sea sports as part of a well-thought-out sports tourism thrust, building of marinas and yacht repair facilities, and seeking to promote our transshipment capabilities in the context of developments on the Panama Canal. The silver economy has opened up immense opportunities for us to take advantage of opportunities arising from the world's ever-growing aging populations. In Trinidad and Tobago, there are opportunities for first-class senior citizens' homes to deal with our aging population. There are many of our citizens who migrated in the 70s to the US and Canada who wish to spend their last days in our country. We need to develop business plans around this idea that can provide jobs for our citizens and meet a need that will continue to expand. Basically, a Kamala Prasad Bisesa government would have sought out more investment opportunities to develop our human resources. She would have completed the Point Fortin Highway and the energy corridor to Mayaro, so that the city of San Fernando would become a hub for the agriculture and other supplies from the hinterlands of Rio Claro and the Southwest Peninsula. The waterfront project would have been the icing on the cake in creating jobs, improving quality of life for Southerners, and the myriad investment opportunities. This is how we would transfer a crisis into opportunities. As an aside, we need to quantify how much foreign exchange leaves Trinidad and Tobago for educational institutions abroad. It must be in excess of hundreds of millions of US dollars to fund O and A-level exams, City and Guilds, 1,001 MBA course and degree courses, including LLB courses from the University of London. Many institutions abroad have targeted our country as an easy source of external funding. If we knew the quantum of foreign exchange, which years ago I was informed we do not measure, I was the senior policy advisor at COSTAT, and I was seeking to get information to justify more expenditures at that institution. If we get that information, we might then make informed decisions to beef up our tertiary institutions to reduce the millions of foreign exchange that leaves our shores annually. In the context of challenges which we face, it might be prudent to place more emphasis on encouraging more innovation and entrepreneurship. For example, significant financial awards can be provided to students in our MBA classes who develop and succeed with startup businesses. They do that at Harvard, Yale, and Cornell. Engineering students should be rewarded for patents, which can lead to innovation in our buy and sell business culture. In closing today, we witness an example of the most simplistic way of dealing with a recession. Increase taxes, including the businesses and green fund levies, reduce expenditures, and borrow to the hilt. If this is the best that this government can come up with, then heaven help us. Lord, graciously help us. I thank you.
The Deputy Speaker.
Yes, good evening, Madam Speaker. I stand this evening to represent the constituents of Tunapuna, and I would really like to bring back this debate to Trinidad and Tobago. At one time I was wondering, if we were in Singapore, because the last speaker, my honorable colleague from Naparima, sort of skewed his debate on everything with regards to Singapore and Singapore. But let's bring it back to Trinidad and Tobago. And, I can simply say that I now see why clearly, from the member for Naparima, why they are on that side. Because who was the campaign manager in the last 2015 elections? Okay, so I can now see why. He mentioned that facts are stubborn things, they do not go away. Thank God, the UNC People's Partnership government was not stubborn. They have now gone away to the other side, and they're not factual. And they are now on that side, and they went away. All right? So thank God, so that we can now bring back good governance to Trinidad and Tobago. But I want to stick to my prepared speech. And Madam Speaker, I would like to make my contribution towards the Finance Bill 2016 and the issues contained therein, and some of the facts. The proposed exemption from passport and driving permit fees for persons 60 years and over. That's a fact. The corporate tax, business levy increase from 0.2% to 0.6%. The Green Fund increased from 0.1% to 0.3%. Value-added tax reduction from 15% to 12.5% vatable items as defined in the schedule. And secondly, increase of the threshold entities required for VAT registration from 360,000 to 500,000, Madam Speaker. Those are facts that we can talk about of the Finance Bill 2016. In my mind, as I was surveying the environment with regard to some of the opinions expressed and being expressed on the issues before us today, some of those that I have noted and dwelled upon included the ways of raising alternative funding for government delivery of public goods and services in Trinidad and Tobago. 2, the prevailing national and international economic environment. Thirdly, the still fresh, spilled financial milk of Trinidad and Tobago. Fourthly, the pronouncements of our government regarding the 2015-2016 appropriation bill and the need to raise funds without imposing hardships on those least able to withstand same, while trying to achieve equity in terms of the distribution of these effects. Madam Speaker, the call by all and sundry for the stimulation of the economy and renewed growth, and last but not least, the old talk and the rantings of the now opposition leader and her team over the last 12 months and our present position today. Madam Speaker, as I was deliberating, my eyes fell upon a 2016 calendar, and what struck me was the fact that approximately 4 weeks, yes, 4 weeks from today, some of us may be resting from Juve celebrations, preparing for Monday night Mass. Others, like myself, may be engaging in a camp or retreat experience with their church, community, or family, while others may be totally out of it from exhaustion over the last month or two, or just relaxing at home or elsewhere. Madam Speaker, nevertheless, it brought to my recall a song from my much youthful days by the Mighty Shadow. The 1979 release song is entitled, If I Coulda, I Shoulda, I Woulda. Madam Speaker, the song basically speaks of how people or persons make nonsense excuses for their failings, failure, procrastinations, inaction, or downright neglect. In the words of the Mighty Shadow, if, and I quote, if I did do so or do the same thing like you, I would have ended up in the same place like you. Madam Speaker, it is not our intention to do the same things like our colleagues on the other side. Therefore, Madam Speaker, we are seeking inter alia to reduce the rate of VAT on vatable items from 15% to 12%. That is a reduction of 2.5%. Madam Speaker, my learned colleagues on the other side have scoffed at this measure and have tried and continue to label this measure as a bad move. Poor strategy for revenue generation, given the fall and continued downward slide of the oil and gas prices, coupled with our production decline. Madam Speaker, the measure have been well thought out and empirical evidence exists, though not in our jurisdiction. Maybe there are some work here for the University of the West Indies and other institutions. Nonetheless, the documentation and research exists in the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development Countries, the OECD. In the United Kingdom, a study was undertaken by Crossley, Phillips, and Wakefield and published in the House of Commons Library, paper number 701, page 6, showed that for a rate cut of 2%, there was an increase of retail sales of 1.2%. Further, the action did bring about stimulation in the economy, according to the UK study. Madam Speaker, in pursuing the literature available with regard to our learned friend opposite in their 2012 attempt at VAT reduction and the so-called lowering food prices and inflation, a promise was made to improve the agricultural sector. However, A cursory review of the food items which were reduced ensured the degradation of the agricultural sector, not a percentage of growth or development transpired. Madam Speaker, the opposition leader was then quoted as saying, and I quote, "Increased food pricing was artificially created, but still proceeded to increase the number of zero-rated items from 59 to an overall total of 7,000 items." Madam Speaker, we on this side are not interested in creating loopholes or suckholes for the favored few, but ensuring equity, total distribution of goods and services, and improved economic performance for the whole of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Finance has indicated that the measure would provide some 4 billion in revenue. This is apart from improving our dietary habits and reducing our medical bills for chronic diseases, diabetes, and corollary diseases by reducing the availability of processed non-critical foods now available by way of the present opposition failed 2012 budgetary measures. Measures that were based on unsound principle and misinformation. Madam Speaker, the members opposite in 2012 in undertaking their VAT reduction measures knew, but maybe did not care, the operational collection mechanisms for VAT collections needed a tune-up or a reorganization and ensured it was done. However, this government would ensure such reorganization is done. In keeping with this goal, we are also amending the qualifying requirement for VAT registration, thereby improving the conditions for both compliance and detection of compliance failures. The requirements for VAT registration, as mentioned before, is now $500,000, an increase from $360,000, thereby ensuring that the services needed for compliance could be hired and implemented, and for improving the services sector of the economy at the same time. Presently, only 40% of VAT compliance exists in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, we on this side acknowledge that these are hard times and would be so for some time to come. However, we have among us an increasing, should I say, a more mature population who have been impacted by the increasing costs for the delivery of public goods and services. Our measures regarding the VAT reduction would also impact on their lifestyles in a positive manner on their wallets and pocketbooks. Madam Speaker, we have also proposed in the 2016 Finance Bill to remove the fees chargeable for passports and motor vehicle driving license for persons 60 years and above, a change from the previous 65 years. We are cognizant that our mature citizens are today more mobile and less dependent on their offspring for transportation and other tangible benefits. This is apart from measures introduced by past People's National Movement governments for senior citizens, no fees access to public transport services internal to Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, the PNM, the People's National Movement, is a party and a government have always been involved in proposing and enacting tax and taxation measures beneficial to the nation of Trinidad and Tobago. It is in this same vein that we have proposed the increases in personal allowances from $60,000 per annum to $72,000 per annum. Another one of our elections 2015 benefits to our population as stated on the hustings. Madam Speaker, our Honorable Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance and my fellow parliamentary colleagues on this side have praised this virtue for this increase to the population of Trinidad and Tobago. My Tunapuna constituents are anxiously and graciously looking forward to the positive aspects of these benefits on the fiscal changes as recommended in this Finance Bill 2016. Madam Speaker, this bill, the Finance Bill 2016, also impacts on the business community. These measures propose to increase the Green Fund chargeable on companies' revenue from 0.1% to 0.3% and the business levy from 0.2% to 0.6%. Madam Speaker, these are revenue measures that would yield some 544.5 million in the case of the Green Fund and approximately 327.5 million in terms of the business levy, giving us a total revenue of $872 million to our much-needed Trinidad and Tobago at this time for strengthening our economy. Madam Speaker, the increased revenue proposed from these fiscal measures could, should, would surely contribute to the reduction of government's overdraft at the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago and the release of funds for economic growth and much-needed sustainability for continued development. But unlike the mighty shadow song of 1979, we on this side could do, should do, would do, would do by the revised fiscal measures in the Financial Bill 2016 be active to restore the much-needed economic stability and development growth on an ongoing basis in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I therefore have no hesitation in voicing the total support of my Tunapuna constituency for this Financial Bill 2016 as presented by our Honorable Minister of Finance in this House today. I thank you.
Honorable Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good evening to everyone in this chamber. Madam Speaker, I rise to contribute to this debate on the Finance Bill 2016, which seeks to provide for the variation of certain duties and taxes and to introduce provisions of a fiscal nature. Madam Speaker, today the country marks 125 days, a little over 4 months, of this administration's where, since coming into office, this country has basically been in a shutdown mode. Madam Speaker, hundreds of workers at regional corporations all over the country were sent home mere days after this administration wound their way into office on September 7th. Today, most of these corporations can barely pay salaries to the existing workforce. Everything is being reviewed and audited across every ministry and state enterprise as we speak. We are now generating reviews rather than generating revenue, Madam Speaker. By the actions and inactions of this administration, Madam Speaker, investor confidence, both locally and internationally, is at its lowest. Madam Speaker, history will record this administration as delivering a mighty blow to the stomach of this economy, knocking the wind out of it. Madam Speaker, up to today, this country has yet to inhale. Madam Speaker, since coming into office, this government passed a budget of $61 billion, and they then wrote a check for themselves for an additional $50 billion, with no clear details and direction to how this money will be spent on what. Will it be spent on consumption items or investment, Madam Speaker? With this government, we are left in abeyance. No plan, no vision, and I dare repeat myself, government by VAPS. It is absolutely clear, Madam Speaker, in the haste to point fingers and to pin fault, the government continues to shoot itself and sabotage any hope of preserving economic stability in Trinidad and Tobago. This bill before us today is no different to the other actions executed by this government to assist in its own self-destruction. While I have no problem with that, I am concerned with the collateral damage which this administration will deliver to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, with regards to the reduction in the rate of VAT from 15% to 12.5%, how was this arrived at and by whom? Under the People's Partnership Government, we had held several consultations with stakeholder organizations such as the Supermarket Association of Trinidad and Tobago, manufacturers, suppliers, and distributors were all part of this change in the policy, and they made the necessary adjustments in advance of the removal of VAT on these 7,000 basic food items. Today, Madam Speaker, this government is doing the reverse. No consultation, no discussion, no communication, because they are in charge of what I would say perhaps destabilizing this economy. I hope it is not something that is planned. Today, this government is taking away that precious benefit given to the poor, the working class, the single-parent household, to those living below the poverty line, under the pretext that persons would have more disposable income from the increase in their personal allowance. But, Madam Speaker, with the VAT ceiling moving from 350,000 to 500,000, more small businesses will have VAT as an additional expense burden to them. They will no longer be able to claim VAT on their fuel, electricity, and communication costs. This will now be a direct cost for them to do business for these low-margin operators. Madam Speaker, business levy and the Green Fund levy impacts the bottom line in a significant way to small businesses with low margins. Business levy taxes, sales, or what we call turnover. Because of this, Madam Speaker, a lot of small businesses pay business levy all the time rather than corporation tax, since the latter is a tax on profits. Green Fund levy is a direct tax. So for many businesses who are making a small profit based on their turnover, their taxes will now go up by 300%, and they will now find themselves in a loss-making position. Madam Speaker, this will ultimately have the effect of several small to medium-sized businesses going out of business. I ask this question, Madam Speaker, who benefits when these SMEs come crashing down? What will happen to the hundreds of workers who support these businesses? Madam Speaker, it is abundantly clear to the citizens of this country that this government is not acting on behalf of the people. This government is looking after a select few with due neglect to the ordinary citizens of this republic. Those opposite will continue with the charade of being red and ready. They will continue to mislead and misinform this population. But you know, Madam Speaker, the former administration, under the leadership of Kamla Persad-Bissessar, will always be remembered as a people-centered government. The people always came first. Not this government, Madam Speaker. The select few, perhaps friends, perhaps family, the rest of us are being asked to stand at the back of the class. Madam Speaker, I ask the question, why was the VAT removed in the first place from the 7,000 items under the previous administration? I'll tell you why, Madam Speaker. At that time, there were already a long list of items that were on the basic food list that were already zero rated. In order to extend the strategies in terms of bringing relief to a wider sector of the population, the consensus was that we should bring some relief to the sector of our society who continues to bear the tax burden here in Trinidad and Tobago. These 7,000 items were to bring some relief to the middle working class of our population. Madam Speaker, this is where the people-centered governance came in. We are looking after all the people. This decision was to bring a measure of equity of state benefits across all sectors of our society. Madam Speaker, bringing back a 12.5% tax on these 7,000 items are to return the taxation burden on the backs of the working middle class in Trinidad and Tobago. This measure will convert the working class to the working poor in this country, Madam Speaker. The government would argue that the tax allowance of an additional $12,000 is being implemented to bring more disposable income in the hands of the working class. Madam Speaker, this works out to $250 per month, 15% of which has already been eaten away by the reduction in the fuel subsidy. Madam Speaker, the reintroduction of the 12.5% tax on everything with salt and sugar will have very little bearing on the ham, lamb, and jam for a lot of our bourgeois class in this country. But for the small man, Madam Speaker, he now has to go home and plan and jot down in his diary, based on his income, when will be a good time to share in that ham, jam, and lamb. Where is the heart, Madam Speaker? The removal of the VAT was a decision of the then Prime Minister, now leader of the opposition. Today we stand before perhaps a heartless administration. I'm asking, Madam Speaker, where is the heart? The impact that this VAT, this 12.5% on this 7,000 items, where is the heart in that, Madam Speaker? I ask. Madam Speaker, when the VAT was removed, food price inflation was minimized at the core. This action assisted with balancing the economic fundamentals at that time. Has this government really thought through the impact that this measure will have on headline inflation and our economic fundamentals based on our consumption habits in this country? Madam Speaker, the rise in food prices from February 1st, 2016 will simply eisen the inflation burden, since property tax, business levy, green fund levy will be passed on to the consumer. If the Honorable Prime Minister feels that having tripartite discussions with Labour and business will keep profit margins low, well then I guess the Honorable Prime Minister may be in for a very rude awakening. Madam Speaker, there is also a buzzword being peddled consistently: buy local. What are we producing locally, Madam Speaker? What are we manufacturing locally? We are packaging locally, but the majority of our inputs are of foreign origin. So just by taxing these inputs, we are going to add insult to injury. There will be a multiplier effect on the final price of the goods or service to the consumer. This government, Madam Speaker, is going to put the economy in an uncontrolled spiral of inflation that could lead us down a rabbit hole. They are interfering with the economic fundamentals in this country with no strategic countermeasure plan. For years, Madam Speaker, while in opposition, they complain about food price inflation. But the government comes today, Madam Speaker, to reintroduce VAT, which is an inflationary tax on thousands of items. Will this erode the disposable income of this will erode the disposable income of the small man on the street, the CPEP worker, the URP worker, the domestic helpers, the handymen, part-time laborers, just to list a few. One can then argue that they will continue to benefit from the basic items remaining on the zero-rated list. But Madam Speaker, will they eat dumplings every day? Will they eat roti and bhaji every day? They can't. At times, they will want to eat something else that's going to carry the VAT and is going to bring the burden on for them. Madam Speaker, I thought that the role of government was to look after its people, navigate the rough waters by keeping citizens safe and comfortable. I thought the the collective intellectual capacity of an administration was to be innovative and strategic in times such as this one. Madam Speaker, if this administration continues to chant the mantra that it is Kamla Prasad Bisesa who has this country in this economic crisis, they will never allow the invention and innovation which is required in creating a new strategic direction in a sub-$30 barrel of oil environment. The focus will not be there to find a new direction forward. Madam Speaker, I dare ask, was this country hoodwinked by the People's National Movement into believing that they had a better plan for this country? They removed, by their actions, a government, imperfect as they were, I would admit to that, but a government whose vision showed the development of one of the most modern maritime training facilities in the Western Hemisphere. We had the vision in building an aviation school where they hang on its own fully functioning 737 jumbo jet, a drilling school which had the capacity to reach a world audience, just to name a few, Madam Speaker. On September 7, 2015, we in this country, Madam Speaker, removed a tertiary-driven government with tertiary-level thinking in exchange for what I would think perhaps may be a preschool government that has failed to think beyond recess and lunchtime. They have done nothing in the past 4 months, Madam Speaker, but to hold their hands and beat their only rhyme to death: waste, mismanagement, and corruption. Nothing else has come out of this administration up to today. I dare ask, Madam Speaker, is the Economic Advisory Board, Development Advisory Board, driving all these uninspiring and failure-driven measures? What exactly has this board submitted to the government in order to stimulate and stabilize the economy and to drive the diversification trust forward? Madam Speaker, the actions and utterances of this government continue to have a devastating impact on the confidence of this economy. At the end of August 2015, Madam Speaker, businesses were willing to take risk in this country. 1 week later, that devastating blow to the stomach of this economy has created an environment where the economy cannot recover. Something is wrong there, Madam Speaker. Confidence is eroded over time, not within 7 days. Madam Speaker, no business in the world can withstand a lack of economic confidence. Madam Speaker, in my constituency of Mayaro, people are crying out for jobs. Hundreds have been dropped from the food card program without notice. This bill today will deliver another blow to our citizens, Madam Speaker. Where is the compassion towards the people who have elected us to this House, Madam Speaker? We must never turn a blind eye to the cries of our people. If we do that, Madam Speaker, we are doing a disservice to our family and to ourselves. Why are we then arguing this bill in this House that, in my respectful view, will in no way benefit the working class, the poor people in this country? And don't get me wrong, Madam Speaker, the Immigration and Motor Vehicle Act amendments are in keeping with some level of caring. But I cannot in good conscience agree to these amendments that are going to put more burden on our working class in this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I come from an impoverished constituency. I fear for my constituents. How will this additional burden that will be imposed on this country resonate in the hearts and minds of our people? We are putting this tax back on the poor people of this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the funny thing in this scenario is that the bourgeois in this country will benefit tremendously from the 2.5% reduction in VAT on the luxury items. they can now save as much as $30,000 on a luxury motor car when it is purchased, Madam Speaker. Why couldn't we charge 25% VAT on luxury vehicles over a particular CC value? Why couldn't we be more aggressive or put a more aggressive tax on gambling and casinos? What about alcohol and cigarettes? Why not raise VAT on those items? Madam Speaker, Barbados is taxing talk. Mobile operators in Barbados will soon be issuing a 25% tax on mobile calls. But Madam Speaker, instead of those creative ways of finding way to fill the gap, as the Minister of Finance alluded to, we are going to have poor people line up in groceries in this country with a 12.5% tax ready to jam their wallets come February 1st, 2016. And to round it off, to round off the hurt, Madam Speaker, when you get in the line, the food card may be rejected since you were dropped out without notice. Where is the equity? Where is the caring, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, the escalating crime in this country is a direct result of a lack of confidence in this government. Our state agencies have lost their, according to the Minister of Health, their mojo. I'm hoping that the mojo comes back, or I don't know if this measure is going to help bring back mojo. But nobody cares, and this is a situation because they have lost confidence in this administration, Madam Speaker.
Correct.
And the criminals in this country is taking advantage of the depressed state of the minds of people in this country. Madam Speaker, after 125 days of this regime, the picture is indeed a gloomy one. There is an ambulance crisis in our hospitals. There is perhaps an influenza / swine flu / all the other mosquito-driven epidemic sweep, which is being swept under the mats by the Ministry of Health. Textbooks in schools have been curtailed. Laptop computers for Form 1 students is now eating up the pass. Scholarships have been terminated. It has been reduced. GATE is now being melted down to the disadvantage of tertiary level students and to frustrate successful tax-paying families. Reforestation workers in my constituency are still clamoring up to today for their money which was owed to them since last year. And on a more personal note, dialysis patients are now traumatized by the Ministry of Health's non-renewal of contracts with private medical facilities dispense dialysis treatment. Madam Speaker, this is the state of where we are, and we are going to drop a bomb of 12.5% tax on food to people in this country on February 1st, Madam Speaker. That is going to impact people's lives directly. In early January 2015, Madam Speaker, the partnership government under Kamala Prasad Bisesa activated a process of adjustments to the budget of 2014-2015, which had been pegged at an oil price of $80 a barrel, which was then revised to $45. These fiscal measures were made with the direct involvement and input of leaders of the business community, showing confidence in stabilizing the economy, which show a 30% reduction in operating expenses of the state and the realization of at least $5 billion in capital expenditure savings. No harsh measures were implemented to impact upon the working class. Gasoline prices were not hiked, VAT was not tampered with, GATE was not tampered with. No one was dismissed from their jobs. We did not freeze wages or bonuses for workers. How much is the government hoping to save by this so-called 7% reduction in operating expenses of state agencies and ministries? Madam Speaker, I will not be very long again, but exactly how much will these measures impact upon the tightening and improving the management, alertness, and innovativeness in these sectors, according to the words of the Honorable Prime Minister in his address to the nation? Madam Speaker, I continue to wish this government all the success in their endeavors. If they are successful, we in this country will be successful.
As I close, I wish to thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity of bringing the views of my constituents to this honorable House, and I trust that I have brought some clarity to the matter beforehand. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Tobago East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to extend New Year's greetings to the House and the citizens of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I'm thankful for the opportunity to serve the people of Tobago East and the people of my beloved country. And I am indeed very grateful for the opportunity to contribute on this very important bill. Madam Speaker, I wish to commend the Minister of Finance for his prudent management of the economy, especially taking into consideration what he would have inherited from his predecessors. Madam Speaker, we are here today to examine the Finance Act 2016, and as such, I will start my discourse by focusing on the various clauses presented in the bill before I address some of the issues raised by those on the other side. Madam Speaker, I would also crave your indulgence at the close of my presentation to have a very frank discussion through you with my colleagues on both sides of the House and the citizens of this nation, as my spirit is so moved. This government is one that is committed to honoring its commitments to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Despite the current economic decline, the government has taken steps to deliver on manifesto promises and moved to implement measures outlined in the budget statement read in September of last year. Even though this government is faced with declining oil prices, today prices plummeted to a low of approximately $31. The Honourable Minister of Finance honored his commitment to senior citizens by amending the immigration regulations to exempt persons 60 years and over from passport fees. Madam Speaker, this government is foregoing revenue from fees associated with issuing passports to a sizable portion of the population to ensure that we do what we say we will do. The exemption for citizens over 60 years old is particularly helpful to those senior citizens who may be unemployed, have been unemployed, and are recipients of public assistance, retired or near retirement at low to middle income wage levels. This group, a significant percentage of our population, as I mentioned previously, would have the benefit of one less charge against their finances when considering a passport renewal or a first-time application for a passport. Madam Speaker, the proposals at Clause 4, the amendment to the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, is also a noteworthy measure proposed that will redound to the benefit of our senior citizens, even while this government faces a loss of revenue from the fees associated with the issue of a new driving permit. Madam Speaker, this clause in effect reduces the cost of independent living for our senior citizens who would continue to use their personal vehicle to conduct their personal and family business, and similarly, those who would continue to serve the nation. Madam Speaker, the proposed amendments to the Income Tax Act and the Value Added Tax are commendable. Increasing the threshold to $72,000 of personal allowance before personal income tax is to increase the disposable income of citizens. This in turn enhances their discretionary spending. Similarly, a reduction in value-added tax from 15% to 12.5% makes the citizen and indeed each consumer better off by reducing the overall cost of living for each consumer and by extension their family and household. More disposable income in the hands of families always increase the overall economic activity in communities, as the spending tends to circulate among small shop owners and the other service providers operating at a community and household level. This area of benefit, with the reduction of VAT and higher income level before personal income taxes charged against wages, helps improve the socioeconomic profile of the household in the immediate to medium and long-term spheres. Madam Speaker, please allow me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, please allow me to illustrate. A family who has more disposable income can open an education saving plan with a credit union for one or two of their children and place that amount that would have otherwise been paid in personal income tax into that special fund. Alternatively, the family could take a decision to start a mortgage savings or purchase shares in other investments at the UTC, for example, for a child. Such long-term saving will contribute to the future socio-economic development of the particular child and ultimately their family and community. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a proposed rate of 12.5% of the value-added tax places Trinidad and Tobago in a more competitive position than that of a number of our CARICOM neighbors. Barbados has a 17.5%, Jamaica has 16.5%, St. Lucia 15%, and Guyana 16%, as quoted by Ernst & Young in their review of the 2016 budget presentation. Additionally, KPMG notes that the proposed increase in the threshold for value-added tax registration is likely to reduce the tax compliance burden on both taxpayers and the Board of Inland Revenue, who administer the tax. I have listened attentively while those on the other side protest about taxation measures. Mr. Deputy Speaker, at a time when our main source of revenue is threatened, government must utilize various strategies to raise revenue. The current situation we are in did not happen post-September 7th. As a matter of fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have an old proverb in Tobago that is quite applicable to this situation. My grandmother used to say, "On the same day bush full of water, it go rotten." Our current economic circumstances are a result of 5 years of poor fiscal policies. It did not happen during the last 4 months. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in his presentation, the member for Caroni Central noted that China's economic slowdown is indicative of a global recession that not even Trinidad and Tobago's politics could stop. That may be true, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but good leadership and sound fiscal policies at the first sign of global recession and falling oil and gas prices could have set us on a different course. I want to reassure the public that this government and our able Minister for Finance will see us through these very hard times. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Member for Tabaquite spoke of double contempt in his presentation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, double contempt to me is the wanton waste, mismanagement that occurred under their tenure. Also, it is those on the other side having the gall to come and sit in this house, all pious and proud, acting holier than thou, when it is they who drafted the plans for the economic mess we are currently facing. I listened in awe, Mr. Deputy Speaker, while the member for Caroni Central misled the House and indeed the public when he insinuated that the measures proposed in the bill was government's way of getting money to spend on random dreams and recurrent expenditure. The measures proposed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are simply meant to drive the socio-economic development of our nation using principles endorsed by economists worldwide and even the Bible. The Bible tells us to render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Taxation is not evil. It is something that is necessary at times in our society. The revenue collected from taxes will assist in the delivery of some of the social safety nets that will benefit our children, women, and the vulnerable in society. The revenue will assist in development of rehabilitation centers. The revenue would assist in the building of homes. The revenue would assist in the building of workshops. The revenue would assist in ensuring that our children who are abused are placed in a safe and nurturing environment. The revenue would assist us in establishing a sustained, a rigorous public education program so that we could reduce the level of abuse and incest in our nation's homes. This is something that I'm very, very, very passionate about, because almost every other day I will get a message coming to me about some child being abused or some woman facing abuse. The revenue would assist us to put measures in place to safeguard the vulnerable in our society, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, yes, some of those on the other side, they cry out about the tax dollars. They cry about it, they fuss about it. I listen. But while they're crying about it, we have to look at it as a sustainable way for us to earn revenue. Oil and gas prices are very volatile. We don't know when they will go lower, so we have to ensure there are alternatives in place. This is one option. But while we are looking at that, we are also looking at cost-saving measures and ways we could reduce expenditure. So, for example, at Central Administrative Services in Tobago, through our collaboration with the Tobago House of Assembly, we have been able to reduce a number of duplications that have been taking place. For example, some programs that were being run by the Tobago House of Assembly, the former Ministry of Tobago Development was doing those same programs. Now that we have a very close working relationship with the THA, we have those programs going back to that authority. In addition, we at CAST have been in discussions with NIPDEC to try and complete the long-anticipated Met building well within the original budget or even lower. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is a project that would have been started under the former regime. It has been ongoing. However, we are working closely with our project managers to ensure that we deliver that particular project within or under budget. While I am on CAST, I want to clarify a point made by the member for Caroni East. The member spoke about the non-renewal of contracts, but as I mentioned before, CAST is now operating under a different schedule to that which the former Ministry of Tobago Development had. We are not a ministry. We are a unit within the Office of the Prime Minister, and as such, we require a smaller workforce. And the fact that we now respect the Tobago House of Assembly and respect the authority given to the Tobago House of Assembly under the 5th schedule means that we are not duplicating programs, creating units, and employing people within CAST to do the work of the Tobago House of Assembly. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when I did my maiden presentation in this honorable house, I would have admonished all of us, both sides, to work to serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I would have said to both sides that we have an honor to serve the people and honor God. Sometimes we come here and in our bid to play politics, we forget to serve those who elected us and we forget to honor God. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill is about setting our people on a strong footing. It's about setting a framework that will speak to our strength in a time that is very challenging. I want to encourage those on the other side to not play politics, but really look at the bill and look at what he can do to put Trinidad and Tobago on a better stead. I want to encourage my colleagues in developing policies. Let us always work to formulate policies that will benefit the wider majority and not just a few. As we work in this honorable house, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I really want us to honor God, because it is God who placed us here. God who placed us in government, God who places in opposition. Opposition is not about opposing. Opposition is about examining policies that come to the House to ensure that all would benefit. So I want to stretch out an olive branch to my colleagues on the other side. Let us, going forward from today, work in earnest to serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago with a level of integrity and decency. And most importantly, let us work in this honorable house to serve God. By whatever name you may call him, let us honor him. Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to present.
Okay, Honourable Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to make reference to Tobago East and some of the comments that you made. But before I do so, Mr. Speaker, Honourable Member, but before I do so, I would like to quote from Winston Churchill, who said, "I contend for a nation to try to tax itself into prosperity is like a man standing in a bucket and trying to lift himself up by the handle." And Mr. Speaker, this is what this PNM-led government is trying to do today, trying to tax this country into a so-called prosperity, knowing fully well that they will fail. And Mr. Speaker, why I say that is that at this point in time within our society, we, of course, have to be very cognizant of the global challenges ahead of us and what we are going to be faced with in the upcoming years. Mr. Deputy Speaker, included in this finance bill are the increases in the green fund tax and the business fund tax. And small and micro enterprises in this country will feel the full force of such increases in taxes, as this move will result in cutbacks, loss of jobs. There will also be a scale back on capital, machinery, which will also affect other businesses. Therefore, in general, Mr. Deputy Speaker, overall business operations will be affected negatively in Trinidad and Tobago for a long time to come. And I want to go back to the member for Tobago East. And that member spoke about commitment to the citizens of our country. This government is busy auditing every single state entity, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But it's really strange that the THA is not being audited, especially since the last time they were audited was in 2002. So I say to the member for Tobago East, if it is that you want to be believed and be credible, then step up to the plate and allow for a forensic audit of the THA to be carried out. And that is the only way the credibility will be brought back to you. The member also mentioned in her contribution that we don't determine the oil and gas prices. And of course, it's a global recession. But the member also went on to state that it was the People's Partnership Government who are responsible now for this so-called financial mess that we are in. And I want to remind the member that it was the People's Partnership Government who grew the Heritage and Stabilization Fund to $5 billion under our tenure. And it is this same healthy fund that you are now going to dip into. So do not accuse us of mismanagement. If anything at all, we saved for the rainy days ahead. And this is what you're going to be monopolizing on. Moruga Tableland, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Moruga Tableland, the member for Moruga Tableland, talk about the honorable member for Moruga Tableland. spoke about being at pains when the member visited certain communities within his constituency and the abject poverty that he witnessed. But you sit in a government who has now, today, increased the food prices in this country. The VAT has increased by 12.5% on zero-rated items that the People's Partnership government removed during its tenure to make food more affordable to the population of this country. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the People's Partnership government did something about food prices. I don't know if the government is asleep, and probably they are not aware, but our food import bill to date is at 4 billion. And what it is, and what is the plan that this government has to decrease our food import bill? Again, is it about increasing VAT on the said basic foods that we are now seeing here? 7,000 zero-rated items. We took VAT off during our tenure. And now we have most of these items being subjected to an increase of 12.5%. And the people of this country, they're not foolish. They are most educated. They are aware of what is taking place, and they have been commenting on it. One only needs to go up to social media, and you would see the comments far and wide of this action, this austerity action that this government has brought today in our country. And therefore, to the member, the honorable member for Moruga Tableland, the next time you visit your constituents, I am sure they will be inquiring and will be asking, why did you bring back that 12.5% on the zero-rated items, which will now be more expensive at the supermarkets? Mr. Deputy Speaker, in addition to that, and I go back to the small and micro enterprise sector of Trinidad and Tobago, there are about 18,000 registered small and micro enterprises in Trinidad and Tobago, employing about 200,000 persons and contributing nearly to 28% of the GDP in recent years. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are looking again at massive job losses within this sector because of these increases in the business levy and the Green Fund. Another issue or challenge faced by the SMEs, as they are known, of course, is the non-availability of loan financing, where only 11% startup funding comes from the banking fraternity, with 70% coming from personal savings. So getting any sort of financing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, from the banks now is going to be harder than before, and only big businesses will be given preference for financing. And this is something that we need to look at very carefully, and I hope that the Minister of Finance has some sort of strategy to deal with this, because here you have a sector from within the business community being affected by the increase in taxes, and now when they go for help at the commercial banks, they will also be at a disadvantage where, being small in nature, they will not be given preference for financing. And therefore, the Minister of Finance needs to deal with this issue. Mr. Speaker, another challenge that we are hearing from economists in our country is that of there being no confidence in the economy, especially after the firing of the central bank governor. And whether they believe it or not, it is a sentiment being discussed out there. And how it is are we supposed to encourage and attract foreign investment and investors if it is that we have now gone and interfered with an independent institution and an independent office, someone who, of course, and an office which, of course, is looked upon as that of safeguarding and, of course, working in the best interests of the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. And therefore, foreign investors will not come to this country after seeing this instability within our financial sector, especially, again, as I said before, through the firing, of the central bank governor. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in addition to that, what is also happening at this point in time, and of course, we were informed this evening that as we sit here and we debate this finance bill, it is reported through media that 200 workers were sent home from Central Steel. And again, I make an appeal to the Minister of Finance and of course to ask what is the plan of this government through the Ministry of Labour, through the Ministry of Energy and Energy Affairs, as to dealing with these massive job losses across the board in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, San Fernando West spoke about taxation and why is it being looked upon as something negative within our economy. And I want to ask the Honourable Member for San Fernando West, why is taxation the only strategy that your government has at this point in time? Why is it the only strategy? Why aren't we hearing about diversification of the economy? We all know that we are so dependent on the prices of oil and gas, yes. And I must say, as a member of the previous government, we put structures and plans in place for diversifying the economy in agriculture, in tourism, within the IT sector, sport tourism, cultural tourism. And we have laid the groundwork under various ministries just for this new government to continue. And it's really disingenuous of the member to come and defend taxation to a population and not have any other long-term sustainable strategy in place to speak about. So I would really like to hear the Honourable Member of San Fernando West explain that. For San Fernando West, sorry. Again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Port of Spain North St. Anne's West spoke about the business levy not being imposed on businesses not making a profit. But what about businesses struggling to make a profit? What is going to happen to those businesses? Are you still going to enforce these high taxes on them? And if they can't pay it, what are the possibilities of staying open over a long period of time? It's more or less nil. So we are now faced with small and micro enterprises in our country being forced to shut down because they cannot afford these increased taxes. And of course, the Honourable Member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West also did not come up or was bereft of a plan or policy to deal with these challenges in light of these new taxes coming to the fore. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's really important to deal with the fallout that would emanate out of these increased taxes, both for the business sector and also on the individual citizen of our country with respect to the reintroduction of 12.5% VAT on zero-rated items. In addition to that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Member for La Horquetta Talparo spoke about a new economy that this government was trying to create. But how are you going to create this new economy with a short-term plan of taxation and, of course, increased taxes, which does not speak to any sustainable long-term planning? I heard nothing again from the Honourable Member about the diversification into other sectors that would allow for new revenue streams to be developed. And throughout our 5 years in government, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we always had a plan in place to deal with fallouts with respect to our economic sector. And really and truly, it is very disappointing of this government to not have any sort of strategy in dealing with the fallout from these increased taxes on the population of Trinidad and Tobago. And it would be very soon before their very own supporters would be rallying against them. It is very, very, well, I'm being informed by the member for Princestown that it's already happening. You are interfering with resources, and in light of our economic challenges, you have job cuts, so you have thousands, hundreds of thousands of people who are now unemployed and on the breadline. You have increased taxes in food, basic items, basic food items. How are these families going to sustain itself? How is it going to happen? There are other mechanisms, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that could have been implemented. You have borrowed 50 billion. Have you told us what you're going to do with it? Where is it going to go? Are you going to generate new revenue streams? Is it going to be invested in new sectors? Or are we just going to continue with the taxation? Because after this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's property tax, huh? It's the unreasonable property tax of 2009 that is coming to the Parliament. And let us see what is going to happen. And as all of my previous colleagues said previously, 2016 would be the same rates as the government has reiterated. But what happens after? What is going to happen in 2017 and 2018? So they have failed to communicate to the population, not only to the opposition, but they have failed to communicate to the entire population as to how we are going to continue to weather this storm that we are in for the next 5-6 years. Mr. Deputy Speaker, before I conclude, this government's legacy so far in 125 days has been 19 murders in 11 days. And silence from the Prime Minister, silence from the Minister of National Security. Again, an absence of how we are going to deal with this spike in crime in our country. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, increased taxes by the business levy and the Green Fund. Another legacy of this government that would forever be embedded in the minds and, of course, the economic sector of Trinidad and Tobago. Increase in VAT by 12.5% on goods, previously zero rated. Again, harsh times for the poor in this country, and in general, every single citizen. Proposed increases in our utility bills, water and electricity, as mentioned by the Minister of Public Utilities some months ago. Unreasonable rates of property tax on the citizens. Continued closure of the Couva Children's Hospital, and no word as to how soon it will be operationalized. Rise in maternal deaths at our hospitals. Shortages of vital medical supplies. Massive job cuts across the board. Allegations already of corruption by PNM State Board Chairman. And of course, the very infamous PNM Big People Party that was reported in an Express article on December the 12th, 2015, where a PNM deputy political leader hosted a party where you had corruption-accused Jack Warner and businessman Ish Galbaransingh were in attendance. And both men are wanted in the US to answer charges to the government for money laundering and racketing and contesting their extradition requests by US authorities. And the Prime Minister mentioned in an article that it was no problem in going and partying with these guys. But the shoe is on the other foot, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because when we were in government, we were chastised publicly by the Attorney General, by the then opposition leader, and others of fraternizing with these people. But when they do it, it's all right, it's accepted, it's okay, it's no problem. So it's very hypocritical of this government at this point in time, knowing what they said in opposition, and the population is looking on. They cannot be trusted. They cannot be held to account for anything, and they cannot be looked at as a credible organization because people are watching and people are commenting, and they will not forget. At this time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have, of course, on the listing, on the VAT listing, on items that were 1-0 rated and now subjected to 12.5%. We have effects on the poor citizens. Items such as peanut butter, herring, tuna, mackerel, yogurt. These are foods that are, of course, deemed or classified as healthy foods. And now with the increase of 12.5% VAT, we are, of course, going to have citizens not being able to afford these foods. Under our tenure, they could have afforded it. And of course, now it's going to be problematic. Increase of VAT on sports and footwear. really, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what is this country coming to? It is really something that we need to be mindful of, because it is predicted that oil and gas will fall lower on the market as we proceed. And we need to understand that by pinching and by having austerity measures placed on people first will not bode well for our country. And I really think it was a poor strategy on behalf of the government to look to introduce that 12.5% on the zero-rated items. I also think it was a very poor strategy on behalf of the government to increase the green fund and the business levy, because no matter what they say in our country, once taxes increase and new taxes are introduced, it is going to fall, or the onus or the burden of that tax is going to fall on the individual citizens of our country, whether you believe it or not. And therefore, there's going to be a very negative fallout and a spillover on all business operations in our country. We are going to continue to see a spike in crime, because if unemployment and job losses continue, and then now we have higher taxes, it is going to be a negative effect all across the board. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with that in mind, I have of course asked some pertinent questions, and I hope that the Minister of Finance will be ready, able and willing to clarify. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Princestown.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me take this opportunity, like my colleagues before me, to wish members of this Honourable House a very bright, prosperous and safe 2016. Mr. Deputy Speaker, at 10:14 p.m. in the night, I know it's been a long debate. It has been a very long debate, but I hope that the government is prepared and committed to working on and behalf of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago after a very lengthy Christmas season, which many of them saw as an extended vacation on the honeymoon that they continued to enjoy since being elected into government. Madam Speaker, we have seen over the past few months the priorities of this government and its leadership. And Madam Speaker, dare I say, it has been a very sad, sad state of affairs in this country. Instead of a reassurance to the nation, we saw excursions to Barbados and to Miami for weddings. Instead of a clear plan and direction for Trinidad and Tobago, we got $3 million in paintings, as we heard today. Madam Speaker, instead of a leader and prime minister for Trinidad and Tobago, we got a wedding planner and a pro-golf enthusiast. Madam Speaker, that is what Trinidad and Tobago has been saddled with since this PNM government came into office. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member for Superior warned this country in the run-up to the 2015 general elections that this PNM administration had no plan and no vision for our nation. And while Diego Martin Northeast and St. Joseph and Diego Martin West beats their chests loudly that they are in charge in over 4 months of being in office, they have nothing to show for it. They have instead brought destruction, gloom and despair to our nation. Madam Speaker, the bill that is before us today deals with several matters regarding the finances of this country. But Madam Speaker, let us really see this for what it is. While it may appear on first sight that the bill addresses matters that may assist some of the most vulnerable in our society, it is a hoax that is being perpetrated by the government. Madam Speaker, this is a classic case of giving with one hand and taking back with the other. Madam Speaker, who is really fooling who? Madam Speaker, the amendments to the immigration regulations brought by the government today is foolhardy. It has not been clearly thought out, and it demonstrates the government's inability to understand what is happening in the nation. Madam Speaker, this government has clearly indicated today what their real priorities are, which is to raise tax, achieve new forms of revenue through taxation, but ensure that the most vulnerable persons in our society, the senior citizens and the elderly, face the brunt of their taxation. Now, don't get me wrong, Madam Speaker. I'm certain that this amendment may have been a good one had we addressed the more serious concerns that are really affecting the senior citizens in this country. Madam Speaker, the senior citizens in this country are under siege. They have been placed under siege by the part-time Prime Minister and also the de facto Prime Minister in Diego Martin Northeast. Madam Speaker, today we are putting what in local parlance, what you would say, is putting the cart before the horse. Madam Speaker, in Trinidad and Tobago today, senior citizens are scrambling every day for medication. They are being turned away from health institutions, as my friend from Naparima told you. Madam Speaker, because the hospitals have no drugs available. Madam Speaker, the situation is so dire that they are rationing Panadol in the health sector, while St. Joseph plays down the real situation. Madam Speaker, what we are seeing is a continuation of an election campaign. It's all public relations, fluff, smoke screens, and mirrors. Madam Speaker, let me remind the nation, through you, that the part-time Prime Minister, together with a member for St. Joseph, closed down 7 dialysis centers when he assumed office. Madam Speaker, their position as a government has never been to build, open, and facilitate anything. It has always been to shut it down, close it down, or don't open it at all.
Member, I would uphold the alleged breach, and I would just ask you to please observe what will be considered parliamentary behavior in terms of your address.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the government's position has...
By the same token, I would like to hear the contribution of the Honourable Member for Princestown.
Madam Speaker, their position as a government has never been to build, open, or facilitate anything.
Madam Speaker, I would like to draw your attention to Standing Order 4410 and to inquire as to whether the member sought your leave in his obvious conduct in breach of this standing order, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member, many other members have not complied with this order, and the Speaker has already indicated that some members have unusually full notes. It will be an observation that the Speaker will make at the end of this session. As regards most members, I allow the member for Princestown to continue.
No question.
No, excuse me, please. Member for Princestown. Minister of Works, is it with respect to the point that I've already ruled on?
It wasn't a challenge to your authority, Madam Speaker.
Is it already on the point that I've ruled on? Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, I merely wanted...
Honourable Member, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that still does not change the fact that this government has always had a history of never being able to open, build, or facilitate anything. That has continuously been their modus operandi while they have been in government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Trinidad Express on December 8 told us of the shutting down of 7 dialysis centers.
It said that in March, former Minister of Health, Dr. Fuad Khan, had authorized 16 private health institutions to provide dialysis treatment within 5 days of the ministry's receipt of an application from a patient. He said patients could apply through the external patient program or the regional health authority, and they would be referred to a private center close to their location. Madam Speaker, the Express went on to say that they interviewed several patients from dialysis centers that were closed down across the country. And I quote patient Dave Harikisoon, 52, where he spoke about in Sandy Grande Hospital, where he continued to get treatment despite he lived in Mayaro, and the treatment that he received was satisfactory. However, Madam Speaker, several patients quoted in that article from South and Central Trinidad indicated that the dialysis centers that they used to go to were now closed down by the People's National Movement government. And instead, they were being referred to dialysis centers in North Trinidad. Madam Speaker, it is interesting to note that the dialysis centers that were closed down were all in South and Central Trinidad. Madam Speaker, the PNM has always been known to be a party that purposely suffers those who do not support them. Therefore, Madam Speaker, today, if you cannot get proper health care in the state institutions, or you cannot get medicine in the hospitals, what use is the free passports to our elderly citizens? This regulation, Madam Speaker, that we are being asked to amend and support is a retrograde step in the scheme of our current situation here in Trinidad and Tobago. The elderly are dying. People cannot get proper health care. There is no medication. We have a health minister who speaks more than the communications minister. So much so, Madam Speaker, that on social media, they have created memes that says when the government does not know what to say, they de-alsing the country. Madam Speaker, this is in direct reference to the minister's ability.
May we have some order, please? Member for Princess Town, may I just caution you with respect to parliamentary language, please?
Sure, Madam Speaker, that is actually not my words, but I was just quoting the words of several social media persons.
Member for Princess Town, I have already indicated the caution, and please be guided accordingly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, may we have some order, please?
Madam Speaker, when the People's Partnership assumed office, we did not try to mama guide the senior citizens and provide them with false hope and handouts. What we did, Madam Speaker, was real, tangible things that affected the quality of their lives. Madam Speaker, I know that the PNM government, especially the front bench, the front line members do not like to hear the truth, as they jump out of their seats on a point of order every time they hear the good work that the partnership government did under the best Prime Minister in Kamla Persad-Bissessar, the member for Siparia. But, Madam Speaker, I feel compelled to remind the national community that today, the first sitting of the new year, when the PNM comes to bravado with free passports for senior citizens, it was Kamla Persad-Bissessar, the honourable member for Siparia, who ensured that her administration put $3,500 in the pockets of senior citizens in this country through the pension. Madam Speaker, the audacity of this government and the Prime Minister continues to amaze me. Madam Speaker, I will share with you the reasons why. Madam Speaker, you will recall that it was this same Prime Minister and this same Minister of Finance who sat in previous cabinets and changed the old age pension to a grant, making the senior citizens in this country one of the most vulnerable groups where that could have been easily taken away at the whim and fancy of the government. Madam Speaker, the Kamla Prasad Biswas administration provided for senior citizens free transportation on buses and public transport. Madam Speaker, the Kamla Prasad Biswas administration revolutionized the CDAP program to make it more efficient and accessible. Madam Speaker, the Kamla Prasad Biswas administration removed VAT on all food items in this country. Madam Speaker, the Kamla Prasad Biswas administration started to implement a higher subsidy on water and electricity for the senior citizens who could not afford to pay exorbitant rates. Today, Madam Speaker, the PNM comes to tell the country, well, Mommy, Papi, Uncle, Tanti, and Nenen, once you are over 60, you will get a free passport courtesy your Prime Minister. However, the Minister of Public Utilities sits quietly, salivating over higher rates for water and electricity in the new year. Madam Speaker, on Wednesday, December 16th, Yvonne Babulal in the Trinidad Guardian wrote, and I quote, "Brace for more crime and an increase in the cost of goods and services. This is what members of the public and business community are predicting with expected higher electricity rates in the not-too-distant future." As a result, a call is being sent out from the business sector to the government to hold its hands for now on plans to increase utility fees. Liaquat Ali, owner of the Trinidad Parboil Limited and Old Mac Agro Supplies and president of the Couva Chamber of Commerce, responding to questions from the same Yvonne Babulal from the Trinidad Guardian, Madam Speaker, on the matter said, and I quote, "We are in a recession. I think they could defer." Ali said increased electricity rates would send up the cost of production at his companies, and that would impact on consumers. Madam Speaker, the president of the Greater Shogunas Chamber of Commerce, Richie Sukai, owner of Sukai's Diesel, feared citizens already burdened with other price increases and job cuts would turn to crime. 600 people were laid off at ArcelorMittal. People may turn to crime if they cannot pay for basic necessities. And businesses will have to spend even more to beef up security, Sukai said. Madam Speaker, Yvonne Babulal went on to tell us that the business community indicated that obviously increases in electricity rates at business places will be passed on to the consumer. Mr. Sukai in the article, Madam Speaker, insisted the idea was not a good one at this time. And I quote, "Recently, fuel went up and some businesses absorbed the extra costs, but there are only so much we can do. Remember, businesses have to sustain and pay themselves and their workers." Madam Speaker, other business owners echoed Ali and Sukai's comments. Angostura said in a recent bulletin that the increase in electricity rates would impact its cost of production and possibly consumers. Water and electricity are used in all areas of our production to produce our products, and any increase in the rates will impact our unit cost of production. The rate of increase will determine the spike in our overall operating costs, Angostura's Public Affairs and Communications Senior Manager, Giselle Arond West, said. She said when the company knew what the increases would be, it would determine whether it needed to increase its product prices, and customers would then be advised. Madam Speaker, Public Utilities Minister and the member for Dabadi Omera said that there would be a review of electricity rates in the not-too-distant future. He made a disclosure in response to questions from the media after the new board of the Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission received their instruments of appointment. Asked if a review of electricity rates was coming, he said, "There will be a review of the rates and tariffs in the not-too-distant future." Members of the public were angry when asked to respond to the proposed increase in their light bills. Madam Speaker, I will share with you some of the responses in that Guardian article. Sarah Jack of Edinburgh 500 Chagonas in a telephone interview said, TNT was one of the few recession countries in the world where prices of goods and services were being raised. She said in Greece, which had gone bankrupt, the price of commodities had declined. A mother of 3 of Arima who asked to withhold her name was also angry. She said, we in a recession, give us some slack. Food prices increased. A box of cereal I buy for my son jumped from $23 to $47. Well, Madam Speaker, I share with that lady from Arima that it jumped from $23 to $47 and add 12.5% in VAT to that $47. Cooking gas raised. I'm paying more for transport and we're not getting no back pay. She said, people may consider kidnapping or robbery as means of earning an income. Madam Speaker, Robert John of Port of Spain said raising the light bill was not the wisest thing at this time. People are being laid off. All the macroeconomic indicators, like inflation, unemployment, and the GDP are negative. Madam Speaker, the government is trying to raise revenue from taxpayers. But how is the guy who lost his job going to pay for his lights? This could lead to more crimes like kidnappings and stealing, he said in that article. Madam Speaker, I think it is only fitting that the government comes clean with the population on water and electricity rates and what are their intentions. They must not play smart with foolishness. They owe this country a clear and decisive answer on the issue of higher water and electricity rates. Madam Speaker, while the government comes and waves free passport and jump up in the midst of the carnival season, it is of very little use to the senior citizens of this country when it is a time of tax, 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 cut, cut, cut. Madam Speaker, the government also seeks to exempt senior citizens from the payment of fees with respect to driving licenses. Madam Speaker, this is clearly another tactic, another ploy, and another hoax on senior citizens. There I say, Madam Speaker, this measure is really meant to be brought in at this time to cushion the blow. To cushion the blow, it is really the calm before the storm, Madam Speaker. You heard from Diego Martin Northeast today. He could only speak about 2016, the property tax and land and building taxes rates remaining the same for 2016, but could not give this population any idea, Madam Speaker, what sort of evaluation will be done with respect to property taxes and land and building taxes post-2016. Madam Speaker, the storm that is to be unleashed on the citizens of this nation, it is a storm that will see the prices of not only food and utilities go up, but also things like motor vehicles and houses. Madam Speaker, this measure this time is most insulting to the senior citizens of this country. The government just raised the prices of fuel in the last budget. Madam Speaker, this time in our country, and also while many countries are also experiencing contractions in their economy, due to the shortfall in oil and gas prices, it is very difficult for senior citizens to maintain vehicles and their own vehicles. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the point that I'm making is clearly once again the government's priorities are mixed up. Madam Speaker, I'm sure you will agree with me that there's a general feeling in this country that today the government should have come to the Parliament to bring serious, tangible relief to our nation's most vulnerable and at the same time providing a plan for the economic challenges ahead. Instead, what we are seeing is again, Madam Speaker, cosmetic enhancement being performed before they unleash the storm. Madam Speaker, I am often impressed, especially when I meet constituents who are senior citizens, at how astute and judicious they are in the way that they analyze what is happening in the country. Madam Speaker, this amendment to the Motor Vehicle and Traffic Act is nothing more than gimmick, and Mama Guy and the senior citizens of this country sees right through this window dressing that is being promoted as governance. Madam Speaker, the country is currently facing a myriad of issues. And while the government is intent on playing the blame game by continuing their election campaign, at every opportunity they get, they are being less than honest with the population. The population understands, Madam Speaker, fully well that they do not have a vision and they do not have a plan. Madam Speaker, today the government remains silent on major projects that could seriously change the way how the Motor Vehicular and Licensing Authority in this country operates. Madam Speaker, the current Minister of Finance, when he was in opposition, spoke highly about the MVA as a means of revolutionizing the licensing department. He was quoted as saying that the full completion of a project of this nature can see significant changes in the way that we do things and could weed out a lot of the inefficiencies that we see existing today. Madam Speaker, since coming into office, the government, the Minister of Works and Transport, and the country's Prime Minister continues to remain silent on the government's position on the MVA. Madam Speaker, the People's Partnership government completed the MVA headquarters in Frederick Settlement in Caroni with the hope that over 700 persons would be employed, especially in the field of information technology. To date, Madam Speaker, the only comment you hear from the government on the MVA is why is the MVA in Caroni? Who going down Caroni? Once again, Madam Speaker, we can see that this government is not interested in creating employment and providing better facilities and conditions for the population. This government is typical of true PNM form, which is to discriminate and victimize those areas that they believe are not in support of them. And Madam Speaker, last month, the country celebrated Christmas. And the members on this side kept asking the government, what measures are you going to put in place to assist MPs in relieving the burdens of the underprivileged in their constituency? And Madam Speaker, the member for Lopino Bonaire West gave the undertaking that the following week she would bring a statement to this House. Madam Speaker, it is my respectful view that she misled the House and she misled the nation. Madam Speaker, 4 days before Christmas, because of the pressures applied by members on this side of the House, that constituents who belong to opposition areas were able to get temporary food cards to assist them over the Christmas season. And Madam Speaker, when they want to talk about good governance and they're helping the people and they're helping the underprivileged and they're helping the senior citizens of this country, Madam Speaker, truly, it really is a hoax. And my friend from Diego Martin North, said none fear next year. And that is typical of the PNM, Madam Speaker, because they do not understand that it's not the member for Princestown suffering, it's not the member for Chaguanas West suffering, it's not Naparima suffering, it's not Couva North suffering, it's not Tabaquite suffering. It is the people, the constituents that we represent. But again, Madam Speaker, if you do not support the PNM, then crapo smoke your pipe. Madam Speaker, you know, I heard Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, and my friend from Laventille was so enthusiastic for me to speak without the speech. And my friend from Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, and I see Port of Spain South is not here, and Laventille West, and Laventille East Mova. You know, Madam Speaker, they come and they tell you week after week what the problems are in their constituency. Today you hear Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West telling you that the Prime Minister sent them to homes to look after underprivileged children and understand and get a greater appreciation of the conditions that exist there. But Madam Speaker, I asked Port of Spain South and Laventille East Mova and Laventille West and Port of Spain North, Madam Speaker, how many years has the PNM been in office? And yet they continue to keep their supporters, Madam Speaker, in bondage.
Speaker,
Madam Speaker, they
48-6.
do not like to hear the truth.
Madam Speaker, 48-6. 48-6, please.
Honorable Member for St. Anne's, I would allow the member to continue.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister's speech on election night gave some hope that the legacy of the PNM discrimination would end, and that they would work in the best interest of all the people in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, Madam Speaker, let us be serious. Let us not bury our heads in the sand and pretend that the Prime Minister and the government are actually living up to those ideals and pronouncements. Madam Speaker, I have no problem working across the aisle in the interest of the people of this country. I agree as parliamentarians we must put country before party. However, Madam Speaker, I cannot stand here today and be a hypocrite. I cannot stand and sign on to working across the aisle when the evidence is there for all to see the government that has returned to the same old ways of nepotism, cronyism, corruption, and mismanagement. Madam Speaker, if the nation tells me to work across the aisle in their interest, I would gladly do so, Madam Speaker. I cannot work across the aisle when you have a Prime Minister and a de facto Prime Minister as well, and a Minister of Housing, and Chairman of UDICOT, embroiled in public fiasco that may have legal implications domestically and internationally. You see, Madam Speaker, we can ask our friend from San Fernando West. When they were in opposition, they had all the answers.
Honorable Member for Princess Town, your speaking time has expired. You're entitled to 15 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we can ask our friend from San Fernando West. When they were in opposition, they had all the answers. They called on the population to measure us by a bigger yardstick. Every Monday morning, Madam Speaker, when the then opposition leader was not scolding Hema Ramkisoon on CNC3, the member for San Fernando West was running up and down the country calling on public officials and government members to resign. Madam Speaker, you hear not and you see not from this government. But I put them on notice, Madam Speaker, that we in the opposition will not rest until the Prime Minister acts. The Prime Minister owes a duty of care to this country. He has brought all the novel and new public relations that helped them to get into office. However, he has brought us back the same failed public officials to run the oil and gas industry in Ken Julian and Malcolm Jones. And now he has given us another one of his failed blue-eyed boys, Noel Garcia. Madam Speaker, I call on the government to indicate what are the plans with respect to the MVA, if there are any at all. Also, Madam Speaker, I ask the government to clarify whether the facility in Frederick Settlement in Caroni will be utilized for the MVA or whether it would be used for another purpose, and if so, for what purpose. These are concerns in the public domain that they are, sorry, Madam Speaker, there are concerns in the public domain that the facility might be used for other purposes, such as office space and so on. And these are rumors that you're hearing in the public domain, and that's why I'm asking the Honourable Minister to clarify the government's position on that. Madam Speaker, there's a general feeling in this country that the government wants the entire nation just to move on. Let us move on. Do not be saddled with the issues of the past. Do not be saddled with the corruption under the PNM. Only talk about the People's Partnership. So they are hoping, Madam Speaker, that they come week after week with the rhetoric and that it will stick. Madam Speaker, they have failed to do so because the people of this country have seen time and time again that we have had a leader who has acted when she has been called upon to do so in the interest of the people and the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, we cannot say the same for the member for Diego Martin West. Madam Speaker, you know, recently I saw on the newspaper, and I made the comment, instead of us having a prime minister in this country who was dealing with issues that were affecting the country, like the taxes and the property tax and the spiral in the downturn in the economy, Madam Speaker, instead you had a prime minister coming to tell the country what really are the plans, sympathize, hold the hands of the population and say, I am here with you. He flies out every Monday morning, whether it is in Barbados or Miami, to attend weddings. And interestingly, I saw in The Guardian a young lady called Rambachan, and her family extended an invitation to the Honorable Prime Minister to attend that wedding. And Madam Speaker, my friend from Aruka Maloney is not here today, right now, sorry. But recently, she was speaking at a PNM meeting and talking about what a matikor is. And she wanted to school those that she was speaking to at that PNM meeting. The Honorable Member, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. She wanted to school those persons about what a matikor is. Well, Madam Speaker, matikor is a Hindu tradition in a Hindu wedding. And Madam Speaker, I am advised that while the matikor was going on in Ravina Rampasar's wedding, instead of what they call the pua, they were calling for the Prime Minister because they know that he likes weddings so much. But Madam Speaker, that tells you how the population is viewing the Prime Minister. If something like that can make the newspaper, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, they shout disrespectful on the other side. But Madam
I will not sit here and insult the Prime Minister.
Member is on his legs.
Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Please, Madam Speaker. The insulting language towards the Honourable Prime Minister should not be allowed to continue.
Member for Princess Tong, may I say to you that you are reminded of the standing order with respect to offensive and insulting language. And this is the second time that I have spoken to you about it. Please don't push me to invoke the relevant standing order.
Madam Speaker, earlier this evening, the member for San Fernando West said to me, he said, try and wrap up in 30 minutes. Just pelt blows, pelt blows. And Madam Speaker, while the government is telling the country, let's get on with the business, they hounded the Prime Minister, the People's Partnership Prime Minister, now the current leader of the opposition member for Siparia, on her hair, on her shoes, on her dress. And Madam Speaker, dare I say, maybe even if she had wigs, like some of the other members, they may have hounded her on that too. But Madam Speaker, the point I want to make is that we cannot continue to be silenced on the double standards that continue to exist in this country when it comes to that government. Madam Speaker, this government is telling us, tighten our belts, tighten our belts. But then the member for San Fernando West is throwing a fete entitled Faris for $1,250, which made a newspaper yesterday, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, telling us now it's for charity. Maybe you should take a page out of your former leader's book where the Manning fete is $125. But Madam Speaker, in the article, it went on to say that the fete was targeting the upper class. The upper class, Madam Speaker, and the powerful and the movers and shakers in this country. And that is their modus operandi, Madam Speaker. They will say one thing, they will say what they think the population wants to hear, Madam Speaker. But in reality, they do something completely different. Madam Speaker, the member for La Horquetta, Talparo, gave us a few words from one of Shadow's Calypso. Was it? New? Tunapuna. My apologies, Honourable Member for La Horquetta, Talparo. Member for Tunapuna, one of the constituents for the member for the constituency of La Horquetta, Talparo, got a little bit excited and sent me a short while ago what he believes is a calypso that is most appropriate to share with you and members of the government. Madam Speaker, as I wrap up, I wish to share with you one of Shadow's songs called Snake in the Balizi. And it goes on to say, Madam Speaker, and I'm quoting this song sung by Shadow, I want to invoke the doctor and then write him a letter. I want to ask him a question if he knew what was going on. The other day I was passing, I hear people complaining. He is the man with the answer, but he quite over yonder. They're saying snake in the balize, snake in the balize, snake in the balize, and they're biting hard. Snake in the balize, I sorry for Trinidad. Big snakes in the country, man, they're worse than Mapapi. When they're making their racket, they just dress up in nice jacket. Some big fat mackerel drain out the oil in the oil well. I don't know how they found the key, but I hear they emptied the treasury. Snake in the balize, snake in the balize, snake in the balize, and they're biting hard. Snake in the balize, destroying Trinidad. I want to question the hunters who does hunt down the squatters. They just cut down your hammock. They don't care if you sleep on rock. While them snakes in the country only filling their belly, I want to ask what causing that, but I'm afraid they shoot me off my hat. I tell you, snake in the balize, snake in the balize, and they're biting hard. Snake in the balize, I'm sorry for Trinidad. Madam Speaker, earlier today we had the opportunity of having one of Trinidad and Tobago's most prolific Calypsonians join us in the Parliament in the person of Kurt Allen. And I would like to end my presentation with the lyrics of Kurt Allen's song from 2010 where he said, the PNM is too bright, that is why they now run this country right. And Madam Speaker, day after day after day, the population is becoming more and more wary of the Prime Minister, of this government who continues to remain silent. And surely, as night follows day, the sun will rise again. We will return the member for Siparia as the Prime Minister of this country, Madam Speaker. But more importantly, we will return with good governance in this country and remove the silent Diego Martin Northeast, the silent Diego Martin West. And now they are not only silent, Madam Speaker, they are numb. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Diego Martin West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise at this late hour to support the measures brought by the Minister of Finance, who in his ongoing journey to hold body and soul together have brought to this Parliament some measures which are absolutely necessary at this time in our development. How we all would have preferred, Madam Speaker, to be in a different situation, and regardless of whether there was a lot of money available in the country or whether we are in the current circumstance, we more than likely would have had political differences, and you might have had 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 political parties participating in the political process. What I find absolutely amazing is that we are being encouraged to acknowledge that our circumstances have changed, and there's a requirement for us to, to respond to the changed circumstances. I know that a lot of theses can be advanced as to whose fault it was, why we haven't got a diversified economy, and why we can't be oblivious to the changes in oil and gas prices outside and so on. But those discussions may be more useful for another time. But tonight, in Trinidad and Tobago, what we are trying to do is to respond to our current circumstance. And it's against that background that I will ignore completely the fewings and the musings of the last speaker, because clearly he enjoyed the last general election, and clearly he thinks the campaign is still going on. And clearly he thinks that he has been hard done by. That all this wonderful thing that should have come his way didn't. And the country has made a mistake. That might very well be so. The bottom line is, the country of Trinidad and Tobago, like the rest of the world, is observing changed circumstance. Only this morning I was watching a program by some economic experts talking about the difficulty that the Chinese leadership is facing now. And the reason why it's important to observe what the Chinese leadership is going through is because it is so important to the rest of the world, including Trinidad and Tobago. And the point that we're making is that the Chinese leadership is very nervous about the country's inability to maintain the standard of growth required to keep the population of China comfortable in the expectation that they had only a year ago. And one of the others, an American, was saying, maybe the Americans should be happy that China is stumbling. And then the third person pointed out, no, the Americans have to hope that the Chinese succeed, because if China fails, America will doubly fail. That is the level of interdependence that is existing in the world today. I have been around a lot longer than my colleague from Princestown, and most of you in this parliament. So I think on that basis, I have a slightly different perspective. I understand very clearly that the quality of life in Trinidad and Tobago, as it improved over the decades, was improved on the basis of funding available from the hydrocarbon sector. Whether we want to admit that or not, that is the fact. When we expanded the intake at UWI dramatically to allow more people to have access to tertiary education at UWI, it was because we were in a position to fund that initiative by the inflows. When we decided to increase the number of scholarships from a few tens to a few hundred to now we're averaging about 400, it was because 450. We had inflows, again coming from hydrocarbon fortunes, to fund it. When we decided to subsidize fuel, gasoline, it's because there was funding coming. And virtually every single thing that we do in this country of significance required those inflows to be available. And that can be analyzed as an economy that was over-dependent on hydrocarbon. But the bottom line is that most countries are dependent on something, or in some instances overly dependent on something. In our case, we're lucky we have hydrocarbon to be dependent on and over-dependent on. Because if we didn't have it, we would have to be dependent on something else. So the bottom line is, we have moved ourselves to a situation where we are funding a certain quality of life from our hydrocarbon resources. Fact. We have engaged certain liabilities to do that. Fact. And then we find ourselves with the price of these materials in the marketplace that we have no influence whatsoever, declining from approximately $100 to $31. And we have some savings around, and we had some savings, we spent most of it. We did some borrowing, but the bottom line is, today, when we are being asked not to do this or not to do that, I have to assume that my colleagues on the other side are saying to us, continue doing what we had been doing when we were in government. I heard nobody say that, but that was being implied. Because every change that we mentioned that we had to do in response of the decline was today criticized. Imagine we are facing this very serious situation, and a member of the House gets the opportunity to take part in a debate. And he talks about Matiku, he talks about who playing golf, who going to wedding. I mean, absolute irrelevant rubbish that has absolutely nothing what is in front of the house. And in fact, if it has any effect, it is to try to tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago that we should not be responding to our changed circumstance, and it is some wrongdoing on the part of the PNM. The one good thing about that, Madam Speaker, is that I have every confidence that the people of Trinidad and Tobago have more sense than that. Right. And in choosing between the two positions, one that says leave it in the perfection, and he went on to praise his Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition, what a wonderful job. You see, sometimes when you do such a wonderful job and it's not recognized, you probably get feeling hard done by. It was so wonderful that you were here. You end up there. And from there, you want to tell us where to go. Because if we do not change what was happening, what in effect they're saying to us is to bankrupt the country a little further. Because if you don't have the ability to fund the liabilities that you have created or you are creating, then you're going to bankruptcy. But I don't think they're advising us to go to bankruptcy. I think because they're in opposition, they just have to say something. They can't just come here and sit down quietly and say, I agree with you. Because that, will surprise me too. They could never come here any day and say, well, listen, fellas, the circumstances have changed. What you all say makes sense. What you're all doing is what should be done, and let's go home. They could never do that. They're the opposition. They have to say something. But for heaven's sake, at least let it sound a little bit related to our circumstance. It is possible to oppose and make sense. It is possible to take a position that is not entirely in sync with our position on this side and give the population an idea that another option is available. And if we try that option, it might give us a better chance. How do we respond to the changed circumstance? We say, okay, one, we'll cut out waste. We'll cut out waste. They have a problem with that if we mention only cutting out waste. Well, I want to plead guilty that we are embarking, we have embarked on cutting out waste. To my surprise today, I heard my colleague from Tabaquite making a part of his presentation an argument that we've turned off lights in an empty building on the highway. You pass.
Children's sign that mark Children's Hospital. So it's not lit? No, with lights.
Listen. Listen. We pass there every night, and there is two empty halls. Some people refer to it as a self-service hospital. You go in there and serve yourself, because there's nothing in there. There's nobody in there, right? 2 halls, lit up from bow to stern. But it's not only that building. Once a week, early in the morning, I go to golf in Mocha. I get there at daybreak. And I start to play just at the break of dawn. And something struck me. Every time I come here, you cannot help but notice that Trinity College is lit from top to bottom, every floor. Hundreds or thousands of lights. Paid for by somebody, probably taxpayers. And that happens every night. And it dawned on me that this has to be a waste. And then it also dawned on me it's happening in every other school.
And ministries.
And when I inquired why this is so, I'm told it's for security purposes. And I've instructed the Minister of Education in 2015 that if you're concerned about security, security is not putting on every light in the building. It is finding the appropriate technology to install on the compound to determine if any intruder has entered the compound, not only to see who is there, but to take the picture and know who it is. You could do that. Probably cheaper than burning lights all night. And the Minister of Education is under that instruction from me as Prime Minister. It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with any malice or any not wanting to open somebody hospital. It has to do with eliminating waste, share simple common sense. And I expect that in the not too distant future, to pass schools and public buildings that are in darkness but secured by some appropriate technology. We didn't make any bones about the fact that we thought that the last cabinet was too large. Because a minister of government is a charge on the public purse, is an expense to the taxpayer. Even when the Manning administration was in office, there was talk in this country that the cabinet was too large. And that was coming from the then opposition. When they got into government, every man jack was a minister of some kind. And the cabinet was 33 people. Trinidad and Tobago. And while we campaigned before the voters voted, we told the voters that we will operate a smaller cabinet because it will be more efficient and the cabinet will be more effective. It will be cheaper. One thing that struck me, madam, I don't know what went on in the last government. Because in the same cabinet room that we're using now, we have 23 members. Yes. And the room is full. And I keep asking, where did the other 10 go? Because the room is a fixed size. We have 23 members in there now, and the cabinet table is full of ministers. And when I asked where the other ministers were, they said, well, at any given point in time, at least 10 of them out of the country. And therefore, they didn't have to be in the cabinet room. And that reduction, you heard today one aspect of it from the Attorney General, where in combining the Ministry of Legal Affairs and that ministry actually was three. It had spawned the Ministry of the Prison. Yeah. But three of them, eventually 3 of them were there. I was in this very hall, in this very place, when your predecessor called on the Minister of Local Government, and 3 of them got up. And that wasn't the and I kid you not. I kid you not. 3 of them got up. And that wasn't the difficult part. When it was realized that 3 of them got up, they didn't know which one to sit down. Because there were just so many ministers, right? And there was confusion in the government as to who was supposed to do what. In the parliament that happened. We are saving, by the computation of the reduction in ministries, off the bat cost of minister and entourage, $44 million a year. A year. And over the 5-year life of the government, multiply 44 by 5, you're talking about almost $250 million. That is savings. So we're attacking waste, and we are trying to make savings where we can. We have given an instruction that for the fiscal year in front of us, that we've instructed the managers to cut 7% out. Not because we don't like people. And in fact, we've instructed that cut must not be at the expense of employment. Correct. Find other mechanisms within your budget to make that 7% cut. And 1 or 2 people might have a difficulty with it. But you know, Madam Speaker, many, many years ago, when I was a young man at UWI, just earning a decent salary, a friend of mine who was an insurance agent said something to me as an advice to a younger man. He was talking to me, he was an older man talking to me. And he said to me, it matters not what you are working for. Whatever the figure you're working for, you should be able to save something from it. You might tell yourself that you don't have enough to meet your means and meet your wants, in fact, and whatever, and you don't have enough money on you. But if you were working for $10 and you're saying you can't save $1 from the 10, what if your salary was $9? Wouldn't you have survived? And I pondered on that, and I've lived it ever since, that regardless of where it's at, the circumstances could have been different and you could have been $1 less, and that could be your saving. And that is where this country needs to be at this point in time. There were times when things were better. We made choices, we had options, we had priorities. Not every one of them was sensible. Not every one was successful. But by and large, this country has had a good quality of life funded by the hydrocarbon sector. And whether you like it or not, the reality today is that that sector, in 18 months, has moved from an area of plenty to an area of deficiency. Today it is the oil companies that are complaining about the loss of inflows. It is the oil company shares and the underperformance that is dragging down stock exchanges around the world. And the joke about that in some quarters is that the future doesn't look very good in the short and the medium term for improved prices. You see, it's one thing to think that it's temporary, I will get over it. You go underwater, hold your breath for a while, you can hit the surface. What we're being told and what we're seeing is that this is going to last for a while. I addressed this nation Christmas week. I spoke about oil at $36 a barrel. Today the Minister of Finance talked to us about oil at $31 a barrel. And we are being told it's on the way down. Because if that harbinger of decline in China plays out, and the Chinese growth is not continuing, then the demand for oil, and oil fixed the price of gas because they're linked, the demand for oil is not going to be on the increase. The next very large market that used to interfere with the world market price for oil is the United States. They very quickly, in a short record space of time, moved from being an importer of oil and gas to now only be an exporter. And what is worse, for decades, the US government policy from a national security point of view was to ensure that they buy and store oil. Now, they're changing that policy to allow the United States to be an exporter. And what is worse, the gas export is targeting the Caribbean market. That's right. The Caribbean market. So it wasn't bad enough that Venezuela came in with Petrocarib and supplied part of our market within the CARICOM. We are now facing possibilities in the not too distant future. Possibilities of facing competition. We made a lot of our money in the last decade in the sale of LNG. And at one time we were getting about $13 a unit for LNG. $13 a MMBTU. And at that time, I distinctly recall persons opposed to the PNM whose policy was to monetize natural gas. In other words, bring it from the ground where it was for the last how many million years and sell it now on the market. Some of those experts were saying to us, no, leave it. PNM didn't listen. We got LNG train 1 and train 2, and we got sales at $13 a unit. That same gas now is selling for $1.90 a unit. And the monies we made from that sale when the price was $10 and $12 and $13, that's what's in the storage now in our reserves. Had we not made those sales at the time that we made them, fortuitously, we would have been up a creek now without a paddle. That's right. Because it is that little bit of savings in the reserves that we have that is keeping us away from the IMF right now. And the political stories around that have not yet been told. Because you talk all kind of things about the PNM today. The one thing you didn't talk about, it was PNM policy in monetizing gas that caused us today to be where we are, even in the defense. So I will not engage the neophytes about the PNM. I did that between June and September. And that is why you were there. And we are here. Because the population had a choice to make. And they made it, not on how many insults you threw at us. And what they want now, Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Speaker, is to be able to understand that there's a certain amount of seriousness in government and that good governance is taking place in Trinidad and Tobago. But good governance means different things to different people. Good governance means different things to different people. When I hear my colleagues on the other side talk, and I'm sure they're talking about good governance, because some of them genuinely believe that what they were doing was good governance. Good governance, I give you everything you want. Just find out what they want and I give you. That was the style of the last government. The government wanted to be all things to all people and to be loved and to be adored, and they set out to give what they didn't even have. My friend from Tabaquite, he, in the lead up to the general election, member for Tabaquite, overseeing the Ministry of Works, and knowing, as I did, because I was a public servant since I was in my teens, and I always knew in the public service, if you're spending money, the authorizing officer, the accounting officer, the people in charge, you can't spend any money that was not in your vote. You can't incur any expense that there wasn't money to back up. Ask him. Ask him the $200 million in contracts that they awarded when there was no money in the URP vote. They thought that was good governance. They genuinely felt that, sir. At least I think so. I don't want to think otherwise. There was no money in the vote. And they awarded that the minister for Tabaquite in the Ministry of Works over $200 million because an election was due in a few weeks' time and it mattered not to him. And you see, if it was one cabinet minister doing that, you could say, well, he was an aberration. It was the entire cabinet. Because when that was done in the Ministry of Works, a note then went to cabinet to cover it. And the last cabinet note that came out in that area was for the cabinet to approve $250 million to cover what was spent in the Ministry of Works when there was no money in there. And you know what? It was left for this government to pay. Wasn't paid before the election. Debts like that are still there to be paid.
Wow.
And I heard one. I wasn't paying attention to the speaker with that because I just put my ears and listened to the whole side because they all said the same thing. They all said the same thing. So it didn't matter which one was talking. You know what you borrowing money for? And oh, it was my friend from Caroni Central. He was the one. I just saw the chin. He was saying that he asked during the budget debate or whenever you came to borrow money, what you going to do with the money, and we have to date. And you know, it sounds impressive, you know, my former colleague. And he asked, what we going to do with the money? And in great indignation, we never said we were going to do with the money. As though we were going to take it and carry it up to Wassa and set it alight. Let me tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not. And you know, when they go through these performances, to a stranger who is visiting this house, they might think there's such passion in the opposition. They are so upset about what the government is doing. And they so want to represent the people. What they don't know is all a show. It's all a show. Because my friend from Caroni Central was a member of the cabinet. And I'm sure that he knows what the money is for. We never told him what the money is for, what it's going to be spent on. Let me give you a couple of examples. Huawei, the Chinese company, have a $500 million contract that has to be paid.
No financing.
They put people to work, incur liabilities, building some system to see Trinidad and Tobago from Knowlesy building. Well, somebody says spy, I don't know. It's some part of the national security apparatus cost $500 million. no previous arrangement to pay for it.
Wow.
It is there to be paid for. Every time a bill comes in to pay, they scrimp and scrape and pay a few dollars worth of it. But the $500 million contract is there to be. And they, you know, they love this 500. It's a nice round figure. Helicopters. You see the price of oil collapsing. You see you had to cut the national budget. You see the budget was put at $80 a barrel oil. You see oil at $40 and going down. You order a whole fleet of helicopters. $500 million more to be paid. That is there to be paid. And it is not being paid by the PNM or the UNC. The contract binds the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago, and they go on forever. When a government or when the government of Trinidad and Tobago enters into a binding contractual arrangement, it binds the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and it matters not who is in Whitehall, it matters not who is in the parliament here, it binds the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So the $500 million for Huawei, the people have to pay it. The $500 million for the helicopters, the people have to pay it. And you all know that. And you come here and sit down there every day and jump up and down, and they're not telling us what they're doing with the money. It is paying the debts that you have incurred, that you bind the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And that is coming in this fiscal year.
$5 billion in hospitals.
Yeah? On this little island. A hospital for boys, one for girls, one for old men, one for... $5 billion. It's a good thing. It's a good thing they didn't win the election. There would have been 35 ministries, because during the election campaign, they offered to build 2 more. There would have been a Ministry of Defense and a Ministry of Homeland Security. No, a Ministry of Defense and Public Homeland. 2 more ministries were promised in the election campaign. But at least John Public saying, nah. Enough is enough. How many ministries are you going to have? Because they were giving out ministries like treats. And you see, the sums might sound small, because when you get accustomed to playing with billions, millions sound like chick feed, like petty cash. So billions here, billions there, billions there. We are saying we're foregoing approximately a few $100 million.
Honourable Member for Diego Martin West, your speaking time has expired. You're entitled to 15 more minutes.
Thank you very much. We are saying that, you know, your ability to fund has changed. And $200 million in the current circumstance is a serious amount of money. $40 million is a serious amount of money. And in the current circumstance, where we are setting out to cut out waste, to make savings deliberately, and certainly to eliminate corruption, you come in here. My friend from St. Augustine, pitiful. He got away with it in 2010. He had no party. He has no support anywhere in the country. He is a COP sitting in the UNC seat. And imagine, you know, they're so kerfuffled. UNC people don't so, you know. COP inside here. He are moving. Right? To give the facade that there's some partnership. Right? The man declared himself out of it, you know, sitting here in this seat in front of us. While my colleague from Orapuch East, he must have gone through the door. Right? And they come here, and the only thing that they're versed in is the PNM, the PNM, the PNM. Well, this year, the PNM is 60 years old this month. And we will be celebrating for the whole year. 60 years of public service to the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Uninterrupted. Oh, yes. And we never change the name. Uninterrupted service.
And you can't even decide where your members should be in your own organization, but you want to give us advice. Our advice is that, to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, is that don't take people seriously who make a career of trying to frighten you over land and building taxes. I was paying land and building taxes since I was 17 years old. $1.44. But I always knew if I didn't pay it, that the government could take my land. But today, 2015, you hear in the member for Augustine trying to keep his career alive, to fool people that if the government collects, not imposes, collects the tax under the land and building tax arrangement, that people could lose their house. Well, of course, if you don't pay your appropriate tax and you're a property owner, not only now, it has always been so. That is the law. If you don't pay it, then you can be levied upon and the property could be forfeited. Why does it take a politician to come and waste so much time in the parliament? It sounds good, ask the tax. What a dotish poem. Ask the tax. It got you into government, it can't keep you there, it couldn't keep you there. Because it is the law. You had 5 years, we're being told now that we didn't do what and we didn't do. Things that they didn't do in 5 years, in 4 months they're saying we didn't do it. The last 5 years, the government was going to do some dramatic changes in the licensing office. And I'm not even talking about regularizing PH taxi. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the Motor Vehicle Authority. That arrangement that started under the PNM at $40 million is $1 billion construction project, and contrary to what we were told this evening by my friend from Princeton, it is not a finished project. The appendages have not been put on. That thing was supposed to arrange by a centralized unit in Forde settlement and a number of other satellite stations. Not one of the satellites been built, and the cost of the entire program was used up on the building.
And the contractor run in Panama, and he gets sued by Preconco.
That's for another day. But if you heard the parliamentarian talk this evening, you would have thought that this and accusing us on this side, who never said anything but let's move on because it's difficult to move from where they left us, and accusing us of saying who want to go down to Freeport. Why you ever heard anybody say that? Trying to give the impression that the people in the country have a problem with the unit being in Freeport, in French settlement. And that is his point of view only, but puts it in the mouths of the rest of the population. And the next thing he would say is racial. That's where he's heading, you know. That's where he's heading, because every time they start by the PNM, they fabricate stories and end up by race. That's it. Nothing that we could deal with in this country for some politicians, or to come to an end to a conclusion without angling down that road. 60 years they carry on with that foolishness, and it has not worked. And it will never work, because the people of Trinidad and Tobago are smarter than you. When we talk about priorities, and waste, and just general bad behavior, the last government take the cake. Madam Chairman, I have moved into the Prime Minister's residence up there in St. Anne's. Diplomatic Center and residence. Last Christmas, we had a series of functions up there. Children function, staff function, a public function. And every one of those functions, except the children function, had an alcohol bar. And you'll be surprised to know that all the alcohol for those functions, we didn't buy a bottle. We used from the household, from what was there. And when Christmas was over, we had a valuation done on what was left. $400,000 of liquor on the compound there. And that is what they left when they went. That is what they left. And that should tell you what the priorities were for those who were there before the PNM. That should tell you what the priorities were. Right now in that compound up there, there's $400,000 in alcohol. And the interesting thing about it is that in the records, we can't find how it was sourced. There's no paper trail towards its sourcing. So it leaves us to wonder how all that alcohol got into that compound. But if I understand how they ran the country, it might have even been paid for by XYZ or Mr. ABC. Because, you know, we had a very good Christmas last Christmas. We didn't have as much as the Christmas before, but the one thing we didn't have, you didn't have a prime minister running up and down the country and back at trucks playing Santa Claus for 2 months. What I demonstrated last Christmas is that it's possible to have Christmas and have a prime minister working too. Yes. And as for the member for Prince's Tongue, who have a problem with me and weddings, we have some discussions, and when you're betrothed, let me know. If you invite me, I'll come to yours. But I suspect that there have to be some serious discussions before you invite me.
Just be careful you don't break the law.
So, Madam Speaker, all I will say to my colleagues is that what is required of us is not that you become PNM or we become UNC. We are on different sides of the political divide, but we have the same responsibility, which is to serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And we can serve them from both sides of the house.
That's right.
It is your job to keep this government in check.
That's right.
It is your job to keep this government performing at the best that a government of Trinidad and Tobago can perform. And when we fall short, because all governments eventually become unpopular. All governments in democratic societies end up in failure, and then you move to the other side. But in the meantime, let us not pretend that we don't know that the country is in serious financial difficulty. And if you know that, don't come to the parliament and tell us to spend more and get us into more trouble. Let us spend wisely. Let us spend wisely. You very well know. You very well know what the financial position is. And you know that if we continue doing what you did last year, we will bankrupt the country. And I'll tell you one thing. I'm leading this government in one term, 5-year term. And then we'll go to the polls after. But between now and then, I have a responsibility to you, your children, and the country to ensure that this country does not become another IMF case. That is the commitment I give to you. Once you get about it, the reason why we set out to do that is that as difficult as it may seem, and today some of you outlined some of the difficulties that come with the increased prices and the changes and so on, if you think that is difficult, it would be 10 times more difficult if the IMF starts to call the shots in Trinidad and Tobago. You're much better off calling your own shots and setting your own pain. And the number one priority under the current circumstances of this government is to keep Trinidad and Tobago out of the jaws of the IMF while making the best of a bad situation. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Very good.
Honourable Member for Diego Martin North East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank all those who have contributed to this debate. I particularly want to single out the Honourable Prime Minister, the member for Tunapuna, the member for Tobago East, the member for Moruga Tableland, The member for La Horquetta, Talparo. The member for Port of Spain North, East, and all members opposite who spoke during the debate. How could I leave out the Attorney General for that spirited intervention that inspired the contribution? Madam Speaker, I'm a bit disappointed that members opposite did not avail themselves of a document put out by the Secretariat Unit of the Parliament, and that is Bill Essentials, the Finance Bill 2016. And I want to compliment the staff of the Parliament for this document, because if members opposite had taken the time to read this document, which I am certain they received, whether this morning or this afternoon, if members had taken the time to read this document, they'd have seen that the Finance Bill 2016 provides for the variation of certain duties and taxes. It seeks to amend several pieces of legislation, namely the Immigration Act, Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act, the Income Tax Act, the Corporation Tax Act, the Value Added Tax Act, the Miscellaneous Tax Act. And this document explains everything that we have been about today. For example, it explains that Part 3 of the bill amends the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act in order to exempt senior citizens from the payment of fees for driving permits. It indicates that we are increasing the chargeable allowance for individual taxpayers from $60,000 to $72,000 per annum. It indicates the changes to the business levy and the Green Fund. It speaks to the changes in the Immigration Act, where we are exempting persons over the age of 60 from payment of fees for passports. It gives the commencement dates and so on. And I'm rather disappointed that members opposite did not avail themselves of the excellent research done by the Parliament and the excellent guidance. Madam Speaker, we did not come here by VAPs. This debate today is merely another step in the journey towards dealing with the issues facing Trinidad and Tobago. The measures that we have discussed today were announced by my good self in the 2016 budget statement. It is all part of an orderly progression. It is all part of a plan. And therefore, when I hear members opposite just making wild statements about there is no plan, this is part of our economic restructuring plan. The increase in business levy, the increase in Green Fund, it is all part of economic restructuring. The removal of fees for permits, for passports, it's all part of fulfilling manifesto promises, Madam Speaker. The changes to the VAT regime are necessary, and I'll explain why. So this is all structured. We are very serious, Madam Speaker. And if I can borrow from, there's a particular speech in a particular movie that I always return to. The movie is called The American President. And this is what he had to say. He said, we have serious problems to solve, and we need serious problems to solve them. Serious people to solve them. We have serious problems to solve, and we need serious people to solve them. And the members opposite are not in the least bit interested in solving the problems that face this country. If I can paraphrase that speech from the American president. We on this side are serious people. We are serious. We have been given a job. We have been given a mandate for 5 years to rescue this country.
and we intend to do so. And let me explain what has happened in this country over the years, because it's necessary to reinforce the facts. I go now to the review of the economy 2015, Madam Speaker, a document that was laid in this House during the budget debate of 2015. And it is noteworthy that in 2010, the total expenditure by government was $46 billion. Remember that number, Madam Speaker. The expenditure under the last year of the tenure of the PNM, in the last administration, $46 billion. And when you look at oil prices, Madam Speaker, and you go to oil prices in the 2010 period, oil prices averaged around $75. So the PNM was spending $46 billion with oil prices averaging $75, Madam Speaker. Let us look at what happened when the UNC came in. Expenditure went from 46 to 49 to 53 to 58 to 62. But revenues did not keep pace with expenditure. So what the members opposite did is that they grew government expenditure from 46 billion. PNM was managing this country with an expenditure of $46 billion. They escalated government expenditure from $46 billion per annum to $63 billion per annum. But were the revenues in tandem with the increased expenditure? No, Madam Speaker, no, not at all. Not at all. So, and when you look at the prices of oil during that period, Madam Speaker, during the period from 2010 down to 2014, Madam Speaker, they were getting oil prices in the vicinity of $80. So they were just getting prices just maybe $5 more than the PNM in the PNM era. But they escalated expenditure from $46 billion to $63 billion. And this is what this country finds itself in today. We're dealing with public expenditure in the $60 billion range. But we only have $40 billion revenues. That is the trap that we have been placed in as a country. And members opposite need to understand that. This country was running at a $45 billion level. When they demitted office, they had it up to $63 billion.
Overheating the economy.
And how are we to sustain this increase, Madam Speaker? If you take from 46 to 63, you're talking about an increase in expenditure of in excess of $15 billion per annum. That is the trap this country has found itself in. The collective agreements, the wage negotiations, the increase in the cost of goods and services, they all escalated by 50% over the last 5-year period. But the revenues did not keep pace with that. And now the country finds itself with a collapse in oil prices, where in 2014, July, oil was $105. Now, in 2016, January, it's $31. And as I've indicated, the reduction in revenue just from $45 to $40 has cost this country, if it stays there, a loss of $2.7 billion for the fiscal year 2016. So we need to be serious. We need to be serious. And it is in that context I will look at what honorable members opposite have said. Start with Caroni Central. Caroni Central member complained that we had increased the borrowing limit by $50 billion and asked what it is to be spent on. Now, why would one who knows exactly what the $50 billion needs to be spent on keep belaboring this dead horse? The Honorable Prime Minister only listed a few of the items, you know. Arima Hospital, $1.8 billion. $1.8 billion. One project. Point Fortin Hospital, $1.6 billion. Kuva Hospital, $1.6 billion.
Dangerous, not the expenses.
$5 billion in hospital projects for for which not 1 cent of financing was organized by the last administration.
But committed.
But committed. Contract signed. Contractor mobilized. Construction underway. $5 billion. And yet the honorable member for Caroni Central asked me, what is the money for?
He was in cabinet.
And he was in cabinet and he saw all those projects taking place. $1.3 billion for the vessels from Holland. $250 million for a boat from China. $500 million for the Huawei project. $500 million for helicopters. We added it up. We crossed $10 billion. $10 billion in commitments made by the past administration without any funding arrangements put in place. So the first $10 billion, and I hope I don't have to say this again, the first $10 billion out of that 50 will go to pay the debts that you incurred and have imposed on this country.
That's right.
The first $10 billion will go to pay for your debts that you have saddled this country with. And I hope I don't have to say that again. So please stop asking me what we have raised the borrowing limit for. We raised it to pay for your debts. And in fiscal 2016, we're facing in excess of $5 billion in arrears of salary, back pay. $2.6 billion for the protective services alone. $1.7 billion for the health sector workers.
That's right.
$400 million for WASA. $400 million for Airport Authority or PTSC. Over $5 billion in back pay. No financing available for that. We have to borrow to deal with that. They know that. They incur the liability. Yet they want to know what we raised the borrowing limit for. And it's as if we didn't come here and debate this thing whole day in this place and whole day in the other place and go through every single debt, liability, burden, financial strain that they put on this country and put on this new administration. I just hope that I am not asked this question again, that what we raised the borrowing limit for. We raised the borrowing limit so that this country would not collapse under the weight of the debt burden that you saddled us with. Exchequer account overdrawn by $35 billion. Green fund lockup. Unemployment fund lockup. Can't touch it. Mortgaged. Pledged as security against overdraft. And you're asking us what we raised the borrowing limit for. We raised the borrowing limit so people could eat food. So people will get salaries when the end of the month come. So that there's medicine in the hospitals. So we could buy Panadol for people. That's why we raised the borrowing limit. Because that is what you have done to us. But let's move on. Let's move on. The member for Caroni Central also said that the higher rate of business levy will mean a higher payment for all business owners. I'm very, very disappointed. Very, very disappointed. The business levy was introduced in the budget by the Honorable Wendell Motley in 1992. 1992. And the Honorable Member for Caroni Central has been around in politics since 1986. So that, Madam Speaker, you're going to tell me somebody who's been in politics since 1986, witnessing business levy coming in 1992, seeing successive administrations, the Pandey administration of 1995 to 2001, the Kamla Prasad Besessa administration from 2010 to 2015, implementing and collecting the business levy, not understanding how it works. It's allowed as a tax credit against taxes due and payable on profits declared by companies. So a large company that earns profit will be allowed to offset the business levy against its taxes as a tax credit. So all companies which are making a profit in excess of 0.6% of their sales will not have to pay business levy because it will be offset as a tax credit against their taxes.
Correct.
Simple maths. So it is not all businesses that will have to pay the increased business levy. It is only those businesses who don't declare income. Income. Let me go to, it's necessary to go back in time, you know. I have in my possession the appropriation bill Hansard from November 28, 1992. Because even in 1992, how many years ago is that? 23 years ago, you still had people saying things on the other side that made no sense. And this is the Honorable Wendell Motley. I am surprised that the Honorable Member for Cuba South did not get it when he said he did not see or saw the 0.25% business levy as an attack on small business. 23 years ago. Madam Speaker, if you have a business that does 100,000 turnover, you are talking about an annual tax of $250. So the Honorable Wendell Motley, 23 years ago, had to point out that the business levy imposed on a company with a turnover of $100,000 per year was a total of $250. So $250 will bust a business, and that is what we have to listen to. Now let's deal with it in the context of what is going on now. And the point that the Honorable Wendell Motley made at that time, that this tax is not Vicky-Vi. This tax has come out of the experience of a number of countries in the Western Hemisphere, Mexico in particular, where there's significant tax evasion. It is now being widely used in Latin America to make sure that companies that are striving and are doing well, but never seem to be able to declare profits, pay at least some fair share of their way because they draw upon state resources. Exactly. So let's take the example of this struggling business that is earning $500,000. The one that is now going to be exempt from VAT. The one that will now collapse because they can no longer claim expenses from VAT. So you go under. Now you're talking about a company that is obviously declaring no income. All it is doing is declaring expenses. Because if the complaint is that now the company that is earning the $300,000 or the $400,000 per annum, it gets VAT refunds for the purchase of motor vehicles and things like that. And if it doesn't get these refunds, the company will collapse. Then that company is earning no income. It is declaring no sales. Now, how can a company survive without declaring sales, Madam Speaker? But that is what is going on in this country. So let's take that $500,000 company. It's a good example. The new business levy at 0.6% on a turnover of $500,000 per annum. The total business levy for the whole year, $3,000. $250 a month. That is what the new business levy will be. And you're going to tell me, Madam Speaker, that a company with sales of $500,000 can't pay $250 a month in business levy, and if they do, they will go bankrupt. And I have to sit down here and listen to that. And I have to accept that. Righteous indignation. And the indignation on that side, I have to listen to that. Do they understand what they are saying? They are saying a company with sales of $500,000 can't pay $250 a month in business levy. And if it does, it will go bankrupt. $250 as a rounds of beers in a bar. It's ridiculous, Madam Speaker. Absolutely ridiculous. But let's move on. Let's move on. Let's look at the other comments made by the honourable members opposite. Member for Caroni, he said we should increase taxes on motor vehicles. Yes, I wrote what you said, Honourable Speaker, through you. He said we should increase taxes on motor vehicles. He complained that we're reducing the VAT on motor vehicles from 15% to 12.5%, and the price of motor vehicles would go down. So we should increase taxes on motor vehicles to make sure the price of cars does not come down. That's what he said. And it's interesting. It's interesting to listen to the arguments from the honourable members opposite. You have the member for St. Augustine making a most astonishing calculation in this house. about property tax. And it is time to put this bogey to bed. It is time to bring the bogeyman out and to get rid of the bogeyman. And according to the member for St. Augustine, that the property tax on a house valued at $1 million will be $30,000 per annum. That's what he said. He said that the tax on a house valued at $1 million will be $30,000 per annum.
That's a lie.
And that people will lose their house. And even if people get it as a gift, they won't be able to afford it. They will have to give away the house because the tax on a $1 million property will be $30,000 per year. And that is the kind of scaremongering that they engaged in the 2009-2010 period. It worked then, and it is the same type of scaremongering that they attempted in 2015 that failed, and it is now time to expose the bogeyman. Because when you read the current value-added tax, the current property tax law, Madam Speaker,
which they implemented,
which has been there for years, they haven't changed a full stop or semicolon in it. It says,
7 years.
The tax on residential properties shall be 3% of the annual taxable value. And any lawyer worth his salt, any parliamentarian who wants to understand what that means will go in the definition section and see what is the definition of annual taxable value. And if the Honourable Member of St. Augustine and his colleagues had taken 2 minutes to read the Property Tax Act, they would see that the definition of the annual taxable value of a property that will attract the tax at the rate of 3% is the rental value, Madam Speaker. The rental value. It is there in black and white. So you take a property valued at $1 million. The rental on such a property would be, say, $4,500 a month, which would work out at about $54,000 a year. And the Act says you then deduct 10% for voids to get the annual rental value. So taking that valuation of $4,500 a month for a $1 million property, which is typical in Trinidad and Tobago, today I can say that without any fear of contradiction, that a property valued at $1 million will rent for about $4,500 a month. Do the calculations, deduct the 10% for voids, you get $48,600 is the annual rental value. And then you multiply the 3% by that, and you get $1,458 a year. So it is not $30,000 a year for a property valued at $1 million. It is $1,458 is what the property tax will be if it is implemented as is where is. So it's not $30,000, it's $1,000. And I'm absolutely tired.
$121 a month.
Yes, just over $100 a month. I am absolutely tired of this scaremongering that comes out of that party called Congress of the People. Why can't they get their mathematics right? Why can't they get the law right? Why can't they speak the truth? Why are they harassing people in this country? Why are they trying to frighten people?
That's to build confidence.
Why? When you know the tax is less than $1,500 a month, a year, and you're saying it's $30,000. And we have given the commitment.
6 minutes.
Don't I have extra time? No extra time? Okay, no problems. And we have given the commitment, Madam Speaker, that we're going to revisit this Property Tax Act, do the calculations, look at the formula, and see whether it is fair, equitable, and transparent. Because even at $1,500 on a $1 million property, we might consider that might not be just and equitable in all circumstances. We've given that commitment. So what is all this scaremongering all about? That is why the people did not buy your rhetoric in the last general election. The population just didn't buy it. And I use the example of Barack Obama. When Barack Obama went for the American presidency for the first time, they call him all kind of things. They say he's a terrorist. They say he's a Muslim. They say he has no religion. They say he's not born in the United States. All kind of things they say about the man. You know what happened? The American public didn't buy it. That's why he won the election. Correct. And the Trinidad and Tobago public did not buy your rhetoric. That is why we are the government and you are the opposition. And I don't say that in any way to be offensive. I state facts. They didn't buy your rhetoric. They didn't buy it at all. Now let me just speak about the VAT in the few minutes left to me. I have in my possession a document that was presented to the last government, and that is a Trinidad and Tobago country report dated March 2013, produced by the International Monetary Fund, entitled Enhancing Revenue and Non-Energy Growth, an Agenda for Comprehensive Tax Reform. And it states as follows, at paragraph 26, the efficiency and administration of value-added tax in Trinidad and Tobago is strongly compromised. In 2012, 64% of all sales were either zero-rated or exempt. 50% of imports were not subject to VAT. 73% were zero-rated, 27% exempt. Numerous tax preferences have largely deteriorated the VAT tax base, seriously undermined VAT revenue productivity, opening avenues for tax evasion and leakage. This was presented to your government in 2013. This is reflected in the VAT-C efficiency ratio, the ratio of actual VAT collection to the potential VAT if all domestic consumption were taxed at the standard rate. Despite a growing economy and improvements in tax administration, the ratio has not improved. Indeed, it has fluctuated around 0.4. This is significantly lower than in many other countries of similar development level, lower than many CARICOM states, lower than international countries like New Zealand, which is at 0.9. Recent expansion of zero-rated supplies of food is most likely to further decrease VAT efficiency in the coming years. So the IMF told you that the VAT system was completely compromised. You were only collecting 40% of the VAT that you had the potential to collect. There was tax evasion, there was tax leakage, but because you were a populist government, and because you were not serious, and you are not serious people, you couldn't face the serious challenge of dealing with the reform of revenue collection in Trinidad and Tobago. But we on this side are serious, Madam Speaker. This country has serious problems, and it requires serious people to solve them. And we in the PNM intend to solve the problems of this country. We will be in it for better or for worse. We intend to confront the challenges that face this country frontally. We are not going to hide anything. I came into this parliament and I told you the prices at the basket of crude oils in Trinidad and Tobago have attracted over the last 3 months. It is below our budget projections. I told you we are facing a revenue shortfall of $2.7 billion. I am not going to hide anything. This Minister of Finance is going to level with this Parliament and come clean with the population. And this PNM government will do whatever is required to put this economy back on track, to make this economy resilient, to diversify this economy, and to build a strong and prosperous Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Variation of Certain Duties and Taxes and to introduce provisions of a fiscal nature and for related matters be now read a second time. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I guess the ayes have it.
entitled An Act to Provide for the Variation of Certain Duties and Taxes and to introduce provisions of a fiscal nature and for related matters.
Madam Speaker, as provided by Standing Order 68-1, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Variation of Certain Duties and Taxes and to introduce provisions of a fiscal nature and for related matters be committed to a committee of the whole.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Variation of Certain Duties and Taxes and to introduce provisions of a fiscal nature and for related matters be committed to the committee of the whole. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? I guess the ayes have it. This House will now go into the committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause. Clause 1. The question is that Clause 1 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 1 now stands part of the bill. Clause 2. The question is that Clause 2 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I guess the ayes have it. Clause 2 now stands part of the bill. Clause 3. The question is that Clause 3 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 3 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 3 now stands part of the bill. Clause 4. The question is that Clause 4 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 4 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 4 now stands part of the bill. Clause 5. The question is that Clause 5 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 5 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye.
Madam Chairman, it has been drawn to my attention there is a minor typographical error in Clause 5BA. It should read an individual to whom Section 17 applies rather than to who. So could we just make that minor amendment, please?
Okay. Members, the question is that Clause 5 be amended as follows. In Clause 5B, A, an individual to whom Section 17 applies. The question is that Clause 5, as amended, stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that Clause 5, as amended, now start part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 6. The question is that Clause 6 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 6 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 6 now stands part of the bill. Clause 7. The question is that Clause 7 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 7 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 7 now stands part of the bill. Clause 8. The question is that Clause 8 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 8 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 8 now stands part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that the bill, as amended, be now reported to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to report that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Variation of Certain Duties and Taxes and to introduce provisions of a fiscal nature and for related matters was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with the committee's report.
Honorable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Variation of Certain Duties and Taxes and to introduce provisions of a fiscal nature and for related matters. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Variation of Certain Duties and Taxes and to introduce provisions of a fiscal nature and for related matters be forthwith read a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Variation of Certain Duties and Taxes and to introduce provisions of a fiscal nature and for related matters be now read a third time and passed. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Variation of Certain Duties and Taxes and to introduce provisions of a fiscal nature and for related matters.
The Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I am deputing for the Honourable Leader of Government Business, who is unavoidably absent, and I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Wednesday, the 20th of January at 1:30 p.m., at which time there will be a meeting of the Finance Committee in preparation for a debate on Friday, the 22nd of January, on the closing of the accounts for the 2015 fiscal year, which will involve a variation of appropriation to deal with unbudgeted expenditure in the 2015 fiscal year.
Honourable members.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, and there's agreement we will not deal with the matter on the adjournment.
Much obliged. So that, members, the matters to be raised on the adjournment has now been deferred to the next sitting of this House. Honourable members, the question is that this House now do stand adjourned to Wednesday, the 20th of January, 2016 at 1:30 p.m. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Wednesday, the 20th of January at 1:30 p.m.
This has been a presentation of the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM. Follow the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago on Twitter. Our call sign is @TTParliament.